The battlefield was incredibly gruesome. On the sandy ground, bodies were strewn everywhere, a horrifying sight. The surrounding scenery gradually changed color. The azure sky had been replaced by the faint red of dusk. The man tightened his grip on the sword in his hand, ready to strike his opponent with extreme speed. The corner of his mouth curled into a confident smile. At this moment, a single kick would be enough to easily take down the opponent. The man looked forward and cautiously asked, "Strange, the enemy forces are clearly all dead, so why do I still sense a brutal killing intent from you two?" At this moment, two mysterious figures appeared behind him. The killing intent was so strong that his back began to burn. He looked around and asked with a curious expression, "Do you have anything to say? Spear King, Fist King?" However, the two behind him replied respectfully, "Not at all. We are extremely grateful for what you have done. Indeed, your contributions in this battle will forever be recorded in the annals of history." Hearing those words, the middle-aged man said, somewhat displeased, "Cut the crap. I'm tired of hearing these lies. Show your hand." This immediately startled the two beside him. "What?" Hearing this, they roared in anger. "You don't go too far. How can you say such a thing? So what do you want me to say? Thank you for your compliments? Weren't you bastards just waiting for me to finish off those fallen ones, then take the opportunity to stab me in the back?" Hearing this, the two men did not refute it, merely letting out a few cold snorts. Then, they clenched their hands into fists, and a strange energy suddenly erupted from them. "We have no personal grudge against you." The two of them immediately entered a combat stance. "Taking your life is only to ensure peace in the martial world. We hope you can forgive us." The man on this side sneered and replied, "I knew it, you venomous snakes. What are you waiting for? Why don't you make your move? You think a few brats like you can team up to defeat me?" Hearing this, the two opposite them flew into a rage and leaped up. The Spear King tightened his grip on his weapon and soared high into the air. "Your madness will destroy the world, so it must end here." The middle-aged man on this side was not frightened at all. On the contrary, he flashed a provocative smile. The man in the air, holding a long spear, suddenly summoned a massive bolt of lightning, accompanied by the move Divine Spear, Thunder's Judgment. This single strike successfully caused the earth and rocks in front to explode and fly in all directions. However, the man on this side was not afraid at all, and even casually commented, "What a noisy move. Kids these days really just love to show off." The man above, weapon in hand, dove down at extreme speed. The sharp spear tip aimed straight at the figure in the smoke. The corner of the Spear King's mouth curled into a gleeful smile as he thought excitedly, a hit. However, at that very moment, he was shocked to realize something was wrong. His spear tip hadn't touched the opponent at all. In fact, it had been easily blocked by the opponent with just one hand. The Spear King immediately roared in anger. Let go." The Fist King behind him was determined not to let his friend face the enemy alone. He too quickly charged forward with his fists. The Fist King leaped into the air, shouting towards him, "Take this, Nine Tigers' Divine Fist." A powerful move was unleashed at extreme speed. But the man on this side easily dodged it all with speed alone, a mocking smile even hanging on his lips. "Do you feel uncomfortable if you don't shout?" Hearing this, the Fist King flew into a rage, roaring, "Shut up," and quickly threw a punch. With just one step back, the man dodged all the attacks. In contrast to the other's determination, the middle-aged man on this side simply smiled with amusement and praised, "That's pretty strong." The two men opposite shouted loudly, preparing to unleash their ultimate attacks. It was just that no matter what they did, the monster before them could easily dodge everything. He took both attacks, a gleeful smile still on his face. "Yes, more. Let me see the true power of the 10 great martial masters." Seeing his attitude, the two men on the other side couldn't contain their anger and charged forward. Damn it! Their battlefield once again moved into the sky. The two below were always ready to launch an attack. At this moment, a loud explosion echoed in the sky, making the earth, rocks, and trees here seem as if they would explode. The man slowly landed on the ground, immediately steadying himself. Only the Spear King and Fist King on the other side were exhausted and out of breath. The man on this side, however, was completely unharmed as he slowly descended. "Why are you out of energy so quickly?" he said with a gleeful smile on his lips. "I haven't even had my fun yet. Don't spoil it for me." The three of them faced off in terror. Although the two opposite him had joined forces to attack, they still couldn't defeat this terrifying monster and couldn't help but scream internally. This damn monster! How can one person be this strong? They looked at the man before them, their hearts filled with fear. He hasn't even drawn his sword. If that's the case, we can only find his opening and deliver a fatal blow. At this moment, the man on this side noticed something was wrong. He raised his hand, which was trickling a trail of blood, and exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my hand is cut, good heavens." Then, he looked at the two people in front of him and roared in anger. "You dare make this precious body of mine bleed?" At this moment, he slowly drew the sword from his back and let out a sigh. "All right, no more playing." The corner of his mouth curled into a gleeful smile. "I have to get serious now." The two standing opposite him were utterly astonished by his attitude. That's a blunt sword. Then, a ferocious slash quickly swept past, cutting across their bodies. In an instant, fresh blood splattered everywhere, and they could no longer stand firm. The two large men were instantly and completely severed by that blunt blade. The middle-aged man sighed and said with some weariness, "So much for the 10 great masters. They died the moment I drew my sword." Then, he looked ahead and lamented under the twilight sky. How boring. 10 years later, beneath a giant waterfall, the man from back then now bore the marks of time. At this moment, he was sitting under the waterfall, cultivating in meditation. His once black hair had now faded, but his powerful body was still full of vitality. I casually carried a blunt sword, only for self-defense. Eating, drinking, and fighting like a berserk beast was the only thing I ever did. Just like that, I wandered everywhere, facing countless masters and defeating them one by one. Through countless trials of life and death, I grew stronger and stronger. I became an unrivaled, invincible existence. Duguchobai, that is me, sweeping away all opposition alone. However, that was also when I fell into an abyss. That abyss was filled with my own emptiness and madness, and I was trapped there until today when I finally found a way out. The azure sky above truly makes one feel refreshed. The man cultivating under the waterfall finally opened his eyes, looking straight ahead. This is enlightenment. His entire body seemed to erupt with some kind of power. I have obtained everything in the mortal world. To continue advancing to the pinnacle of martial arts, I need to become a saint. Everything was a success. He could finally let his soul escape the mortal shell below. The man laughed out loud with immense joy. Success. After 15 years of arduous cultivation, I finally did it. Then, an excited smile appeared on his face, ready to depart. Onto the heavenly realm. The soul shot straight up into the high heavens, startling the surrounding flocks of birds. At this very moment, a loud roar suddenly echoed. "Stop!" Appearing before him were several stern, even somewhat fierce faces, staring intently in his direction. They were like supreme gods, majestic beings, appearing there and surrounding him. The man now had a gleeful smile on his lips as he greeted them. The saints are so enthusiastic in their welcome. "But were you all beheaded when you were alive? Where did your bodies go? Anyway, it's a pleasure to meet you all. I am a new saint, Shahodan." The nearby gods carefully sized up the newly appeared man, their eyes full of scrutiny. How disgusting. I can still smell the stench of blood on him. The killing intent has seeped into every corner of this soul. What kind of holy being is so full of killing intent and battle lust? Indeed, you have committed too many sins. How could someone like him be blessed with such supreme martial talent? You will never be recognized by us. Then, they declared bluntly, "You are rejected." Xiahou Dun stood there, completely unable to understand. Rejected? What nonsense are you talking about? Next, the one on the other side said, "You are not permitted to achieve enlightenment. However, we will give you a chance to atone for your past mistakes." Hearing these words, the fire of rage ignited in Xiahou Dun's heart, and he roared, "Who gave you that right? Do you have any idea how hard I worked to get here?" His expression became incredibly fearsome. "Cut the crap. No one can reject me." Hearing this, a nearby man also replied with a stern expression, "It seems reasoning is useless. There's only one way, to drive him away with force." Very quickly, his entire body was hit by a massive attack. Xiahou Dun looked forward, trying to dodge the attack, but remained incredibly resolute from start to finish. In your dreams, a plume of white smoke rose, and the man fell straight down. The gods above were overjoyed to see this. "Isn't it better this way? So quiet?" However, Xiahou Dun did not give up, charging straight up to the sky with his fists. Xiahou Dun said very seriously, "I will absolutely not give up." Seeing this, the person on the other side roared in anger. "This stubborn bastard, one of the gods used his power to create several strange orbs. Stay down. Have we been too lenient with you? Then, an explosion immediately occurred. Under his control, this explosion had immense power, making it impossible for the man to stand firm. His entire body was quickly swallowed by the giant black smoke and then slowly fell. It was just that, at this moment, the earthen sphere was quickly shattered by a strange force. Finally, it was completely blown apart. Xiahou Dun burst out from within, roaring in anger. No one can stop me from achieving enlightenment. The ones above were somewhat astonished to see this. He's too stubborn. What on earth is this guy? However, the man just roared in anger. That's right. Tremble, you damn saints. Another nearby god quickly signaled. Let me deal with him. Xiahou Dun saw his opponent, and a contemptuous smile crept onto his lips. A wet behind the ears kid dares to come here, but he never expected this brat to spit a huge glob of saliva in his direction. That damn dirty trick was truly startling. That glob of saliva made it impossible to breathe. What the hell is this? I can't breathe. The kid on the other side continued to spit several more large globs. This truly put Xiahou Dun in an incredibly humiliating situation. In the end, he had no other choice but to accept his fate of falling from here. But in his heart, he was completely unwilling. He cursed endlessly in the dark void. You damned gods, you dare to chase me away? You've picked on the wrong person. Just you wait. I will definitely return and annihilate all of you. I will definitely return. At this moment, his body was still in free fall, and he asked himself aloud, could I, Dugu Chiobai, Xiahou Dun, actually pass out from shock? Open your eyes. To deal with those damn deities, I must first pull myself together. At this moment, the figure of a beautiful woman appeared before him. She looked this way worriedly, calling out a few times, young master, are you awake? The woman's figure before him quickly changed. Are you all right? The girl anxiously squeezed his hands. I thought something terrible had happened to you. Young master, I was worried sick. At this moment, he couldn't understand at all. Who is this girl? Where is this? He carefully examined his hands, feeling a bit bewildered. Why are my hands so white and soft? Then, he looked at the person before him and also felt it was a bit strange. This girl kept swaying back and forth, which was utterly bizarre. He quickly showed a look of disgust and forcefully pushed her away. But the other person showed no aversion at all, instead continuing. If you're looking for something, young master, just let me know. Fortunately, there happened to be a small mirror nearby. He walked over, his eyes widening in shock, completely unable to believe it. His dazed face stared straight ahead. What is this? Who is this pretty boy? Afterwards, he carefully examined his entire face. After doing those foolish things, he finally realized that he had truly been reborn. He was once again astonished, covering his mouth tightly as he let out a few screams, finally collapsing to the ground, moaning as if all his strength had been drained. Is that me? Seeing this, the girl beside him cried out in fear. Heavens! Young master, don't overexert yourself. Xiahou Dun looked blankly at the girl beside him and asked, who are you? The girl truly couldn't believe it. You don't remember me? Could it be that you hit your head when you fell? She cried out in alarm. I am Kim Tai Thuong, the eldest daughter of the head steward of the Nam Kung family, and also the one who takes care of you, young master. Xiahou Dun asked again in a doubtful tone. So this is the Nam Kung family? The girl opposite him answered very honestly, yes. Do you still not remember anything? The young man, looking bewildered, asked in return, then who am I? The girl opposite him replied very seriously, the second young master of the Nam Kung family, Nam Kung Hui Hung. Please don't joke anymore. The more Xiahou Dun listened, the more he felt like he was about to die. He muttered to himself with a groan of disbelief, I am the second young master of the Nam Kung family? Seeing this, the girl in front of him cried out in alarm, young master. He sat slumped on the ground, wailing miserably. This must be a dream. No, this has to be a dream. Kim Tai Thuong, extremely worried, helped him up and asked, are you all right? Are you anemic again? Xiahou Dun then tried to work his brain and asked a somewhat valuable question. What year of the martial calendar is it now? The girl supporting him calmly replied, the 70th year. It has been 70 years since the Qin Tian Min was founded. The Qin Tian Min is an alliance of righteous sects established to protect the martial world. Afterwards, she turned and left in a panic, saying loudly, please rest for a while. I'll go call the physician right away. The more Xiahou Dun heard, the more confused he became. When the Qin Tian Min was founded, I was 80 years old. And when I ascended at Purple Sky Mountain, I was over 90. But after the failed ascension and fall, 60 years have passed in a flash. In that case, is my real age 150? Let me sort out my thoughts. I fell during Ascension, 60 years passed, and then I was reborn as the second young master of the Namkung family. He looked up at the high ceiling, as if seeing the despicable faces of those gods. Those immortals are trying to torture me, aren't they? Then, he could no longer suppress the anger in his heart and let out a loud roar. You damned gods. It wasn't enough to stop my ascension. Now you dare to toy with me. Xiahou Dun finally clutched his head in dismay. But why didn't they let me be reborn immediately, instead pushing me 60 years into the future? He was so angry he leaped up from the bed, unable to stop himself from yelling. I'm going crazy. The martial arts I cultivated my whole life are all gone. This is infuriating. Then he angrily clenched his fists. No, I can't be discouraged by such a small matter. Although my body has changed, my memories and experience remain. At this moment, a crazed smile appeared on his lips. I am the one who climbed from the abyss to become the number one under heaven. This time, it will take much less time than before. Then, his icy gaze stared straight ahead. First, I have to escape from here. Let's see how capable this Nam Kung family is, whether they can find me. Being a member of the Nam Kung family, he should have some basic skills, right? It was a quiet night at the Nam Kung residence. At this moment, a sound seemed to echo from the surroundings. Xiahou Dun, in the form of Nam Kung Hui Hung, appeared here, carefully looking around to assess the situation. Relying on his agility, he tried to tiptoe away from this place. Great, no guards. At this rate, I just need to get out that door and I'm done. But just as he stepped out the door, he ran into a group of guards standing watch there. Sigh, Xiahou Dun finally felt a bit troubled. There are guards, so what now? Then, a strange thought carefully formed in his mind. Should I kill them? But he quickly dismissed that damn thought. No, it's bad luck to kill on the first day of rebirth. Maybe I should climb the wall and escape. But why have I been panting non-stop this whole time? He carefully looked at the high wall behind him, calculating in his mind. Focus your mind. I will use my lightness skill to climb the wall. Then, he quickly leaped up, but he finally discovered something was wrong, because this damn body didn't fly up at all, and his feet even fell straight down. He had no choice but to calmly stand up on his own 2 feet. Xiahou Dun now looked down with a puzzled expression. Why can't I use my lightness skill? Then, he carefully checked his entire body again. Could it be that I'm not used to the new body yet? After confirming that there was absolutely nothing wrong, he slowly began to circulate his energy again. Let's try again. The young man was now channeling his inner energy with all his might. But at this moment, something seemed to crack. Xiahou Dun turned his head to look behind him in some surprise. Why does it sound like I heard a bone break? He finally discovered that his own damn leg had been crippled by his own meddling, and he cried out in shock. Did my leg just break? He couldn't react in time at all, clutching his newly broken leg and screaming a few times. It hurts like hell, mother! The nearby physicians heard the screams and quickly ran over. Heavens! Young master, your leg is broken again. In the end, his leg was once again carefully bandaged. Fortunately, the injury isn't too severe. Your leg will heal soon. Remember to take your medicine on time. Kim Tai Thuong stood beside him and asked worriedly, Did you hear the physician clearly? For now, absolutely do not jump around. Xiahou Dun, lying on the bed, had an extremely impatient expression. I'm a person, not porcelain, who breaks a leg so easily. He thought it over carefully, then angrily sat up and shouted, But that person is me. The physician beside him smiled and advised, The young master's body is more fragile than porcelain, so you need to be more careful. It seems you also lack vital energy, so I have prepared medicine for you to brew and drink. Remember to finish it all. And the maid beside him also cried out worriedly, You absolutely must not do anything strenuous. If you continue to be so careless, should something happen to you, young master, I would not be able to live with the self-blame. Xiahou Dun felt he couldn't go on like this anymore and ordered, Get out. The girl in front of him gave a somewhat troubled smile. You're putting me in a difficult position. Because I am the one in charge of your medicine, young master. Please finish this bowl of medicine first. Xiahou Dun flew into a rage, grabbed the pillow beside him, intending to throw it in this direction, and roared, I told you all to get out. Seeing his posture as if ready to strike, the people around him all cried out in fear. What if you use too much force? I'm leaving right now. Please don't use too much strength. I understand. You must be careful or you'll dislocate a joint. Xiahou Dun now sat on the bed, feeling extremely tired, and let out a few sighs. I thought that the son of the Nam Kung family would at least know a few basic moves. Then, he couldn't help but look down at his bandaged leg. I have to check why this body is so weak. He carefully cultivated the inner energy in his body, letting it flow throughout his entire being. He tried to breathe in the air before him, as if searching for a final glimmer of hope. His entire body finally emitted a powerful aura. He once again fell into deep thought, entering a state of cultivation. He carefully inspected his entire body. Why are acupoints blocked everywhere? A full 9 acupoints. Could it be the 9 yang, severed meridians? No. If that were the case, this body couldn't be this cold and have such strong cold energy. Then he suddenly opened his eyes, looking straight ahead in some astonishment. If that's the case, then this is the 9 yin severed meridians, an incurable disease. The yin energy is too strong, causing the acupoints to be blocked. It is the most malevolent of afflictions, causing the sufferer to die young from its terrifying amount of yin energy. Xiahou Dun thought about these things, gritting his teeth, and finally let out a somewhat crazed laugh. This kid actually has the 9 yin severed meridians? Very quickly, his expression became one of extreme resentment. A body no different from porcelain, rotten on the inside, so all internal energy is blocked. This is truly unbelievable. A person with a body of steel like me, Dugu Chibai Xiahou Dun, has ended up in a trash body like this. He truly couldn't take it anymore and let out a few roars. Why in the world are you treating me like this? Answer me. You bunch of hooligans dare to call yourselves gods. His eyes became filled with immense fury. Just you wait. A fire gradually ignited throughout his body. The bastards who turned me into this. He looked straight ahead and punched the wall hard. I will have my revenge soon. The room trembled slightly. It was just that the arm that punched the wall was now bent completely backward. This time, the injury seemed severe. Xiahou Dun screamed in pain from behind. Damn it! He clutched his broken arm, utterly panicked. Is anyone out there? Quickly, call a physician for me. Soon, his body was once again carefully bandaged, accompanied by the physician's admonishment. It's a fracture. How many more times must I remind you before you pay attention? The young master is like a raw egg. The slightest carelessness will result in a broken bone. Xiahou Dun sat there, feeling extremely vexed, and replied, I know, stop nagging. Get out. The 2 people opposite him quickly bowed respectfully and said, Then please rest well, young master. He sat there, unable to hold back a few sighs. In the end, he felt extremely weary in his heart. Damn it, I who once treated human lives like weeds, now find it difficult to even kill an ant. Immediately after, the look in his eyes changed. But who am I? A fierce flame quickly erupted from his entire body. I am Dugu Chiobai, one who has never known defeat in any challenge. Yet at this moment, he clutched his arm in extreme pain and wailed, I used too much force. After that, he gritted his teeth, carefully contemplating his current situation. There are 2 ultimate techniques that can help me overcome this calamity. They are the Qing Ming Xuan Xin Gong, a cultivation method that can purge impurities from the body and accumulate solid spiritual energy, and the Xin Nei Jing Gong, which can channel qi into all the tendons and bones of the body. As long as I use these 2 ultimate techniques, what is this trivial 9 yin severed meridians? At this moment, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. After overcoming the 9 yin severed meridians, perhaps I can even achieve a fearsome might, surpassing even the Dugu Chiobai of the past. He felt very pleased with this thought of his. Well then, let's give it a try. Outside, Kim Tai Thuong also saw the thick smoke billowing out from that room. Her heart panicked, and she slowly stepped inside. Young master, it's time for your medicine. Are you asleep? Why is it so quiet? She quickly rushed forward and shouted, No, you have to finish your medicine before you can sleep. It was just that as she entered at this moment, she saw a large stream of blood flowing from his head. The strange thing was that stream of blood defied the laws of physics, flowing upward. Kim Tai Thuong was utterly terrified and ran over to press down on the bleeding spot. What is happening? But as soon as the spot was covered, the blood started flowing from another direction. She had no other choice but to use her other hand to cover the wound. But at this moment, other places also began to bleed profusely. Kim Tai Thuong stood behind, shouting anxiously, Young master. But in his heart, he paid no heed to those words, only muttering to himself, push on, I must give it my all. Just then, he suddenly opened his eyes, looking straight ahead once more. At this moment, his entire body was wrapped in white cloth, and he himself was bewildered. What is this? Seeing him awake, Kim Tai Thuong beside him screamed in fright. Good heavens! Young master, what on earth were you doing? You just narrowly escaped death. Xiahou Dun was truly at a loss. He had just circulated a bit of qi to regulate his breath, and he'd become a cripple? He sighed wearily a few times. Where on earth did this useless body come from? Kim Tai Thuong asked with great worry. Are you crying? A man's tears, yet they flowed from the corners of his eyes. What flows on my face now are not tears, but the sweat of a man's spirit. No, it's blood, the blood of indignation and resentment. Just then, the girl in front of him suddenly brought a medicinal pill to his mouth. Strange. Stop talking nonsense and swallow this. Xiahou Dun ate it, wondering vaguely in his mind. What is this? The girl beside him quickly explained. It's a precious spirit pill called the 1,000 Gold Pill. Hearing this, he felt a little joyful. The 1,000 Gold Pill that can increase internal energy by 10 years? The other person smiled and replied, I don't know about 10 years or 100 years, but this is definitely an extremely expensive medicine. At this moment, he also seemed to feel something unusual in his body. He quickly sat up, an excited smile on his face. The qi in my body. Seeing this, the girl beside him was also extremely surprised. Is a medicine taking effect already? But very quickly, that state vanished. The qi that had just entered left again. It turned out nothing had changed. Xiahou Dun felt extremely weary in his heart. Even after eating the best spirit medicine for internal energy, it had no effect like drawing water with a bamboo basket, a complete waste of effort. Tears streamed down. He silently resolved, I must change this useless body. I must do it. As Kim Tai Thuong left, she carefully instructed, Young master, please rest well. But before she left, the person inside spoke up and asked, Wait, where is the martial vault? I mean the place where the secret martial arts manuals are kept. Hearing this question, Kim Tai Thuong said with great worry, You mean the Sangtian martial vault? Young master, why are you interested in that place? Xiahou Dun felt his patience had run out and said angrily, No more talk, just tell me its location. She was truly at a loss with her young master, feeling a little weary in her heart. The small brazier crackled, its warmth spreading throughout the room. At this time, the white gauze bandages on his body had also been removed. Xiahou Dun very calmly put on a set of thin clothes and stepped outside. My internal and external arts are too powerful, unsuitable for this guy's body. The only solution is to learn a new martial art. He gave a cheerful smile, opened the large door outside, and shouted, New wine must be put in a new bottle. But just as the door opened, a cold gust of wind immediately blew in. Xiahou Dun quickly dove under the covers, crying out in terror. So cold. He shivered uncontrollably in the warm blanket, on the verge of freezing to death. Damn it, just because of that 9-yin severed meridians disease, a light breeze can make the cold qi penetrate to the very marrow. He finally came up with another idea. He could wrap the large blanket around himself and slowly walk forward. Walking wrapped in a blanket should be better. But the more he walked, the more unsteady his steps became, and then he slowly fell flat on the ground. Xiahou Dun felt extremely tired, lying shivering on the floor, crying out a few times. So heavy. Finally, he completely forgot about this weak body of his, shouting angrily and struggling. Damn it, this damn body. Immediately after, he tore the large blanket apart, preparing for what was next. Don't even think about making me admit defeat. That night at the Nam Kung residence, the moon hung high, draping the majestic estate in a thin veil of golden silk. Xiahou Dun was now extremely cheerful, wearing thick, padded clothes, his body completely warm as he slowly moved forward. Dressed like this, I should be able to bear it. He looked around and couldn't help but marvel. It's huge. Then he recalled matters from his past life. A scale this large. No wonder that Sword King boasted about it all the time. Back then, they were fishing and chatting, getting along very well. He had even asked, Is the Nam Kung family's martial vault really that impressive? The Sword King sitting beside him replied with great pride, I'm not just saying this because I'm from a Nam Kung family, but it truly is in no way inferior to the martial vault of any other family. At the time, he couldn't help but scoff mockingly. In the end, it's just a place that holds some scrap paper. What's there to make a fuss about? The Sword King beside him continued to speak with a smile. Don't speak nonsense if you don't understand. That place is like the heart of the Nam Kung family, carrying a 1,000-year history within it. Xiahou Dun had scorned inwardly at the time. This guy is good at everything, but whenever family matters are mentioned, he goes into a frenzy. Then their conversation continued with meaningless topics. I know. You shut up. Your laughter is scaring the fish away. The man beside him was still laughing very happily. By the way, our family. I was just saying, if we're talking about the long history of our Nam Kung family. At this point, he had clenched his fist, raising it before him, and warned with his authority, "Do you want a beating before you shut up, or will you do it willingly?" After that, their conversation returned to the small fish. Why aren't any fish biting the hook? As for the present Xiahou Dun, he had returned to reality, a faint smile on his lips. Although he still had some flaws, among the righteous faction, he wasn't bad. That day, just because he talked so much, they ended up not catching a single fish. Just then, two men standing guard appeared before Xiahou Dun, dozing off where they stood. Suddenly, they realized something was wrong. "What's that over there?" Xiahou Dun appeared there looking like a dumpling, greeting them with a smile. "Hello." They became extremely wary and called out to stop him. "Halt." Seeing his opponent pointing a long spear at him, Xiahou Dun was a little surprised. Dare to point a sword at this eminence. Although his body was not what it used to be, his speed was truly astonishing. He easily glided past the two men. Then in a flash, turned back to look that way, striking the nape of his opponent's neck hard with a few hand chops. The two men quickly fell to the ground, completely unable to move. To this day, no one who has pointed a sword at me has survived. At this moment, a gleeful smile appeared on his face. "It'll be too late to regret it when you're dead." "Ah, forget it." Just a second later, those two men stood up again with great ease, looking straight this way. An indescribable awkwardness fell over them. Then one of the two seemed to realize something was amiss. "Aren't you the young master?" Xiahou Dun was not yet used to this new identity, feeling a bit dazed. "Huh." The other two quickly bowed their heads and replied, "It was too dark. We servants did not recognize you. We were disrespectful." And only then did Xiahou Dun realize what a foolish thing he had just done. "That's right, I'm a second son of this house." After that, he paid them no more mind and turned to leave. It's fine, I understand." The two men behind watched the plump figure go inside, discussing it for a moment. "Quickly, go report to the master." "I know." At this moment, the inner door also slowly opened. Seeing the scene before him, he couldn't help but have his jaw drop in astonishment. He stepped inside, and seeing the sight before him, he couldn't help but cry out a few times in amazement, his face full of excitement. He looked up at the soaring ceiling. There were countless books here. He felt that there must be a peerless secret manual hidden here. Then, as if standing in this treasure trove, he began to search for his treasure. Now, let the treasure hunt begin. Time passed quickly, and the sky outside gradually brightened. But Xiahou Dun lay in that room, his heart extremely weary. "I stayed up all night, turning this place upside down, and found nothing worthwhile. As one of the 5 great leading families, is this all the Nam Kung family has got?" He couldn't help but recall the image of his old friend, gritting his teeth in anger. "That Sword King, how dare he brag in front of me?" He then felt he was truly angry enough to burn everything down. This useless martial vault, might as well just set it on fire and be done with it. But before he could finish his thought, the heart in his chest began to pound erratically. He clutched his heart, crying out in pain. He wearily leaned against the bookshelf behind him and cried out, "This guy's bloodline is acting up again." His face was pale, devoid of any color, as he stared straight ahead. "If I don't solve this problem of severed meridians, I'm afraid I'll have to meet King Yama before I even get to see those deities." He then had no choice but to open the door and leave, slowly walking out with a somewhat weary expression, his face shifting as he let out a few sighs. Just at that moment, a loud shout suddenly erupted beside him. Xiahou Dun had absolutely no chance to react, startled by the shout and sent tumbling to the ground. Gulp? What enemy? At this moment, the figure of a tall man suddenly appeared before him, standing against the light. His face was full of worry and sternness, staring intently in this direction. Xiahou Dun looked up, a bit slow to react. "You are." The man in front of him shouted loudly again, sending him flying in another direction. "This brat." He looked in this direction and roared. "I forbade you from entering the martial vault for your own good. What were you thinking, daring to sneak into the Songtian martial vault?" At this time, the guards behind him hurriedly spoke up for him. "My lord, please calm down. The young master's body has not yet recovered." Xiahou Dun finally understood the current situation. "My lord, the head of the Nam Kung family? In that case, this must be this guy's father." But he completely ignored those words, roaring angrily, "All of you, back away. I, as the family head, not as a father, will punish him severely." The people behind him quickly retreated a few steps in fear. "As you command." After that, although they were extremely worried, the group had to leave. The man gritted his teeth, looking forward, and raised both hands. Heavens! Xiahou Dun saw the scene before him, his mind a complete blank, unable to react at all, because that tall man actually hugged him tightly, sobbing and crying out, "Oh, my poor son. He looked at Xiahou Dun, examining him thoroughly, then scolded him in a loving tone. What were you thinking, running into the martial vault, son? Your body is ice cold. Aren't you cold? Look at your pale face. Hurry back to your room and warm up. Seeing his attitude, Xiahou Dun rejoiced inwardly. This guy turns out to be a fool. He'll surely be easy to deceive. He then used his lifetime of experience to start acting, putting on an extremely pitiful expression as he looked over and said tremblingly, "Father, father." The man before him also shed tears, saying with great heartache, "Yes, Father is listening." Xiahou Dun began to state what he was looking for. "I only need two things, a spiritual medicine that can increase my internal energy and a suitable secret martial arts manual." Hearing this, the man in front of him immediately replied, "If it's a spiritual medicine, you don't need to worry. Although there are rumors that they have vanished since the demonic path ran rampant, I will spare no expense to find it." Then he lowered his head again, feigning sadness, and continued, "What about the secret manual?" But this time, he replied very firmly, "The secret manual is out of the question. Your body was born with a constitution that cannot practice martial arts. The slightest mistake will lead to cultivation deviation." But he pleaded earnestly, "What's the difference between dying this way or that way, Father? How can I give up without even trying?" Hearing these words, the man in front of him shouted worriedly, "No, you can do anything you want, but practicing martial arts is absolutely forbidden." Xiahou Dun felt like he was about to be driven mad by this guy. Truly a stubborn and self-righteous person. He really wanted to grab him by the collar and scream at him. "Fine, I'll endure it." The young man had no other choice but to accept his fate and change his tactics. The other person's hands slowly reached towards him, saying, "Don't be stubborn anymore. Let's go, son." Just a second later, he coughed up several large mouthfuls of blood. Under the worried gaze of the man, he began to show off his acting skills, pretending his face was pale and groaning a few times. "My head is so dizzy." The father watched his son, who was like a porcelain doll, faint in his arms, truly unable to believe it. "Wake up, my son." Xiahou Dun began to speak again in a weak voice. "Father, I don't know when I'm going to die." He stood there listening to these words, his heart filled with immense pity. "What foolish things are you saying in front of your father?" Then Xiahou Dun put on a pitiful, pleading expression again and said to his father, "Father, just consider this my last wish. I won't practice martial arts. I'll just look at the secret manual. I'll only observe it with a curiosity for knowledge." Only heaven knew how much he was struggling inside. This is infuriating. The number one under heaven, Dugu Chiobai, has to grovel to this extent? The man's eyes welled up, and he shed tears of infinite pity. "My poor son." And he, sitting beside him, had absolutely no idea what the hell was going on. Very quickly, his request was approved. Xiahou Dun was now strolling happily in the courtyard. The twilight weather was warm, and it no longer felt so cold. He slowly walked towards the martial vault over there, thinking to himself, "I hope I find something decent this time." He pushed open the large door and carefully observed the situation. The inside didn't look much different from the Sangtian martial vault. The martial vault only has one floor anyway. It should be easier than last time. He still remembered his father's words clearly. The Emperor's Pavilion is the most important secret vault of the Nam Kung family. Only the family head and those of the bloodline are allowed to use it. Even though father has allowed you to enter, don't even think about practicing martial arts. But Xiahou Dun had no intention of following those words at all. "Why should I listen to you?" Time passed again, night fell, bringing with it the chill of the late night, and the young man was still lying on a pile of books, searching carefully, his expression extremely serious as he read the books before him. Then he sighed wearily a few times. "Is this the last one? From this pile of books, I have selected 5 types. Heavenly Thunder Divine Art, Emperor's Divine Art, Emperor's Rain Manual, 13 Flashes of Lightning Thunder, and Silent Divine Sword." He held his head, feeling a bit helpless. What a pity! Relying on these alone is not enough to create a martial art suitable for this body. He needed an internal energy cultivation method that could lay a solid foundation. Just then, he suddenly noticed something strange. His lower abdomen rumbled a few times in protest. "What kind of damn body is this? I can't use any strength, and I get hungry so quickly. I have to go find something to eat first." He decided to leave quickly, fill his hungry stomach, and think while eating. But after just a few steps, he bumped into something, completely unaware, and fell flat on the ground. A loud noise echoed as several nearby books scattered everywhere. Xiao Dun lay on the ground, cursing angrily a few times. Nothing is going right. But at this moment, while lying on the ground, he suddenly saw something strange. A tile on the floor had a completely different shape from the others. He gathered all his strength to try and lift it, but with this weak body, he was completely powerless. Xiao Dun sat down, panting and grumbling. I almost broke my arm. He had no other choice but to fashion a small lever to pry the tile up. Finally, he succeeded. The tile was flipped completely to one side. It seemed no one had touched this for a long time, as a cloud of dust flew up, making him a little uncomfortable. Underneath that tile, there were some strange characters carved. Xiao Dun looked over, the corner of his mouth curling into an interested smile. "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear." After returning to his room, he gave Kim Tai Thuong quite a shock. Unbelievable. Her young master was eating with such a good appetite, clearing everything on the table. This roasted duck is delicious. Seeing the person in front of him staring intently, he was a bit confused. "Why are you looking at me like I'm an alien? Is this the first time you've seen someone eat?" Hearing this, the girl opposite him replied, a little embarrassed. "This is the first time this servant has seen the young master eat with such an appetite. Normally, don't you just take a few bites and then get up?" Xiao Dun, his stomach full, replied with great satisfaction. "That's because that kid was never hungry. In my time, we didn't even have discarded vegetables from the market to eat." Kim Tai Thuong, opposite him, was a bit confused by those words. "Huh? What do you mean by that?" Xiao Dun felt he shouldn't continue this meaningless topic, so he waved his hand. "It's nothing. Clear the table." After that, he walked over to the small shelf and picked up the precious medicinal pill. By continuously absorbing medicinal pills like this, he refused to believe he couldn't achieve a breakthrough. His expression was extremely serious as he looked to one side, then carefully sat down to cultivate. "My stomach is full. Now it's time to begin." Meanwhile, outside, a figure was watching their every move. That night, Kim Tai Thuong diligently carried unnecessary items out of the room. At this moment, she suddenly noticed something strange. In front of the room, another figure appeared. It was the eldest young master, Xiao Dun's older brother. But very quickly, the man had completely left the area, turning and leaving the door in the blink of an eye. At this time, she also noticed something. In front of the room, several packets of medicine were placed neatly. It turned out he had brought tonic medicine for the second young master. She felt a little confused. The eldest young master is so stubborn, so worried, yet he refuses to come inside. Then, she glanced back at the room. Inside, Xiao Dun was still focused on his cultivation. The King of Hell's primordial chaos chi is the strongest martial art created by Dugu Chiobai in the past, but is not a perfect fit for Nam Kung Hui Hung's body. I will use the internal art found in the Emperor's Pavilion as a foundation to restructure, then combine it with the King of Hell's primordial chaos chi. Could it work? Yes, I can do it because I am Dugu Chiobai, Xiao Dun. A flash of light sparked in his subconscious. Xiao Dun, on the other side, walked against the light, slowly advancing. He had completely reached the place where those giant meridians existed. The harmony between the Tsangtian and the King of Hell's primordial chaos chi is probably the key to the problem. Eliminate the impure chi. The dull sword in his hand quickly swung towards those meridians. His expression was extremely serious, looking straight ahead, channeling spiritual energy into it. At this moment, his body was enveloped in a faint halo of light. He was giving it his all, activating his own power. Finally, something shattered. From tiny fragments, it turned into a giant crack. Then, from behind that wall, an immense beam of light appeared, shining straight ahead. The next morning, Kim Tai Thuong brought breakfast, feeling extremely happy. The young master has such a good appetite. I have to keep bringing him food. Just then, she suddenly realized something was wrong. What is this? What on earth is this wave of heat? Then, a loud explosion echoed from within the room. Oh my God! She looked inside, utterly astonished, because her young master was still sitting there, seriously cultivating. Worried, Kim Tai Thuong rushed in and called out loudly, "Young master, over here!" Xiao Dun mumbled a few words in a trembling voice. Finally, "I've unblocked one." At this moment, his whole body was weak, his limbs limp. Seeing this scene, Kim Tai Thuong cried out worriedly, "Young master." And this news quickly reached the ears of his dear father. What? Hunger has fainted? Kim Tai Thuong stood there, skillfully recounting the current situation. My apologies, my lord. I should have been watching over him at all times. Hearing these words, he became extremely worried. I must go to Hunger at once. It's just that at this moment. The eldest son standing beside him quickly reminded, Father, I'm afraid now is not the time. Kim Tai Thuong also added a few words. The eldest young master is right. The physician said he needs to rest quietly now. Hearing those words, he angrily sat down on the large chair over there. It seems that kid learned something at the Emperor's Pavilion, and it ended up causing this. It was my negligence. I should have stopped him at all costs. As a father, he let out a sigh, feeling utterly helpless. I'm so worried about his health. A few days later, at the Nam Kung estate, everything seemed to be as usual. It was just that the family's second young master was now very actively training. Unlike his previously weak body, he can now do a few push-ups to train his physique. But in his heart, he was still constantly pondering. It took so long just to unblock one of the 9 severed meridians. Although the crisis has passed, if I can't create a body suitable for internal energy, then all my efforts will be for naught. What should I name the internal energy technique I've just mastered? Let's just call it the Tsangtian Mingwang Gong. That doesn't sound too bad. Just then, someone suddenly appeared in front of him, letting out a few gasps of shock. Oh my God! At this moment, the physician, his dear father, and his personal maid had appeared there, their faces filled with disbelief. Xiao Dun looked up and asked in confusion, What's with that look on your faces? Is this the first time you've seen someone exercise? The group completely ignored his words, focused only on their own thoughts. My second young master is doing push-ups? Is this for real? It's truly a miracle. Xiao Dun, on the ground, cursed angrily. Miracle my ass. Then, in front of everyone, he skillfully did a few more push-ups, his speed getting faster and faster, leaving everyone utterly astonished. But very quickly, his body completely reached its limit. He collapsed onto the ground, extremely uncomfortable. Damn it, this useless body is cramping up again. Then his furious, teeth-gritting appearance left the people around him truly unsure how to react. His dear father over there shouted a few words. Am I dreaming? The physician beside him quickly replied, No, my lord. Kim Tai Thuong stood there, her mouth agape, in complete disbelief. At this time, the physician also carefully examined his physical condition. He was extremely surprised by the young master's current constitution. Unbelievable. The young master's acupoints have expanded and are more solid than before, and his pulse is also more stable. Xiao Dun now revealed a happy smile and replied, I told you I'm fine. I know my own body best. Hearing these words, the father standing beside him was deeply moved and ran over to hug him tightly. Wonderful, my son. He couldn't hide the excited smile on his face. I don't care what you did. Just seeing you this healthy is enough to make me happy. Hey, Xiao Dun, whose whole body was now limp, shouted, You're hugging me so tight my shoulders are about to fall off. Hearing these words, he angrily turned to the physician beside him and asked, Didn't you say he was healthier? Hearing that, the physician felt a bit awkward. It's true that the 9 severed meridian's condition has improved, but that doesn't change the young master's porcelain-like fragile constitution, my lord. Xiao Dun felt immense pain and shouted, Father, what are you going to do about my shoulders? But that father completely ignored the matter. I forgot I have an urgent meeting with the elders. Kim Tai Thuong, standing beside them, quickly exposed his lie. My lord, as far as I know, there are no meetings today. Yet he shamelessly and casually replied, That's why I said it's an emergency summons. He said with a serious expression, I have something urgent to attend to. You just rest well. Then rushed off like a gust of wind, without a single glance back. Xiao Dun was left with a speechless rage. Causing trouble and then running away? If you weren't the father of this useless body, I would have taught you a lesson long ago. Just then, that man suddenly reappeared at the door, looking straight this way. What is it now? The other party looked at him and gave a happy smile. Son, keep up the good work. Over here, Xiao Dun angrily shouted back. Father, fix my shoulders first, then I can keep up the good work. 1 month later, the air here was fresh and clear, putting one's mind at ease. At this moment, Kim Tai Thuong was carrying a tray of food, completely stunned. The family's second young master was now jogging. His form was standard, and his breathing was steady, which was truly astonishing. A voice suddenly sounded from behind. Good heavens, he's already run several laps so quickly? Is that still the second young master I know? Kim Tai Thuong, standing there, also quickly chimed in. I find it suspicious too. A month ago, he fell into a coma, and after waking up, it's like he's become a completely different person. He began to voice his thoughts. Could it be that the young master's soul has been swapped with someone else's? The girl beside him quickly showed disdain for that thought. Say something that makes sense. Just then, they suddenly froze, realizing something was wrong. Where did the young master go? Don't be ridiculous. He was just running over there a moment ago. Where could he have gone? Suddenly, they both thought of an unbelievable possibility. No, could it be? At this moment, Xiao Dun had plopped into the nearby lake. Under the lake, Xiao Dun heard their conversation. Say something that makes sense. The person beside her kept joking. This lake isn't even 3 meters deep. How could he drown? Kim Tai Thuong also felt that this was indeed a bit reasonable. Is that so? Then she held her head, feeling a bit helpless. Is it because the young master often causes trouble and gets injured that I've become too sensitive? At this time, the city streets were deserted. A little girl was happily singing, holding a skewer of Tonghulu. The little kid was singing and laughing with excitement. Just then, someone's footsteps slowly approached. Before the little girl could eat the Tonghulu, a figure flashed past. In an instant, the skewer of Tonghulu had completely disappeared. Xiao Dun very calmly put the Tonghulu into his mouth. Meanwhile, the child behind him burst into tears. My Tonghulu, where did my Tonghulu go? He walked down the street, carefully observing his surroundings. Hefei is the center of Anhui. It looks so prosperous. There must be many good taverns. At this moment, some familiar curses echoed in his ear. Hey, kick him. Just kill him already. He glanced over and saw a group of people bullying a kid in the middle. You dare to talk back to me? I was wrong. The kid was scared and tried to run away. You bastard, get back here. He ran in front of Xiao Dun, crying out for help. Big brother, save me. They're ganging up on me because they have more people. Xiao Dun's heart was unmoved. He just coldly asked in return, you're being beaten because you're weak. Why should I help you? This child received the shock of his life, truly not knowing whether to laugh or cry, completely stunned. Xiao Dun just coldly turned and walked away. Don't think about getting help from others. It's better to overcome it yourself, because it's natural for the strong to prey on the weak. Then, the sounds of a fierce beating rang out. Xiao Dun paid no attention to this, walking on while carefully looking around. Man, there are so many taverns. Which one should I choose? At this moment, a man appeared nearby and asked, are you looking for something? He looked this way with a strange gaze. I saw you looking around earlier, so I thought I'd ask. Xiao Dun shrugged and calmly replied, I'm looking for the best tavern in Hefei. The man turned to leave and gestured, follow me. Xiao Dun ate his Tonghulu while silently sizing up the man in front of him. He seems friendlier than he looks. The man led him to a small alley filled with strange tools, then pointed in a direction and said with a cheerful smile, it's right here. Xiao Dun walked in that direction, a little confused. There's a tavern here too? Looks like it's a hidden gem of a restaurant. But before he could finish his thought, he himself was shocked by the scene before him. A group of people was standing there, smiling as they looked this way, as if waiting for their prey. A fool has taken the bait. Xiao Dun stood there and asked seriously, isn't this a tavern? The man behind him pulled a dagger from his clothes and said with a laugh, I think it's best if you don't think about running. The men over there also quickly chimed in. Look at the way he's dressed. He must be a rich young master. And he has the free time to wander around everywhere. It must be true. Then a fat man slowly approached Xiao Dun and said, young master, please leave everything you have on you, and then you can go. Xiao Dun held the skewer of Tonghulu in his hand and calmly replied, I don't want to. Then, he gave a cheerful smile and replied, it's always been me robbing others. No one has ever managed to rob anything from me. Hearing this answer, the thugs behind him laughed with contempt. Their leader looked this way coldly. Young master, living in luxury every day, you're used to being high and mighty, so you probably don't know anything about the real world, do you? Then he looked at the fat guy in front of him and ordered, teach him a lesson. Let him have a taste of the real world. Yes, boss. The fat guy swung his fist this way, asking coldly with a threatening tone. We talked to you nicely, so in your eyes, we're nothing, are we? Xiao Dun continued eating his candy, calmly replying, my eyes are fine. I can see very clearly. Seeing his attitude, the fat guy angrily knocked away the skewer of candied hawthorns. This bastard, I'm talking to you, and you dare to be so insolent. The fist was raised high again. I'll show you that this world operates on the law of the jungle. But completely unexpectedly, he sent the opponent flying with just one swing of his arm. Xiao Dun said with an icy gaze, you bastard, I've known that for a long time, even without you teaching me. The leader on the other side was utterly astonished to see this. Even the man who had just tricked him here was stunned, unable to believe it. Then his gaze turned cold, looking towards the group of people standing over there. At this moment, he was a little unhappy, looking at his own broken hands. What is this? They ended up like this after just a little bit of force? He looked at the people in front of him, furious inside. Damn it, to lose face in front of these street thugs. Oh, it's reconnected. The leader shouted resentfully. You son of a bitch. Kill him for me. The group held daggers, pointing them straight ahead, preparing to attack. Xiahou Dun wasn't scared at all. On the contrary, he dodged lightly. Then he used his newly reconnected hands to launch a powerful blow forward. A person from behind saw this and quickly ran forward to attack, covering for his comrades. Xiahou Dun naturally sensed something and immediately turned his head to look. His hands quickly grabbed the opponent's wrist, and in an instant he attacked straight ahead with his fist. That man was sent flying by this punch. At this moment, Xiahou Dun gave a happy smile. Phew, it's fine this time. What a useless body. The group behind fell into a panic, seeing their comrade knocked down. Xiahou Dun smirked arrogantly as he looked at them. What's with those faces? Where did all that earlier spirit go? You were the one saying this world is about the big fish eating the small fish. They were furious and charged straight ahead, preparing to attack. Arrogant bastard. At this moment, Xiahou Dun gave an excited smile. You should have charged like this from the start. The group held daggers and attacked him. Kill him. But he could easily send his opponents flying. He used a few kicking techniques he had just practiced to take everyone down. The nearby leader was utterly astonished to see this. He witnessed with his own eyes how easily his comrades were defeated by Xiahou Dun. Then, one of the men was actually beaten until he vomited a large mouthful of blood. The leader looked this way and asked, trembling, Who on earth are you? Xiahou Dun, feeling he'd done nothing wrong at all, calmly replied, I just threw a few moves. What's so surprising? My internal energy can't be used naturally yet, so I only used external techniques. A martial artist, indeed. He looked down with a cold gaze. I've probably only recovered about a tenth. There's still a long way to go. At this moment, a nearby man slowly struggled to his feet, coughing a few times. Xiahou Dun kicked him hard in the head. The fact that he could wake up after I beat him truly sullied my sky-high pride. How annoying. I already used all my strength in that attack. He looked over with a crazed expression. But why did they wake up so quickly? Doesn't that mean I'm still very weak? The leader standing nearby, filled with fear, couldn't believe it. This guy is crazy. He's definitely a bloodthirsty demon. At this moment, Xiahou Dun looked at him and smiled. Hey, what are you doing? You're the strongest one in this group, right? Let me test your skills. The man on this side gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it. Then he quickly rushed forward, the speed of his footwork truly not to be underestimated. He leaped straight into the air, arriving in front of Xiahou Dun. Then he quickly stopped nearby and, very astutely, knelt on the ground to apologize and admit his mistake. At this moment, Xiahou Dun gave a happy smile. This guy changes his attitude really fast. The other guy gave a fawning, sycophantic smile. I'm very sharp when it comes to grasping the situation. To survive in this place, being sharp is a basic skill. At this moment, Xiahou Dun looked at him and continued. Ruffians in the old days were all very tough. I guess it's not like that anymore, huh? How could that be? I'm pretty tough too. I don't believe you. He didn't want to stay here anymore, so he pretended to turn and leave. The man behind him now held a weapon in his hand, looking this way with a cold gaze, and said, Believe me. Then he gripped the shovel in his hand tightly and attacked straight ahead. I told you to believe me, you son of a bitch. But as the weapon came down, it didn't hit the young man at all. Xiahou Dun had quickly leaped high, dodging the attack. From above, he looked down and said loudly, I get it. I believe you, all right? The man knew he couldn't dodge and screamed internally a few times. Damn it. At this moment, his eldest brother was extremely worried, his hands gripping his sharp sword, his mind in turmoil. Kim Tai Thuong stood there, fearfully reporting, according to the servants, the second young master has gone towards the bustling downtown area. I hope nothing happens to him. The man sitting in front of her, his gaze quickly turned cold. The sharp sword was also sheathed. Meanwhile, on Xiahou Dun's side, he was being treated to drinks by the group. He wasn't polite at all, downing one bowl after another. He sat on the bandits, shouting excitedly, Delicious! Pour me another bowl. The man in front of him heard this and was a bit troubled. That was the last bowl. But the young man on the other side didn't believe this answer at all. What? I've only just wet my throat and the wine is already gone? Hearing this, the man forced a somewhat stiff smile. My lord, You've already drunk all 9 jars. He looked over with a cold gaze and retorted, "So what?" Hearing this, the leader could only explain with a fawning smile. "We humble servants emptied our pockets to buy this fine wine and these delicious snacks. I'm not bragging about how much money was spent, just that seeing as my lord has enjoyed so much, you should be satisfied, right? Drinking too much isn't good for your health." Xiahou Dun, sitting nearby, snorted a few times. "You got a slick mouth. What are you really trying to say?" The other guy held up a large wine gourd and began to answer. "This humble one sees that my lord is already very drunk. Perhaps you shouldn't drink." Before he could finish his sentence, he was sent flying by a kick. He lay on the ground, groaning a few times in resignation. At this moment, Xiahou Dun arrogantly retorted, "Who the hell are you to lecture me?" After that, he looked at the people below and questioned loudly, "Do you want me to crush you all and pickle you in wine? You're all quite lucky to be alive. Until now, no one who dared to point a sword at me has lived to breathe like you have. If it were the old me, I would have already skewered each one of you and hung you up in the city streets." At this moment, the wine cup in his hand also slowly fell. "Oh dear!" The cup fell. "Looks like I'm really drunk." He tiredly collapsed to the ground, muttering a few words. "I'll take a nap and then drink some more." The people around were a bit bewildered by this scene. "WH, what do we do now?" "What do you mean, what do we do? Let's take this chance and run." However, a person behind them warned loudly, "Don't act rashly." The leader, who had just been kicked hard, also slowly sat up, carefully instructing, "He might be testing us. Until I can confirm whether it's real or not, all of you stay put for me." With that said, he slowly approached Xiahou Dun, carefully examining the situation, and came to a very serious conclusion. He's really dead drunk. However, he suddenly realized something was wrong. People from a Nam Kung family had quickly appeared beside them, standing there with grim faces. "You dare to touch the second young master of the Nam Kung family? Do you have a death wish?" At this moment, the sound of another person's footsteps slowly approached. The people around hurriedly turned their heads, looking behind them in utter astonishment. The guards quickly parted to make way for a young man who hadn't even entered the gate. The eldest brother had finally appeared, his expression stern, looking straight at his own little brother. A person nearby saw this and cried out in fear, "Sword Dragon!" They looked at the drunk young man lying on the ground and shouted in disbelief, "My God, that madman is the second young master of the Nam Kung family?" Their faces turned pale as a sheet, and they screamed in terror, "We're doomed." Meanwhile, Xiahou Dun behind them was still talking deliriously. "You damn, wretched immortals, how dare you turn me into this? Why not just kill me? Just you wait, I won't let you off. I will definitely." Before he could finish, his mouth was clamped shut by someone. The other guy looked fearfully at the young man standing there and explained, "Oh my, why is the young master talking such nonsense? Outsiders might think we were bullying him. I can explain the whole thing." However, the young man's gaze grew even colder, and he ordered with a grim face, "Take your filthy hand off." Seeing that expression, the leader fearfully let go at once. "Yes, of course, I'll take it off." However, his hand was quickly grabbed. Xiahou Dun, completely unaware of what was happening, gripped the man's hand and said with a laugh, "Where are you going? Let's have another drink." The man looked fearfully towards Sword Dragon, who was standing there. In just one move, he took the man down. That kick was truly chilling. A lightning-fast strike kicked the man aside, knocking him unconscious. His gaze grew even icier. "Didn't I warn you to take your hand off?" Xiahou Dun was quickly taken back. Kim Tai Thuong stood beside him, muttering a few words. "You reek of alcohol. You clearly can't hold your liquor. So why did you drink until you were this wasted?" And at this moment, the young master looked at his eldest brother and asked blankly, "Who's that guy now?" Kim Tai Thuong was extremely flustered and explained, "My heavens, you don't even recognize your own eldest brother. You're really too drunk." The more Xiahou Dun listened, the more confused he became. "I have an elder brother?" Kim Tai Thuong felt like she was about to go crazy and shouted angrily, "If you're drunk, just lie down quietly and sleep." Only after seeing his younger brother leave safely did the eldest brother begin to revert to his true nature. He looked straight ahead coldly, his eyes filled with killing intent. He said loudly to the group over there, "You dare to touch my younger brother, I will definitely punish them severely. It's just that they are so terribly wronged. That group of people are actually the ones who need to be rescued, aren't they? We are the victims." Before long, some strange noises echoed from that room. As for the troublemaker Xiahou Dun, he was sleeping like the dead, completely unaware of what had happened. Before leaving, he carefully glanced back and asked loudly, "What's that sound?" Kim Tai Thuong, who was beside him, replied, "It's the eldest young master punishing those ruffians." Afterwards, she gave a resigned smile. "They will pay a very heavy price for messing with the second young master of the Nam Kung family." The eldest young master is usually very gentle, but whenever it involves the second young master, he seems to lose all reason. Xiahou Dun, whether he understood or not, listened to those words with a drowsy gaze and didn't reply. Outside, the sky had begun to change color. Xiahou Dun was in his room, eating and drinking heartily. He put his cup down on the table and sighed in admiration. "This honey water is really sweet." Afterwards, he looked at the young woman before him and opened his mouth to ask, "What's with that look on your face?" Kim Tai Thuong, with a cold gaze, calmly replied, "What about my face?" Xiahou Dun looked at her mockingly, that look of utter dissatisfaction. "If you have something to say, just say it." She felt like she was about to explode. "Why on earth did you do that?" Xiahou Dun asked back blankly. "Do what?" Kim Tai Thuong shouted angrily. "You really don't know? Your bones have barely healed, and you've already gone out on your own and gotten dead drunk. You should think about your own body a little. You have a terminal illness that has only slightly improved. How can you be like this? Do you have any idea how many people are worried about you, young master? I'm begging you, please be a little more careful." Xiahou Dun paid no attention to her words at all, looking straight ahead with a hint of boredom. "By the way, why isn't there any spirit pill today? Have you been slacking off lately?" Hearing this, Kim Tai Thuong was so furious she yelled, "Do you think Spirit Pill is the name of the neighbor's dog or something?" Xiahou Dun, slightly confused, asked back, I know, spirit pills are a bit more expensive." Kim Tai Thuong immediately retorted with all her might, "Not just a bit. Buying a single spirit pill costs several taels of gold. A spirit medicine, like the dark spirit pill, is already hard to find, and its price has been pushed sky high." Hearing these words, Xiahou Dun thought to himself, much more expensive than before, huh? But for a family as powerful as the Nam Kung family, the greatest under heaven, to not be able to afford it is absurd. They decided not to discuss this topic anymore. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. At this moment, in a certain corner of the residence, a man was standing proudly. He slowly stepped forward and said sternly, "Report." A man in a black cloak standing under a tree behind him calmly reported, "We've received a letter from Master Tianzhong Xeong. Nothing special." He inquired about the current situation, saying that he would provide support if needed. The man here heard the answer. His eyes grew cold, and he thought carefully. "Support? I have waited and prepared for 10 years, and he still doesn't trust me." Their conversation continued. "What do you intend to do, my lord?" "I will handle it myself. Tell him not to show his face." "Any movements from the family head's side?" "There are no particular actions from the family head's side." "What is the state of the treasury?" The man in the black cloak behind him replied grimly, "Not long ago, he spent a large sum of money to buy dark spirit pills, so the treasury is now being depleted day by day. At this rate, bankruptcy is only a matter of time." "I suppose so." Hearing these words, the old man sighed inwardly, extremely displeased. 10 years of effort have all gone down the drain. The culprit who has pushed the history of the Nam Kung family to this state is that Nam Kung Hui Hung. Besides that body as fragile as porcelain, that brat also suffers from the rare disease, the 9 severed meridians. By the standards of an ordinary person, he is nothing but a waste, let alone by the standards of a martial artist. To pour the entire family's fortune into buying precious spirit medicine just to keep someone like that alive, there is nothing more wasteful. He was furious in his heart, mixing public and private affairs just for a piece of trash. Thanks to that, my supporters are growing in number. I really don't know if I should thank the old master or not. At this moment, the man in the black cloak behind him suddenly spoke up, but the second young master's behavior has been very strange lately. Hearing this, the old man quickly turned and asked, "You mean Nam Kung Hui Hung? As I reported to you before, not only has he been training persistently, but now he's also going out and getting dead drunk, having to be carried home by servants." Hearing these words, the old man coldly ordered, "No need to pay attention to someone like Nam Kung Hui Hung. Just continue to monitor the family head. As you command." He calculated silently in his heart, a cunning smile appearing on his face. A dying person's actions are erratic. Whatever, with that body of his, it wouldn't be strange if he died now. But the person he called dying was, at this moment, training with extreme seriousness. Sweat poured down like a stream, and the sound of panting echoed throughout the room. At this moment, Xiahou Dun was using a crude pole to do pull-ups in his bedroom. He finally stopped and reached out to touch his shoulder. "Luckily, my shoulder and arm didn't get dislocated today. Have I adapted this quickly? Let's see. To unblock the remaining severed meridians, I need a lot of spirit medicine more effective than the dark spirit pill. But the Nam Kung family's financial situation isn't good. This is troublesome. He slowly walked forward, thinking to himself, I originally planned to sit quietly, drink spirit medicine, and observe the effects, but that plan has been shattered. It seems the Nam Kung family status is no longer what it used to be. In any case, I need to get a full grasp of the current situation now. After that, he quickly changed his clothes and prepared to go out. If I go bother the people in the family now and ask too many questions, they'll become suspicious of my identity. So who should I ask for information? Xiahou Dun remembered something and exclaimed, "Ah, that's right." Then he walked forward very cheerfully. Isn't there the black market? The black market, an underground guild known as the Midnight Merchants. Unlike the orthodox sects, which have few intelligence gatherers and limited operational capabilities, the black market operates in the shadows, has an extremely large workforce, and has no limits. In other words, as long as there's money to be made, they're even willing to sell the Emperor's top secret information. If it's them, they should be able to provide the information I need. At this moment, a man was slowly approaching from ahead. Time rewinds a little. A man rushed in from outside, shouting, "Brother, have you heard the news?" Nam Kung Chuan Kwa was sitting there reading a book. He calmly asked, "What is it?" The man who just entered said loudly, "I heard that piece of trash got dead drunk and passed out on the street." Nam Kung Chuan Kwa, sitting there, calmly asked back, "Who is this piece of trash?" Nam Kung Tiu Ni started gesturing wildly. "Brother, you really don't know?" "In our Nam Kung family. Who else could it be besides that Nam Kung Hui Hung? And what's even funnier, that guy's been going in and out of the armory lately and has started exercising. He can't even hold chopstick steady, but wants to hold a sword. That sickly guy has been making a fool of himself lately." Nam Kung Chuan Kwa angrily slammed the book in front of him shut. "What is it you're trying to say?" Nam Kung Tiu Ni, on the other side, said resentfully, "The amount of spirit medicine that guy has swallowed over the past period, if it were given to us brothers. If so, we might have already ranked among the 10 great masters. Just because he's the family head's son, he gets to enjoy such privileges. I've long found him an eyesore. He thinks he can act recklessly just because he's a little stronger, which makes him even more of an eyesore to me." Nam Kung Chuan Kwa sat there and said sternly, "That kind of person is not worth our time, brother. Don't make a fuss over such trivial matters. Have some dignity." But Nam Kung Tiu Ni didn't listen at all, shouting angrily, "I'm dying of curiosity. I have to see for myself what that guy is like now." Before he left, his older brother carefully warned him, "Just observe, don't cause trouble." At this moment, he had walked up to Xiahou Dun and gave him a hard shove. Seeing his disrespectful attitude, Xiahou Dun was naturally very annoyed and turned his head to look back. Nam Kung Tiu Ni, as if satisfied, asked loudly in an impatient tone, "Are you calling me?" At this, Xiahou Dun, who was sitting on the ground, stood up and shouted, "When you bump into someone, you should apologize. What's the meaning of playing dumb and just walking away?" But the other guy was extremely defiant. "What if I say no? What do you do to me?" Xiahou Dun looked at him and said, "I'm not the type to ignore someone who is rude. You haven't apologized, so apologize, then you can go wherever you want." The corner of the other guy's mouth just curled into an arrogant smile. "You little brat, are you tired of living?" Xiahou Dun replied without a trace of fear, "If you continue to be disrespectful." His eyes stared coldly ahead as he warned, "You will vomit blood." Nam Kung Tiu Ni, standing on the other side, saw his attitude and swung his fist in anger. "You lunatic!" The moment the words left his mouth, a lightning-fast punch flew straight into his face. That guy clutched one side of his cheek in complete disbelief. Another punch flew out, leaving the opponent no time to react. After that, he was completely unable to fight back and could only be dealt with at will, letting out a few miserable screams. Xiahou Dun lectured him while hitting him. "I told you to apologize, so just apologize. What's with all the nonsense?" Then he was thrown aside by Xiahou Dun, screaming a few times, "Stop." Xiahou Dun looked down from above and said arrogantly, "Dealing with unruly people like you requires teaching you a lesson to knock some sense into you." After speaking, he quickly turned to leave. "Watch yourself from now on." The man behind him, furious and wanting revenge, this useless bastard, he pulled a sword from his robes and charged forward. "I'll kill you." But before he could even get close, Xiahou Dun sent him flying with a kick. The guy hadn't expected this at all and screamed in pain. Immediately after, he was kicked away without any power to resist, crashing into a high wall in the distance. The guy fell sprawled on the ground miserably. Xiahou Dun stood there and said calmly, "You call yourself part of an orthodox sect, yet you sneak attack from behind? Are you really from a Nam Kung family?" His expression quickly changed. That's right, it was like this before too. When it comes to betrayal and sneak attacks, there's no distinction between orthodox and unorthodox sections. He slowly walked over, squatted down, and said a few words. You should see who your opponent is before you make a move. Why be so arrogant as to court death like this? He reached out and gently touched the opponent's bruised face. However, Xiahou Dun couldn't remember who this bastard in front of him was at all, his face filled with doubt and mockery. At this moment, the scenery outside was truly peaceful and fresh. A young boy was happily receiving his food. Here you go. Thank you. The little boy opened his mouth wide, preparing to eat the bun in front of him. In the blink of an eye, the bun had completely disappeared. The little boy had no idea why, only knowing to shout loudly, "My bun!" Xiahou Dun paid no mind to such matters, munching on the bun while looking around. Where should I go to find the black market? He slowly walked along the main road. It seemed they used to always be in some corner. Then he noticed a strange door. His cold gaze turned toward a certain place, seeing an eye with a peculiar shape drawn on the wall. This is the place. Then he laughed heartily. No matter how much time has passed, they still stick to their old habits, huh? Inside, a man was clacking away on an abacus, calculating something. He seemed very bored, muttering a few words. This month's income is nothing special. Just then, a voice called in from outside. Is this the black market? Xiahou Dun leisurely walked in from outside and asked, shouldn't you clean this place up? It looks no different from the beggar's sect. Seeing him enter, the man asked in astonishment, who are you? How did you know the way in here? Xiahou Dun completely ignored the other person, instead reaching his hand towards the wall, thinking carefully. Is this the spot? The man over here shouted angrily, hey, didn't you hear what I said? Then, Xiahou Dun just gently touched the wall, and very quickly, he hit the mechanism of some secret chamber. The door to the side immediately opened. Bullseye. The other person couldn't believe it. How could he find the entrance to the secret storage warehouse in such a short time? Who on earth was that guy? Xiahou Dun smiled and looked over. The door is open now. Wouldn't it be better for us to talk inside? The other man grabbed the great saber beside him, preparing to attack. Back off. Not just anyone can enter that place. Xiahou Dun then calmly asked, do I look like an ordinary person to you? Not really. Xiahou Dun shrugged, smiling cheerfully as he said, good thing you said that. The other man quickly raised his saber and charged forward to attack. I think you look more like a corpse about to hit the ground, you bastard. After that, a few loud sounds of a scuffle quickly echoed in the room. Xiahou Dun calmly looked ahead, a little displeased. I try to be nice to you lot, and you take a mile when given an inch, don't you? It's all your fault. You made me sprain my wrist. After being beaten up, the guy finally became obedient, saying he was wrong in a trembling voice. Xiahou Dun turned and left the place. Quite a haul, huh? All of this stuff is stolen, isn't it? The man kneeling on the ground hurriedly replied in a trembling voice, no, it's not, my lord. It was all legally bought and sold by us. Xiahou Dun turned his head back in surprise. What? Seeing the threatening look on his face, the other man immediately replied in fear, it's stolen goods. He felt he could no longer talk to this god of death. So he asked fearfully, by the way, what business does the young master have here? Don't worry, I have no interest in that stolen stuff. What I need is intelligence. Hearing this, the man asked again in fear, what kind of intelligence are you referring to, sir? Xiahou Dun replied coldly, the history of the past 70 years, including the demonic path of the blood sword. A mouse outside seemed to want to join their conversation as well. The inner door slowly opened, and Xiahou Dun walked out, his expression terrifyingly grim. He looked up at the sky and shouted a few times, I'm speechless. Who was the one who finished off the demonic path of the blood sword? It was the martial god, Lord Tien Du Kim. Wasn't it Dugu Xiubai Xiahou Dun? The other person thought for a moment, then replied, absolutely not. Seeing the other person hesitate, Xiahou Dun changed the question. All right, tell me more about the demonic path of the blood sword first. With the fate of the martial world at stake, a brutal war between the righteous and demonic paths broke out under the leadership of the great hero Tien Du Kim of the Zhongtian Alliance. After a month-long bloody battle, the righteous path emerged victorious, all thanks to the passionate fighting of the great hero Tien Du Kim. Xiahou Dun, who had directly participated in that battle, felt a little uncomfortable. It was clearly 7 days. Where did 1 month come from? You continue. The other person continued. Although the demonic path was wiped out, its leader was truly a monster. He was able to single-handedly withstand the joint attack of the Spear King and the Fist King, 2 of the 10 great masters, with strength comparable to the martial god. The more Xiahou Dun listened, the more confused he became. It wasn't like that at all. They were the ones who backstabbed me. What was the title of the demonic path's leader? It was the heavenly demon. Wasn't it the demonic lord? The demonic lord was one of the 4 great demonic sects. He was already beheaded by the 10 great masters. So what was the heavenly demon's real name after all? It was Xiahou Dun, the heavenly demon Xiahou Dun. Xiahou Dun walked down the street. The more he thought, the less he understood. There should be a limit to making things up. I'm truly at a loss for words. Tien Du Kim, the bastard who instigated the 9 great sects and the 5 great families to backstab me, became a hero while I suddenly became a demonic leader. The story of the Fist King and the Spear King's sudden attack was also distorted. Nam Kung Chiu Ni hearing this, he roared in anger. You shameless, thick-skinned thing, you still dare to lie? Xiahou Dun once again began to display his acting talent. Father, I swear, I never touched a single hair on my cousin. Next, that family head began to explain. Brother, things have come to this. It seems this child isn't lying. Could it be that Nam Kung Chiu Ni was seriously injured while practicing martial arts? Hearing this, the man on this side roared in anger. For the family head to say that, isn't it the same as saying our Nam Kung Chiu Ni is making things up? Then, that family head pointed at his beloved son and said, I didn't mean that. But think about it, elder brother. How could a child with a body weaker than an ordinary person injure a martial artist like Nam Kung Chiu Ni? I heard he just recovered his health and is even cultivating martial arts. The family head on this side calmly replied, he has always been half dead, only waking up over a month ago, his mind drifting in and out of consciousness. Even if he learned martial arts, there's no way he could be a match for your Nam Kung Chiu Ni. The man turned his head to look at his young son. Could it be that you made it all up? But the boy immediately shook his head. The elder brother, who had been standing silently to the side all along, suddenly prepared to draw his sword. I believe my younger brother is telling the truth. Nam Kung Chuan Kwa said with an extremely serious expression. Although Nam Kung Chiu Ni is still a child who doesn't understand things and always does as he pleases, I believe he would not lie. The family head looked straight ahead coldly. Nam Kung Di Kung then also stepped forward, his expression stern. As for me, I believe my younger brother's words. The two confronted each other, neither willing to back down, creating a very strange situation. They stood facing each other, seemingly ready to lunge at the other at any moment. Xiahou Dun stood there, a corner of his mouth curling into an amused smile. The situation is getting interesting. If those two were to fight, who would win? Just then, the man beside them hurriedly shouted, Insolent! You two are in front of the family head. Don't act rashly. The family head behind them was completely surprised that the other party would step forward like that. Nam Kung Chuan Kwa sighed, slowly stepped forward, and bowed respectfully. Lord Family Head, it was because I was momentarily emotional. I apologize to you. The family head did not scold him, but instead replied with a gentle smile. It's all right. It's not like I don't understand the passion of youth. Nam Kung Chuan Kwa did not look the other person in the eye from beginning to end. Thank you for your magnanimity, my lord. Nam Kung Di Kung then also had no choice but to bow his head. Uncle, I apologize for causing a disturbance. Xiahou Dun stood there witnessing this scene, not feeling happy at all. That old man suddenly barged in and ruined the fun. How boring. The good show is over. Just then, the other person's cold gaze quickly shot in this direction. The man walked angrily this way, asking loudly, Aren't you the cause of this commotion? Then he said loudly with a threatening expression, I'll ask you one last time, did you injure Nam Kung Chiu Ni? Standing before him, Xiahou Dun suddenly called out, Uncle. The old man's expression changed quickly. Do you want to know the truth? Just look at that face of his. The old man replied sternly, Tell the truth. Under everyone's scrutinizing gaze, Xiahou Dun smiled nonchalantly. The truth is, as he finished speaking, before everyone's eyes, he suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood, his whole body collapsing to the ground, coughing painfully a few times. The people nearby saw this, and all ran over worriedly. Oh my god, second young master. Kim Tai Thuong walked over worriedly. I thought you had gotten better recently. I didn't expect a relapse. Kim Tai Thuong, he pointed forward and asked in a trembling voice, Do you see it? See what? Look at the blood rainbow made from my blood. A small rainbow had indeed appeared in front of them. Hearing this, Kim Tai Thuong, who was standing beside him, shouted angrily, Now is not the time to be looking at rainbows. At this moment, his beloved father behind him loudly ordered everyone, Quickly help Hui Hung back to his room. I'll go find a doctor. Yes, my lord. He was quickly helped away by her. The people behind watched that departing figure intently. Seeing the frail young man cough a few times, they felt extremely worried. How did it turn out like this? In the end, when they saw the two over there playing a game of finding rainbows, they felt a wave of helplessness. the rainbow appeared again. Kim Tai Thuong shouted angrily from behind. The family head stood in front, his voice trembling, filled with indignation. He turned back to look with a judgmental gaze. "Elder brother, you've seen it all clearly, haven't you?" He pointed at his foolish son and said loudly, "Such a sickly and weak child. And you say he did something to your nom, Kung Chuni? If you have a mouth, say something." The other party indeed felt a bit awkward in this situation. Although he was unwilling in his heart, the old man still had to look at his injured son and speak. "Lord Family Head, Nam Kung Chuni's condition is not very good either. As for what's right and wrong, let's talk about it later." Nam Kung Chuni, wrapped in bandages on the other side, calmly replied, "I'm fine." But before he could finish his words, his father shot him an angry glare. "I will be in great pain." "No, that's right, I have to be in pain." The words quickly changed afterwards. It seems to have suddenly started hurting. Afterwards, although they were unwilling, they still had to turn and leave. "Let's go, father." Nam Kung Chiu Ni was truly unwilling in his heart, his eyes welling with tears, on the verge of crying. "Father, I'm so furious." The father behind him naturally doted on his son, carefully comforting him. "Just bear with it, son. The day of revenge is not far off." As he said this, his expression was extremely serious. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiahou Dun was being helped away. After walking a short distance, he calmly stood up straight, looking completely at ease. Then he gently pushed the fool supporting him to one side. "That's enough, move aside now." Kim Tai Thuong saw this scene and truly couldn't believe it. "Weren't you sick?" He coughed lightly a few times. "It's nothing, I was just putting on a little act." The girl beside him saw his attitude and exclaimed in surprise, "You scared me to death. Why would you do that?" Xiahou Dun stood there and replied calmly, "Because I couldn't be bothered to argue with that crowd. Thanks to my exquisite acting skills, everything ended perfectly, didn't it?" She was extremely worried and patted his face. Young Master's personality seems to be getting stranger and stranger. "Haven't you been acting abnormally since that high fever last month?" Xiahou Dun then roared in anger. "Stop talking nonsense. Give me a decent sword." Kim Tai Thuong was a little surprised to hear he needed a sword. A sword? Afterwards, his dear family held a small meeting. The old father asked loudly, worried about his foolish son, "How is Hui Hung's condition?" Nam Kung Di Kung sat there and replied calmly, "He is very well." Hearing this, he asked with some confusion, "He vomited so much blood and he's still well?" Nam Kung Di Kung lifted the teacup in front of him, took a sip, and replied, "According to Kim Tai Thuong, he was putting on an act in front of us." Hearing this, he was extremely shocked. So, the matter of Hui Hung hitting Nam Kung Chuni is true? What do you think of this matter? Nam Kung Di Kung looked up and replied, "This matter is hard to judge. That's true. Even if he practices martial arts, with a body like that, it wouldn't be easy to surpass Nam Kung Chuni in a short time. If what elder brother said is true, I'm afraid Hui Hung is a once-in-a-millennium genius." The young man sitting opposite side, a little resigned. "I, for one, hope it's true." Of course, the old father also very much wished for this to be true. Me too. In a forest near the Nam Kung estate, Xiahou Dun finally found the place he was looking for. He calmly looked around. No one should have seen me. The dense trees really make one feel refreshed. Xiahou Dun quickly entered a state of cultivation. "If I use the heavenly silkworm threads, my wrists should be able to bear it." Looking at his bandaged hands, he was overjoyed. "Excellent. Wrapped like this, it's perfectly secure." He held the small sword in his hand, moving it gently a few times. "Let's see." He looked forward and couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "So heavy. Without the heavenly silkworm threads, I'm afraid I wouldn't last long." Then, as he remembered the other two young men in the family, his gaze turned colder. "As I am now, I'm still no match for either of those two. So now is not the time to be complacent just because I subdued Nam Kung Chuni or some street thugs. I don't need to worry about that fabricated history anymore. I must deal with the urgent matter at hand." Next, he used his skillful hands to gently twirl the sword's tip a few times. The movement's incredibly proficient, a testament to the decades of cultivation in his past life. At this moment, the nearby leaves were also quickly drawn into the attack. Xiahou Dun quickly used this sword, lightly tracing several sharp arcs of swordlight, slicing all the nearby leaves in half. His expression was extremely solemn as he stared straight ahead. "Right now, the only way is to cultivate. At the very least, I need to recover 30% of my former power." At this moment, a few trees in the forest truly met with disaster, being cut down by a few light sword techniques from him. I've doubled the power of the Azure Heaven Underworld King art. This month of life and death cultivation was not in vain after all. At this moment, the sword in his hand thrust forward with extreme sharpness. On the other side were several towering trees, yet in an instant, they were all sliced in two. The giant trunks slowly fell, a truly tragic sight. Xiao Dun gripped the sword in his hand, panting wearily. Is this all I've achieved? The road ahead is still long. Is it because this weapon isn't suitable for me? He pondered carefully again. As the second young master of the Nam Kung family, I can't use a saber. I must adapt the Nam Kung family's sword techniques, and then create a martial art suitable for this body. Let's try the 13 Thunders of Lightning Flash. I need to change it a bit to make the moves faster. Concentrate all scattered power into a single strike. He could quickly use his power to unleash mighty techniques. His eyes stared coldly ahead, minimizing all unnecessary moves. Then, descending from the sky, he struck with several powerful, thunderous blows. This one strike sent countless trees in the forest flying. His back slowly emerged from the thick dust cloud. Xiao Dun coughed dryly a few times. It seems passable for now. I've reduced the number of moves to 3, so I can't call it the 13 Thunders of Lightning Flash anymore. Then let's call it the 3 Thunders Sword Art. To master the 3 Thunders Sword Art, it would probably take about a month, right? No, I must shorten it to half a month. But I also have to combine it with footwork practice. Should I add more time? He slowly walked forward, feeling a bit weary in his heart. I, the great invincible under heaven, Dugu Chiobai, have to nitpick over such trivial matters? Starting to practice something that's no different from a child's toy, it's truly a blow to my pride. Soon, it was afternoon, and he returned to his residence. Somewhere a voice was heard. Father, did you call for me? A man surrounded by ledgers was carefully cross-referencing everything and replied, wait for me a moment. He kept looking at the ledgers in front of him, seeming to be intensely focused on something. Finally, he threw the abacus on the table and let out a weary sigh. Kim Tai Thuong, standing on this side, saw the scene and asked, Father, are you done with your work? The man on the other side replied wearily, the capital turnover for the sword hall. The capital shortage problem is giving me a splitting headache. The immediate crisis has passed, but I don't know how we'll manage next month. Kim Tai Thuong was extremely worried. Is the situation that bad now, Father? The man in front of her smiled and replied seriously. As for managing the money, I will find a way to solve it, so you don't need to worry. Come have a cup of tea with me. Afterwards, the father and daughter had a small talk. I called you here because of young Master Hui Hung. I heard that young Master Hui Hung is very different from before. What do you think? You're the one closest to him, so you must know best. Hearing this, Kim Tai Thuong replied, a little shyly. Compared to a month and a half ago, the young master seems to have become a different person, both mentally and physically. Her father opposite her continued to press seriously. Is it true that he has gotten healthier? Actually, even now, Kim Tai Thuong still had doubts in her heart. In the end, having no other choice, she had to report the truth. His health has indeed improved a lot, but because he overexerts himself in training, he still falls ill from time to time. The person opposite her quickly replied, excellent, so the rumors are true. Is he still taking the spirit pills on time? Hearing this, Kim Tai Thuong smiled and said, it's not just on time anymore, he's gone crazy for spirit pills. He might as well be possessed by a pill demon. It seemed the man in front of her didn't quite believe these things. Is that so? At this moment, Kim Tai Thuong's gaze suddenly changed, and she spoke up. Father, did you call me here because of the spirit pills? The other person also looked up upon hearing this. Kim Tai Thuong then smiled and continued. Because of the expensive spirit pills, the family's finances are in difficulty. So it would be good if we could reduce the cost a little. That's what you wanted to say, right, Father? The man in front of her had to admit helplessly. To be honest, I really do want that. But once the family head has made a decision, it's hard to change. So I can't act on my own. If that's the case, I will see what I can do. If you can, I would be eternally grateful. Kim Tai Thuong smiled and said, I will do my best, but I can't make any promises. However, he showed a determined expression. I'm counting on you. Then, the man continued, a martial arts family should, by right, only care about martial arts. But to maintain and develop the family, money is also needed. People like us have to work our fingers to the bone to ensure the family's finances are stable. Kim Tai Thuong quickly bowed her head and replied, your daughter will remember father's teachings. Before she left, a voice suddenly called out from behind. Kim Tai Thuong, do you find it difficult? The atmosphere of the conversation between the two seemed to freeze. A faint smile appeared at the corner of her lips. Then, with an extremely serious expression, she replied, it is difficult, but I can bear it. That night, Xiahou Dun returned to his room and couldn't help but cry out. It's torn open again. His hands were now soaked in blood, seeping through the bandages. He sat there, skillfully re-bandaging the wound. To master the Three Thunders sword art, I still need to practice much more. But this body just won't listen. Xiahou Dun called out loudly from his room. Kim Tai Thuong, haven't you brought the spirit pills yet? He was a little impatient, opening the door to go look for her. What did she run off to again? I just need to chew 2 spirit pills to be able to train with peace of mind. He gripped the sword on his back with both hands, looking around warily. There's no other way. I'll just have to train first and eat them later. At this moment, he recalled the words of the man in the black market. Because too much wealth was spent on the second young master, that family's financial situation fell into crisis. He felt a little annoyed in his heart. Even so, can't they even afford a single spirit pill? He then walked up to a strange door. In the end, with no other choice, he had to turn his head and look around. Maybe I won't go far today. I'll just practice here in the second courtyard. He drew his sword from its sheath and carefully practiced a few moves. Then he let out a loud cry, but the tip of his sword fell to the ground, and his whole body was completely unsteady. His heart was filled with confusion and exhaustion, finding it incredibly hard to understand. It seemed his physical condition was particularly poor today. He dragged his sword into the room, feeling a bit weary. He decided to rest first and wait for Kim Tai Thuong to bring the spirit pills before thinking further. At the same time, from a high vantage point, a man was intently observing his every move. The door to the room quickly closed. A faint, amused smile appeared at the corner of the man's mouth. Nothing special after all. Xiahou Dun, inside the room, had of course also seen the other man's figure. A bold little mouse has crawled all the way here. He couldn't help but think. Strange, why is someone from the Nam Kung family following me? Is it an order from the family head? He decided not to overthink it and entered the room. It must be the family head's order. After all, his love for his son is so incurable it gives one goosebumps. Meanwhile, the other man quickly went to report this matter to his superior. Is he practicing martial arts? The man found Nam Kung Ba's room and carefully reported, but his skill level is unbearably pathetic, both clumsy and awkward, unlike anything I've ever seen. The man was sitting there, carefully cleaning his sword, and replied, he suffers from the 9 sever meridians, so naturally, he has his limits. The man in the black robe beside him continued. Although he's a bit healthier than expected, it seems he's still not at a level we need to be wary of. Nam Kung Ba sat there and spoke calmly. Was Nam Kung Chiu Ni just careless for a moment to get beaten into that state? How could someone like him be beaten to such an extent by that idiot Nam Kung Hui Hung? What a fool. If only he were a quarter as good as his brother. The man in the black cloak spoke up. Do we need to continue monitoring Nam Kung Hui Hung, sir? No need. It's enough that I know the reason. With a very solemn expression, the old man slowly stood up, because now is the time for us to focus on the grand cause. Hearing this, the person beside him asked in surprise, are you really planning to make a move? Isn't it too soon? A cruel and cunning glint flashed in the old man's eyes. On the other hand, think now is the most opportune time to strike. The seeds have been sown, and it's time for the harvest. In the forest, the trees were lush with dense branches and leaves. The air in that forest was fresh, very suitable for cultivation. But just then, a streak of light suddenly flashed within the woods. A loud explosion echoed from the forest, making the surrounding air turbid. Xiahou Dun stood there, his hand gripping his sword tightly, his expression extremely solemn. He had felled all the nearby trees. His strong figure stood tall and imposing. But that very moment, he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Xiahou Dun clutched his mouth, which was bleeding incessantly, feeling a bit weary in his heart. Damn it, his whole body felt incredibly weak. The sword in his hand was thrust hard into the ground. The symptoms appeared immediately after just a little overexertion. The road ahead is still long. What can be done with this sickly body? Practicing with these lifeless logs isn't interesting at all. There needs to be fresh blood and screams of agony to make it exciting. Xiahou Dun strode forward in frustration. The good days will surely come. It's better to go back and eat a bellyful of spirit pills. Just as he returned, he heard a loud call from behind. Second young master. Kim Tai Thuong rushed over as soon as she saw him. But Xiahou Dun was very displeased and roared. Just the person I was looking for. When I was looking for you, you were nowhere to be found. Why show up only now? Hurry and bring me the spirit pills, double the amount. Kim Tai Thuong quickly changed the subject. Now is not the time for the young master to be demanding spirit pills. Something big has happened, but the young man on the other side still didn't realize the gravity of the situation. It's the same every day, always saying something big has happened over the slightest thing. Was it this time? Kim Tai Thuong then shouted angrily. An elders' meeting was just convened, and they're discussing the possible deposal of the master from his position as family head. Hearing this, Xiahou Dun replied very calmly, "Is that so? But what does that have to do with me?" The person opposite him couldn't believe his attitude. But he just waved his hand dismissively and replied, "Life has its ups and downs. Clinging to a position will only tire us out." Why does that sound like my own story? Kim Tai Thuong on this side was very unhappy, shouting angrily, "Why do you say it like it's someone else's business? The master is your father." She then seriously explained the severity of the problem. "The reason a master is in this situation is all because of you, young master. In order to buy spirit pills for you to use, he squandered the family's assets, which led to today's situation. Haven't you considered, young master, that once the master is deposed, the supply of spirit pills you're so crazy about will also be cut off?" Only then did Xiahou Dun reply seriously, "That won't do." So you only realize the seriousness of the problem now. The young man who, just a moment ago, was full of bravado, saying it had nothing to do with him, immediately had a change of expression to one of seriousness and rushed off. "I have to stop that from happening." Kim Tai Thuong from behind hurriedly stopped him, pointing in a direction. "Not that way, this way, this way." At this time, the family meeting had already begun. An angry roar echoed as the family head, "Where's your sense of responsibility? We can no longer squander the family's assets." Family head, "Do you know how much money you have spent to treat Nam Kung Hui Hung? Over 1,000,000 taels of gold. I cannot sit by and watch the family go bankrupt." Nam Kung Jong Tru sat there and replied with some guilt, "I did it only to cure Hui Hung." The old man beside him quickly continued. This person was the great elder of the Nam Kung family, Nam Kung Miakin. Family head, now is not the time for you to be stubborn. If you don't give up on treating Nam Kung Hui Hung, your position as family head may be revoked. Nam Kung Jong Tru sat there and slowly replied, "In that case, I am willing to renounce the position of family head." As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately stunned the elders on the other side. Nam Kung Jong Tru continued with great solemnity, "If I can't even protect my own son, how can I bear the responsibility for the more than 2,000 members of our family?" And his precious son, at this moment, was still lost. Completely lost. "Damn it, I forgot the way." The great elder on the other side, hearing these words, roared in anger. "Do you truly mean what you say?" The others also quickly spoke up to criticize. "I didn't expect you to act like this." Nam Kung Jong Tru remained there, replying with great solemnity, "As long as I can save my son, I am willing to renounce the position of family head without any regret. However, I hope you can all understand and allow me to continue treating my son." But just then, Nam Kung Ba at the side suddenly let out an angry shout, startling everyone. "How despicable!" He declared coldly. "You can't just evade your responsibilities by saying you'll renounce the position of family head. Is that not called evasion, rather than taking responsibility?" Nam Kung Jiang Chu Zi Do. "Then what will my elder brother have me do to be satisfied?" Nam Kung Ba sat there and replied calmly, "Even if we have to use the Hall of Law Enforcement, we must reinvestigate everything from the past 20 years to clarify any inconsistencies." Hearing this, the elders hurriedly offered their opinions. Isn't this solution a bit too much? To doubt the family head's years of contribution is truly excessive. How is doing this any different from insulting him? Nam Kung Ba on the other side shouted angrily. The elders may think this action is a bit heartless, but I don't think so. Because the family head didn't just squander the family's assets for his own flesh and blood. Nam Kung Jong Tru sat there and shouted with some anger, "Elder brother." The great elder nearby also hurriedly interjected, "You say the money wasn't just used to treat Nam Kung Hui Hung? Can you prove it?" Hearing this, Nam Kung Ba let out a faint, sinister smile. "Of course I can." Then he quickly announced loudly, "Someone with a body as fragile as porcelain, suffering from the 19 severed meridians, is now practicing martial arts. And he's also addicted to alcohol. Does that seem reasonable to you?" Hearing this, the surrounding people all cried out in shock. "What did you say? Is this true?" Nam Kung Hui Hung's constitution absolutely cannot handle martial arts. much less alcohol. Are you implying that his illness has been completely cured, but the family head continues to pour money into it? Nam Kung Ba stood there and continued, Family head, did you really use that money to treat Nam Kung Hui Hung? Or did you divert that money elsewhere? Nam Kung Jong Tru was completely caught off guard by this, because even he himself didn't know what his son's situation was. Just then, the door to the meeting room was suddenly pushed open. They all looked towards it in surprise. Xiahou Dun stood there, a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, and asked, Is there a problem with that? Seeing his foolish son appear, Nam Kung Jong Tru immediately roared in anger. What are you doing here? This is a place where the family elders are in discussion, not a place for a junior like you to interfere. Get out now. Nam Kung Ba stood there, and upon seeing him, it was as if he saw delicious prey delivering itself to his doorstep. No, this is actually good. The person in question has arrived, so hearing his explanation directly might be better. Xiahou Dun grinned cheerfully. Your nephew is extremely grateful to Uncle for giving me this chance to explain. I'm so moved I'm about to cry. The man over there completely ignored the nonsense and walked straight forward. I'll get straight to the point. Is your 9 severed meridians condition completely cured? Xiahou Dun was now extremely proud, saying cheerfully, Although it's not completely cured, my body is much better. As long as I continue to use spirit pills, I feel I'll get stronger and stronger. Moreover, I'm also practicing martial arts diligently. The elders there were extremely shocked, blurting out a few words. Nam Kung Hui Hung, yes Nam Kung Hui Hung zili pati sing ma soat. This is truly earth-shattering news. Nam Kung Ba then said calmly, I'm very happy to hear that your health is improving. But this is a martial arts family, and the amount of money spent on your spirit pills during this time is enough for our family to build another elite army. For the sake of our family, what do you think about giving up the spirit pills? However, he replied with great arrogance, I don't want to. Hearing this, Nam Kung Ba stood there and roared in anger. What? Xiahou Dun just smiled cheerfully and replied, Uncle is very disappointed, aren't you? Because even with spirit pills, I'm still just a mediocre person, right? But I don't think so. The man over there heard that and angrily replied, getting cocky just because you've learned a little bit of martial arts? Even so, you're level. Before he could finish, Xiahou Dun cheerfully smiled and replied, How about we have a martial arts match? Hearing this, Nam Kung Ba's eyes widened in astonishment. Are you serious? Xiahou Dun shrugged and calmly replied, As long as I can prove through a match that my use of spirit pills wasn't in vain, that should be enough, shouldn't it? Nam Kung Ba showed great interest in this proposal. Who do you plan to choose as your opponent? How about my gatekeeper? Xiahou Dun, maintaining his calm demeanor, replied, Your eldest son. When we met last time, I saw that he was very strong. This statement immediately left the man over there stunned in amazement. His expression instantly became one of disbelief. Hearing this, the man in front of him broke into an excited smile. Truly hopelessly foolish. This is no different from walking right into a tiger's mouth. Xiahou Dun, standing there, chuckled and asked back, What are you smiling about, Uncle? Are you forcing a laugh because you're feeling guilty? If this is too difficult for you, feel free to back out yourself. The old man calmly replied, Truly worthy of being the flesh and blood of a martial arts family, your spirit is sky high. I accept your proposal. Nam Kung Jong Tru, standing beside them, immediately spoke up, Elder brother, please stop. How can you take the words of an immature child seriously? I already said I would take responsibility, didn't I? However, with such a juicy bait to bring them down laid out before him, how could Nam Kung Ba let it go? He turned his head and calmly replied to the family head, This is not a place for careless talk. This is the elders' council hall. Every word spoken is worth its weight in gold. The family head stood there, his heart filled with endless worry. But Nam Kung Ba, on the other side, quickly used his talent for manipulating people to sway public opinion. What do you elders think? For the descendants of a martial arts family to use a match to determine right from wrong, isn't that a matter of course? That's right. Although he is no match for Nam Kung Chuan Kwa, a true man's word is his bond, and what is said cannot be unsaid. There's no other way. Nam Kung Jong Tru on this side angrily shouted, You all clearly know Hui Hung's condition. Why are you being so unreasonable? Nam Kung Ba on the other side was still extremely excited. If no one has any other opinions, then at dawn tomorrow, my son, Nam Kung Chuan Kwa, will have a match with Nam Kung Hui Hung. The young man now seemed to have achieved his goal, a happy smile appearing on his face. In return, if I win, from now on, please don't interfere in my father's and my affairs anymore, Uncle. Hearing this, the old man smirked and quickly agreed. After all, he would never in his wildest dreams imagine that this piece of trash could defeat his precious son. So be it. But if you lose, then be prepared, and that includes your father. Soon after, the council meeting was dismissed. Walking on the stone-paved path ahead, the person in the lead suddenly stopped. Nam Kung Jong Tru was completely distraught, unable to stop himself from letting out a few weary sighs. "Oh heavens, why have you given me such a great trial?" He was furious, pointing at his foolish son and yelling a few words. "Do you have any idea what trouble you just caused?" But Xiahou Dun just calmly smiled and replied, "Of course I know. I proposed using a match to solve the problem." But his old father couldn't be happy at all. Still talking back? He really couldn't understand, wearily holding his head. This kid's body seems to have gotten better, but his mind has gotten worse. Really? Suddenly, the foolish son in front of him called out, "Father." He clutched his stomach and said sheepishly, "I'm hungry." That evening, in the residence, Kim Tai Thuong stared blankly at her young master, eating so heartily, not knowing how to react. Then, their strange conversation began again. "Why the long face? As if you're at a funeral." Kim Tai Thuong really couldn't understand where this fool got the courage to say those words. "Where did you get the nerve to make such a proposal?" Xiahou Dun calmly asked back, "Are you talking about the match?" The person sitting opposite him saw this and immediately shouted angrily, "After all this time, you've finally recovered your body to this state. Why are you pushing yourself to your death? Are you doing this because you want to die, young master?" Xiahou Dun then very seriously picked up the teacup beside him and leisurely replied, "The more I listen, the more annoying it gets. You talk as if I'm guaranteed to lose." Kim Tai Thuong replied with a serious face, "That's a given. Things have come to this. You should be thinking about how to come back in one piece instead." The wine cup over there was slammed down on the table. "Stop worrying about nonsense. Hurry up and give me the spirit pills." Kim Tai Thuong was desperately holding onto the pill box in her hands. "Young master, you just had one, didn't you? I'll give you this next week." But the young man in front of her replied furiously, "Stop dawdling. Give it here. I'm having this match for the spirit pills, and now you're being stingy with me over this? Does this look right to you? Do you want to get beaten up before you hand it over, or will you be a little more cooperative? How about you take it tomorrow, since it looks like you'll definitely need it then?" Meanwhile, in another part of the residence, his dear father was anxiously talking with his eldest son. "Ishiong, I have something to ask of you. This match isn't just a contest of martial arts. It's a matter of life and death, so I don't know how things will turn out." Therefore, before he could finish, the son, being very understanding, calmly continued, "If I see that Hui Hung is in danger of being injured, I will rush in." At the same time, Nam Kung Ba and his son were also having a small chat. "Although there's no way you can lose, you absolutely must not be careless." The young man standing there quickly replied, "I will be like a fierce tiger pouncing on its prey, using my full strength." And this old father, seeing his eldest son being so reliable, felt a bit of joy in his heart. "All right, I trust you." That night, the two factions of the Nam Kung family seemed to have reached their own separate agreements. Both sons were resolute in carrying out what they had been instructed. Only the fool in the story was completely unaware of what had happened, sleeping soundly. "Protect Hui Hung at all costs. I must make that brat Nam Kung Hui Hung utterly miserable." "I will do so, father." The next morning, the sun rose high, signaling the start of a tense martial arts match. A large crowd had gathered here since early morning to watch. They chattered excitedly, extremely thrilled to live to this day and unexpectedly get to see young Master Nam Kung Hui Hung in a match. This is no different from a fight with a foregone conclusion. It's mainly just to see how quickly it ends. There's nothing worth betting on. Nam Kung Jong Tru's gaze was extremely calm at this moment, looking straight ahead, and his elder brother was no less tense. Nam Kung Chuan Kwa suddenly spoke up to start a conversation. "I'll let you make the first move. Feel free to show what you've got." Hearing this, Xiahou Dun's lips curved into a confident smile. "Is that so? Then I won't be polite." His opponent's gaze quickly turned cold, then looked straight at the person standing behind. "My real opponent is you, Nam Kung Ishiong. I hope we can fight next time." Xiahou Dun stood there, seeing that fiery gaze, and couldn't feel happy at all. "Why do I feel so seriously looked down upon? Why am I being treated like thin air?" At this moment, Nam Kung Jong Tru, standing there, shouted a signal. The match officially begins. But just as the shout ended, everyone present was stunned in astonishment. Nam Kung Ba absolutely could not believe what he was seeing. The elders beside him had, of course, also seen this scene. As for the family servants, it goes without saying, they were naturally also extremely panicked. Xiahou Dun grabbed his own hand at this moment, crying out in pain a few times. "My hand hurts so much." As for his opponent, he was now sprawled on the ground, the whites of his eyes showing. Those watching from afar saw this scene and shouted in astonishment. "What just happened?" "Did anyone see clearly?" Everything happened in a flash. I couldn't see clearly. And the elders sitting up high also couldn't believe it. Did you see that? A one-hit victory? What trick did he pull? Did he really reach this level after only a month of training? What martial art did he use? It looked like a strike descending from the heavens. It looked like he used Thunder Fist, and the footwork was infinite steps, right? Someone considered the weakest in the family could actually knock down the Sword Tiger, who was contending for the position of the #1 new talent. These words naturally reached the ears of the family head. He too had his own calculations in his heart. In just a month and a half, Hui Hung has achieved something that should have taken him 10 years of cultivation to accomplish. If this isn't a coincidence, then Hui Hung is. But he, standing on this side, snapped in some confusion, his hands constantly dislocating, which didn't make him happy at all. Ugh, why won't it pop back into place today? Thought a martial arts prodigy. Just then, the young man who had just been knocked down slowly got up on trembling legs. You're a despicable person. He slowly looked straight ahead and said, the signal to start hadn't even been given, and you sneak attacked me? Xiahou Dun just looked ahead contemptuously. What nonsense are you talking about? The moment you drew your sword to face me, the match had already begun. Nam Kung Ba, on the high platform, naturally sided with his precious son below. Did you all hear that? Nam Kung Hui Hung Lao Chet A Vin Sneak Attack. On a stage meant for a fair and square duel. He dared to use such a cowardly sneak attack. He cheated. It's just that the elders sitting there started to discuss among themselves. I agree with Hui Hung's words. Although it was a sneak attack, I don't believe the Sword Tiger will be taken down so easily. That's right, guarding against an enemy surprise attack is a skill in itself. Nam Kung Ba never expected things to turn out this way and felt a bit of anger in his heart. These old geezers, they changed their tune faster than flipping a book. Didn't I tell you not to be careless? This time, you must fight with all your strength. The young man in front of him quickly refocused. I beg for father's forgiveness. It was because I was too careless. The family members standing by were now all smiling excitedly. That must be it. How could Sword Tiger Nam Kung Chuan Kwa be hit so easily? He must have been joking, right? In short, the real duel starts now. The younger brother covered in bandages behind him also shouted excitedly, Big brother, teach him a lesson. At this moment, Nam Kung Chuan Kwa's gaze was firm as he looked straight ahead, ready to attack. From now on, I will face you with all my strength. It's time I can finally witness the unique soul sword. The sword in his hand also quickly radiated a fierce sword aura. I will end this in a single move. But before the words were even finished, Xiahou Dun had already rushed forward at an extremely fast speed. With just one move, he easily stopped Nam Kung Chuan Kwa from drawing his sword. Seeing this, the other man was utterly astonished, completely unable to react. The spectators watching the match saw this and shouted in amazement. He blocked the unique soul sword. What on earth is happening? Looking at the dazed expression of the person in front of him, Xiahou Dun smirked provocatively and asked back, very surprising, isn't it? Then he shifted his body slightly, quickly closing in. But the opponent reacted extremely quickly, hastily retreating to dodge the blow. Xiahou Dun gave his opponent no chance at all, immediately lunging forward. Finally, he swung a powerful fist, attacking towards Nam Kung Chuan Kwa. The young man was completely unable to defend himself, only able to let himself be sent flying. Kim Tai Thuong shot to her feet, unable to believe the situation as she shouted, "Impossible!" Of course, the elders in the distance also never expected this to happen. But the most shocked person was probably Nam Kung Ba himself. He was stunned, completely unable to believe it. As for Nam Kung Jong True, standing beside him, he clenched his fists, his heart filled with joy. That's it. Xiahou Dun in the arena, however, was a little unhappy, clutching his arm. I sprained my wrist, so I had to use my elbow, but who knew it would still hurt like hell? However, Nam Kung Chuan Kwa in front of him was completely unwilling to accept defeat like this. He staggered to his feet, his eyes filled with hatred as he said, "You despicable cur. As long as I can draw my sword, a small fry like you will be dealt with in a single move." As soon as the words left his mouth, he heard Xiahou Dun's disdainful reply, "If you're so confident, then give it a try." Nam Kung Chuan Kwa felt he must be going crazy to hear such words. What? But unexpectedly, Xiahou Dun replied very calmly, "I'll give you one move. Go ahead and confidently use your unique soul sword." The man on the other side was so angry, he gritted his teeth. "How dare you look down on me?" He quickly stood up again. "I will make you regret this." He held his great sword, ready to attack at any moment. Just for what you just said, Xiahou Dun, on the other hand, easily dodged every attack. The drawing technique of the unique soul sword. Is this all it amounts to? Nam Kung Jong Tru, watching from outside the arena, saw this and was extremely worried. Hui Hung, Bet Ga Fao. The terror of the unique soul sword lies not in its drawing technique, but in its endless, unceasing variations, which only stop when the opponent breathes their last. As for Nam Kung Chuan Kwa on the other side, his face was already burning with killing intent. He used his speed advantage, unleashing a barrage of extremely powerful moves. But unexpectedly, Xiahou Dun was not afraid at all and was able to completely evade all the attacks. Nam Kung Chuan Kwa on the opposite side roared in anger. How long do you think you can dodge my sword? Xiahou Dun just gently leaned aside to dodge a few sharp sword strikes, then shouted a few words, slow as a turtle, too slow. He looked coldly at the person in front of him. You are the slowest of all my opponents. He quickly stopped, faced the sharp blade, and charged straight forward without a hint of fear. Nam Kung Chuan Kwa was terrified as his opponent closed in at such a speed. So, Zulfust, Xiahou Dun looked at his hands moving forward and thought to himself, no good, it'll be a hassle if I injure my wrist. Just as he thought that, a giant blade appeared in front of him, pointing straight this way. But he quickly dodged the attack. The young man on the other side had eyes as cold as ice. You dare. But in the blink of an eye, he was hit by a heavy punch to the mouth, followed immediately by another. He couldn't resist, completely overwhelmed by those attacks. Nam Kung Chuni, watching from outside the arena, saw this and clutched his head in horror, screaming. It's exactly like when I was beaten. The sword once again fell to the ground. Nam Kung Chuan Kwa was beaten so badly he couldn't stand steady, kneeling on the ground and coughing a few times. But before he could even recover, his head was struck by a heavy blow. Who allowed you to sit down? He clutched his head, screaming in pain. And Xiahou Dun, who had just struck, also clutched his own hand in pain, yelling a few times, "It hurts like hell, mommy." Then he painstakingly blew gently on his small hand. I got too excited and accidentally used my hand. He looked at the young man sitting on the other side with hateful eyes. It's all your fault, you bastard. The opponent, seeing his attitude, was also extremely panicked. I didn't do anything. Xiahou Dun then began to draw his sword. His eyes like a demon's. I forgot I had a sword. Isn't it better to use a weapon? Why torture myself like this? Nam Kung Chuan Kwa on the other side saw this and fell into a state of fear. And his dear father, Nam Kung Ba, also hurriedly shouted, that guy, shouldn't someone stop him? Xiahou Dun felt he shouldn't bully others anymore and calmly tossed his sword aside. Oops. Nam Kung Chuan Kwa below was so scared he couldn't react. You threw away your sword. What are you going to do with the scabbard? Xiahou Dun raised the scabbard high, making his intentions clear. What am I going to do? Beat someone up, of course. Immediately after, agonizingly painful screams rang out. The people around could only hear the opponent's strained screams, their faces all bewildered. And the once gentle young man was now extremely cheerful. You don't know your place, daring to be arrogant in front of me? You're asking for death. Nam Kung Tuni, watching from outside the arena, saw this and covered his mouth in utter shock, unable to believe it. Crazy. He's really crazy. At this moment, after he finished hitting, Xiahou Dun let out a sigh. My hand hurts so much. If I hit him anymore, it'll probably fall off. As for the one who was beaten, he could only lie there trembling. His entire face was beaten to a pulp, and he asked in a trembling voice, Is it over now? Xiahou Dun wasn't going to let him off so easily. I could just use my other hand. In front of him, another strained, agonizing scream rang out. Nam Kung Ba, standing nearby, was heartbroken, shouting to stop him. At this rate, someone will be killed. Stop it. After that, Xiahou Dun quickly gripped his scabbard. This time, I'll use both hands. The person in front of him was truly terrified, backing away to dodge. Please stop. Xiahou Dun, however, replied with great excitement. I don't want to. The young man in front of him let out a pain scream before the object even touched him. Nam Kung Ba could no longer stand by, roaring angrily from above. Stop. The scabbard in Xiahou Dun's hand finally stopped. The middle-aged man above shouted with a tremble. No. Chuan Kwa's lost. Xiahou Dun looked in that direction with great satisfaction. Really? Uncle Ba, you can't go back on your word. As for the young man on the other side, his body could no longer support him, and he then collapsed uncontrollably to the ground. In the end, he could only lie on the ground, letting out a few pained groans. Nam Kung Ba with tears in his eyes, called out his son's name in extreme pain, Kwa-er. Xiahou Dun, however, smiled and leisurely advised the man before him. Uncle Ba, you should take Big Brother to get treated first. I'm afraid he'll be in a lot of pain for the next few days. A few days later, their duel had become a hot topic of discussion for everyone in the residence. I'm still excited about it now. That's right, I never expected young Master Hui Hung to be so formidable. If you were to say now that he's someone who can't practice martial arts, is riddled with illness, and spends all day in a sickbed, who would believe it? No, what if it's precisely for that reason? For that reason? What do you mean? Don't the ancients have a saying that if one overcomes the severed meridian's disease, they will become a peerless genius? That's right, I've heard that saying. They discussed animatedly. So, does that mean our young master Hui Hung is the protagonist of that saying? Of course. Who knows? He might even become the #1 genius in the world. We'll have to wait and see about that. But the possibility is very high. Just imagining it is exciting. Our family might soon have a master who can rival the strongest sword king in history. At this time, the family head was calmly drinking tea with another elder of the house. The person opposite him then slowly spoke up and asked, "You must be very happy, right?" Nam Kung Jong Tru on this side replied very calmly, "It's just winning a martial arts contest. There's no need to make such a big deal out of it." But the man in front of him quickly continued, "But that was young Master Hui Hung, not young Master Ishiung. For someone who couldn't even hold a spoon and chopstick steady to achieve what he has today, how can you say it's just that?" What's more, his opponent was the sword tiger, Nam Kung Chuan Kwa. Nam Kung Jong Tru on this side calmly asked back, "Do you also think Hui Hung is a genius?" Of course. The small teapot on this side gently poured out tea. He is clearly a genius. Nam Kung Jong Tru was now smiling from ear to ear. Real? Really? The person sitting opposite him saw this and felt a little helpless. Look at him grinning from ear to ear, truly pretending to be modest after getting a bargain. But the man could only calmly explain, "Therefore, I have something to say to you. Although the treasury situation is not very optimistic, I will do my best to manage things so that we can support young Master Hui Hung. Because now, there is no one left who can make things difficult for us." Nam Kung Jong Tru replied very happily, "That's wonderful. I'm not saying this because he's my son, but to achieve such astonishing progress in a short time is truly not easy. He must be a special genius. I'm not saying this because he's my son, but his courage to barge into the elders' meeting and demand a martial arts contest truly amazed me." The old man on the other side added, "Decisiveness, cunning, and martial arts all are exceptionally outstanding." Nam Kung Jong Tru was then so happy he shyly covered his face. "Actually, I'm not saying this because Hui Hung is my son." Their conversation began to fall into a loop revolving only around young master. Hui Hung this child. Yes. That evening, the old man could only cry out wearily, "Lord head of the family, it's time to stop." Somewhere, a person completely wrapped in white bandages was lying on a bed. The person was completely unable to move, only able to lie there stiffly. Nam Kung Ba carefully asked from behind, "How is Nam Kung Chuan Kwa's condition?" The doctor replied somewhat helplessly, 14 fractures, over 30 hairline fractures. He's covered in bruises from head to toe. I'm afraid he'll need to recuperate for at least 1 to 2 months. Nam Kung Bash Is it that serious? The doctor had no other choice but to tell the truth. It's fortunate that young Master Nam Kung Chuan Kwa has been a martial artist for many years, that it's only this severe. If he were an ordinary person, dying 3 times wouldn't have been enough. Nam Kung Ba looked down at his son, his heart filled with sorrow, his face a mask of suppressed fury. "In our youth, you stole the position of family head from me, and now your son dares to touch my son. Nam Kung Jong Tru, I will absolutely not spare you two, father and son." Meanwhile, in another place, Xiahou Dun was happily pouring wine into a large bowl. Countless empty wine bottles were carelessly tossed to the side. He was extremely excited, lifting the bowl of wine, smiling as he took a sniff. The fragrance was intoxicating. Without any hesitation, he happily took a large gulp. Then he carefully appraised it. Drinking after exercising is truly the ultimate refreshment. He looked at Kim Tai Thuong sitting before him, a little puzzled. "What's with that look on your face? It seems like I've been seeing that expression on you a lot lately." "What's wrong with my expression?" Xiahou Dun placed a wine jug on the table and replied, "Your eyes are full of suspicion." At this, the person opposite him finally voiced all her doubts. "What kind of trick did you use in the end?" "What trick? After all, that result was just too absurd. How could the second young master possibly defeat the sword tiger?" Xiahou Dun sat there, hearing these words, a flash of contempt in his eyes. Then he quickly downed the rest of the wine. What sword tiger? I think he's more like a sword cat. Kim Tai Thuong began to offer her own speculation. Could it be that the first young master wore a mask and fought in the second young master's place? Before she could finish her sentence, a cup flew straight at her head. Xiao Dun stood there, roaring angrily. If you have time to stand here, spouting nonsense, you'd be better off making me some snacks for my wine. Drinking on an empty stomach is bad for my stomach. Before leaving, Kim Tai Thuong carefully muttered a few words. I hope you drink on an empty stomach. Drink until you get a big hole in your stomach. That insolent brat. At this moment, Xiao Dun bent down and carefully picked up the cup. I've secured the position of family head, so I probably don't need to worry about spirit pills anymore, right? I heard the treasury situation isn't great. I'm quite worried. Just then, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. But this is strange. Could it be that I've had too much to drink? The hands before him suddenly turned completely green. Even stranger, blue veins were popping up all over his hands. Why are my hands changing color like this? Suddenly, the large cup fell. He stood there, crying out in pain a few times. His entire body trembled uncontrollably. Xiao Dun screamed in extreme agony. He could clearly feel the changes in his body. The chi meridians are freezing over. He angrily lowered his head. Sweat poured from his entire body as if he had been drenched. Damn it, that tiny mouse-dropping-sized acupuncture point. I just cleared it not long ago, and now it's blocked again? Finally, he somewhat weakly left the room. I had to find a way to stop it before it's completely blocked. The people outside saw him and naturally began to whisper among themselves. Who's that over there? Isn't that the second young master? He seems to be looking for something. Why is he looking all over the place? At this moment, Xiao Dun's face was pale, drained of all color. He looked in that direction and shouted loudly. They were a bit startled by this scene. What is this? Then, he glared at them with a threatening gaze and asked loudly, where's the pharmacy? Xiao Dun completely ignored their surprise and quickly ran off. Damn it, this is driving me crazy. When he arrived, he carefully rummaged around, searching for something. What kind of bastard body is this anyway, to be like this after being cured? His whole body was in unbearable pain. Relying on the Tsangtian Ming Wang Gong alone is not enough. I need the spiritual energy of spirit pills to get through this. If I had a great rejuvenation pill or a supreme clarity pill, this would be resolved instantly. Just then, he found a strange brocade box. Inside were countless glowing pills, neatly arranged. Xiao Dun was ecstatic and poured the whole pile into his mouth. If I don't have the good stuff, these'll have to do for now. If the quality isn't enough, I'll make up for it with quantity. At this moment, the physician was happily humming a tune on a small path. He recalled using the family's funds to buy countless pills. The spirit pills I bought today are the finest I've seen in my decades of practicing medicine. Thankfully, the money wasn't wasted. That was money I had a hard time getting from the family's tight funds. Since expectations for young master Hui Hung have grown, I hope you will do your utmost to treat him. Hearing these words, he replied with great confidence, please leave it to me. Now that I have these precious spirit pills in hand, I think I can treat him continuously for a year. We're counting on you for everything. He was so excited that a faint smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. If I cure the second young master, won't my life blossom and bear fruit? My future brilliant? He stood there laughing loudly in extreme excitement. I can already see my path ahead filled with brilliant light. The patrolman nearby really couldn't understand what the hell was going on. He only saw an old man standing there, laughing nonstop for no reason. The sky is pitch black. Where is this brilliant light coming from? He slowly walked towards the pharmacy ahead, wanting to see if his precious spirit pills were still there. He reached out with both hands, carefully about to open the door. My beloved children, are you still? But before his hand could touch the door shattered into pieces. The doctor stared ahead with a look of disbelief. What is this? What happened? What was that explosion that came from inside the pharmacy? A horribly foul smell emanated from within, something they couldn't possibly imagine. What is this stench? It's horrendous. A dark figure appeared from within the smoke, looking somewhat terrifying and gloomy. Then a large amount of strange, thick smoke poured out from inside. The sound of coughing echoed everywhere. The black smoke wouldn't dissipate. It could only find its sole escape route through the main door. At this moment, a few soldiers appeared outside, extremely panicked by the sight before them. Their second young master's face was now pitch black, and he was spitting out mouthfuls of thick smoke. Everyone then shouted worriedly, "Young Master Hui Hung." But the young man's body seemed unresponsive, instinctively collapsing to the ground. They stood outside, extremely worried at the sight, shouting loudly, "Young Master Hui Hung." But from behind the smoke, a gleeful cackling laugh rang out. The young man's originally weak body had now grown taller. His muscles suddenly bulged all over his body. A person nearby saw this and was stunned in amazement. Xiahou Dun, who was lying on the ground, finally sprang up, startling the person beside him. Young Master Hui Hung. With looks of worry and panic, they quickly left. "Quick, go report to the master." "I know," but then they heard a sigh of relief from the person below. "Finally, I'm alive again." At this moment, in his healthy state, he quickly jumped down from a high place. He slowly landed on the floor below. The person standing there saw his state and felt a bit of fear in their heart. "Are you alright?" Xiahou Dun just gave a faint smile and replied, "I'm probably fine now." The soldiers standing there saw this, their hearts filled with fear. What happened? What was that black smoke just now? And this whole mess? The physician standing beside them was now utterly astonished, holding up his brocade box and shouting, "Spirit pills! Spirit pills! My precious spirit pills!" Xiahou Dun replied very calmly, "Oh, those! I ate them all." Hearing this, the man was so shocked he didn't know how to respond. You ate all of these spirit pills in one go?" Xiahou Dun very unpleasantly blew a puff of foul-smelling black smoke into the other's face. "Can't I?" The doctor struggled to reply. "These spirit pills, taken on your own without a doctor's prescription, that's not allowed." Xiahou Dun smirked, quickly turned, and left. "I know my own body best. Look, strong as an ox. Nothing's wrong at all. Next time, please prepare some better spirit pills for me." The doctor stood by, feeling that he was surely done for. "I'm finished." Watching the young man's departing back, an angry scream echoed from within, truly frightening people. My path ahead is now completely shrouded by dark clouds. At this time, Kim Tai Thuong was carrying a late-night snack for her young master, cursing as she walked. "The more I hate him, the better I have to treat him. Only then can I live comfortably." My tragic fate. But when she entered the room, she saw no one. Where'd he go? Just then, a voice suddenly called down from above, catching her attention. "Here, over here." Hearing the voice, Kim Tai Thuong quickly went outside and looked up. "Why did you climb up on the roof like that? It's dangerous up there. Come down quickly." Xiahou Dun just sat calmly up high and replied, "Stop making a fuss down there. I needed a quiet place to think, so I came up here. If you have nothing to do, then leave." This guy is really... This sentence immediately made Kim Tai Thuong, standing below, truly angry. "As you wish, young master." She decided to leave on her own. Xiahou Dun felt he shouldn't bother with such a trivial matter. He raised his head and thought carefully. "The last time I cleared my qi and blood, it wasn't thorough. Just relying on clumsy use of medicine and that Songtian Mingwang Gong isn't enough." Nam Kung Ba was once again guiding public opinion. The second young master has overcome that strange illness and achieved what he has today. Isn't that enough for us to trust and entrust this child with great responsibility? So what if he fails? The boy can still draw valuable experience from it. Hearing these words, the great elder also pondered a bit, and Nam Kung Jong Tru, sitting in the main seat, had no idea what his brother was trying to do. The people beside them also seemed to be communicating with their eyes. In the end, they reached the most reasonable answer. Thinking about it carefully, it makes sense. It's very convincing indeed. That's right, gaining experience is also very important. Nam Kung Jong Tru had no other choice. He decided to go with the flow. "Thank you all for thinking so." Nam Kung Ba replied with great joy to the family head. "I am merely making a suggestion for the sake of our family." The seated great elder continued. "If all the elders have agreed, then this old man will also comply. But which army do you intend to assign to Hui Hong?" Hearing this, Nam Kung Jong Tru replied happily, "The army I am considering is..." But before he could finish his sentence, another voice spoke up. "What do you all think of the Thunder Dragon Squad?" The moment this name was mentioned, it left Nam Kung Jong Tru in utter disbelief. He hurriedly objected. "What did you just say?" Nam Kung Ba, however, was extremely calm, a smile playing on his lips as he answered. "I said, I hope the second young master can subdue the Thunder Dragon Squad." As soon as these words were spoken, the expression of the family head opposite him changed drastically. The Thunder Dragon Squad was a tumor in the heart of the Nam Kung family. Although they were powerful, due to their crude nature and their habit of acting on their own accord, the two sides had never ceased to be in conflict. Over the past 10 years, the family had sent people to control them many times, but to this day, no one had succeeded. The few people sitting in front were utterly astonished and exclaimed, "You said to give the Thunder Dragon Squad to the second young master? Are you serious?" The Thunder Dragon Squad is righteous in name, but their actions are no different from an evil sect, or more accurately, they are close to a demonic cult. It would be quicker to reconcile with a band of mountain bandits than to do this. Nam Kung Ba Sut, replying with some helplessness. Actually, I was originally planning to give the Thunder Dragon Squad to Nam Kung Chuan Kwa, but didn't Hui Hung already defeat him? Someone more outstanding than my own son is the one suitable for this task. Hearing this, the seated elders seemed to somewhat agree. The great elder was now carefully considering these matters. Although Nam Kung Jong Tru was unwilling in his heart, he still had to sit and listen to their final decision. At this moment, someone spoke up. That makes sense. This seems to be a good opportunity to judge the second young master's capabilities. If he succeeds and can also manage the Thunder Dragon Squad well, wouldn't that be a double blessing? Nam Kung Ba sat there, feigning concern as he asked, "What does the family head think? Surely you're not going to refuse just because the Thunder Dragon Squad is difficult to subdue?" At this point, Nam Kung Jong Tru truly had no other choice, his hands on the table clenching into fists. "I have miscalculated. If I refuse now, the status that Hui Hung has worked so hard to gain recently will all go down the drain." But the eyes of the person beside him gradually grew more sinister. Nam Kung Ba looked at him, constantly pressing, "Family head, what are your thoughts?" This news quickly reached Xiahou Dun's ears. "So that's how things turned out. I truly have no face to see you. It's all right, father. I'll go." Seeing his son's enthusiastic and cheerful demeanor, Nam Kung Jong Tru was a little surprised. "Are you serious? You really want to take charge of the Thunder Dragon Squad?" Hearing this, Xiahou Dun replied with great joy. "After all, I need a squad of guards to show off my might to the world." Hearing this casual reply, Nam Kung Jong Tru opposite him carefully reminded, "The Thunder Dragon Squad are not the kind of people who will easily listen to your orders. All they do all day is fight, stubbornly disobedient." However, he still replied very calmly, "I heard their bodies are so strong, which makes me very happy." Nam Kung Jong Tru on the other side continued, "They're all notorious individuals. You can't subdue them with ordinary methods." Xiahou Dun began to state his own method. "Just teach them a lesson and it will be fine." The father opposite him was still worried. "No. We have already tried that method. It doesn't work. The more you beat them, the more stubbornly they charge forward." He replied with an excited laugh. "That's because you didn't hit them hard enough, father." "That's right. You just didn't hit them hard enough." This sentence immediately left the family head stunned, in utter disbelief. This news also quickly reached the ears of the Thunder Dragon Squad. A person hastily ran in and shouted loudly, "Big brother! Big brother! Urgent news!" The scar-faced man on the other side heard this, and asked with some impatience, "What's with all the racket?" The young man quickly replied, "I heard we're about to be put under the management of the second young master." The person sitting next to him heard this, gave a contemptuous laugh, and retorted, "Say something believable. The second young master? That half-dead guy?" The man called the captain quickly replied, "If it were Nam Kung Chuan Kwa, it would be understandable. There must be some mistake." But the other person's next words also surprised him. "I heard this was a decision made during the elders' meeting." As soon as the words fell, he angrily crushed the teacup in his hand. "Those muddle-headed old fools. Are they now trying to throw a wet-behind-the-ears lamb into a pack of hungry wolves?" His face was twisted, incredibly terrifying. "We have to make those people remember who we are, then they'll come to their senses." After that, their conversation continued. "This one is not someone we can look down on. In the last martial contest, he defeated the Sword Tiger in an instant. I don't care about the fights of those greenhouse flowers. Did any of us see that match with our own eyes?" The big guy called Idong quickly turned and asked behind him, "Hey, did anyone watch that martial contest?" But behind him was a drunken rabble, showing no signs of caring about such matters. "We were dead drunk the day before the contest, so we slept like logs. We still weren't sober by the next evening." I shudder just thinking about the consequences of that drinking session. The person on this side heard the answer, a little helpless. "You're still proud of that?" The man called the captain picked up the small teapot in his hand and quickly drank it dry. "I don't care who the hell that guy is. Whoever is the captain, it's all the same, nothing changes. If he dares to cross me, I'll teach him a lesson he'll never forget." The young man beside him asked with a smile, "Big brother surely won't harm the second young master, right?" The big brother heard this question and immediately roared in anger. "Hey, you brat, do you think we're an evil sect? We are warriors of the Nam Kung family after all. Would we really kill the family head's son?" His whole body seemed about to burst into flames. "We just need to straighten out the bad habits of a brat who doesn't know his place." The big guy sitting next to him also laughed happily. "Go easy on him, big brother." At this moment, the sound of footsteps came from outside the door. Who are you talking about straightening out the bad habits of? Xiao Dun stood there, a cold smile on his lips. Drinking as soon as you open your eyes? You people sure have it good. They had no idea who had just appeared, all looking a bit dazed. Who is it? Is that the second young master? Then, without any guard, he quickly walked to the large table and carefully sat down. The few people sitting nearby quickly struck up a conversation. You look much healthier than the rumors say. Your complexion isn't bad either. Seeing that I'm not miserable, are you very disappointed? The other person was a bit taken aback by this reply. Of course not. Pour me a cup of wine. Yes, sir. The scar-faced big brother on the other side glared over. Have you overcome the 9 sever meridians? Xiao Dun just replied calmly. I've only cleared 1 meridian. As a result, it relapsed, which caused me some distress. If you haven't fully recovered, wouldn't it be better for you to just recuperate as before and live a leisurely life? Because I need obedient subordinates to be able to cure my remaining severed meridians. Hearing those words, the scar-faced man felt a surge of anger, his cold gaze staring straight ahead. You must have heard what kind of people we are, so I'll be brief. Xiao Dun replied calmly. It's fine to be a bit long-winded and complicated. The other person continued. We will pretend to listen and respect the orders of our superior. So you could just give some random commands. Xiao Dun gently retorted with a few questions. And you'll continue to eat, drink, and play around like the dregs you are now? Upon hearing this, the person next to him angrily slammed the table. Yidong roared with great dissatisfaction. Dregs? Your words are quite harsh. Xiao Dun glanced over them, feeling extremely satisfied in his heart. Oh, you know how to get angry? How cute. The captain behind him carefully reminded. That's the second young master. Show some respect. Xiao Dun, without a trace of fear, replied with a relaxed smile. As I see it, you are nothing but a bunch who have lost their basic values. Completely different from the armies composed of descendants of prestigious families. A rabble, constantly dissatisfied simply because of an inferiority complex about their humble origins. A bunch of good-for-nothing fools who think they're hot stuff just because of their meager skills. A bunch who only know how to bluff, thinking they're so great. The captain on the other side was uncontrollably furious, feeling like he was about to lose control. Hey, are you done talking? Xiao Dun, without a trace of fear, continued with a cheerful smile. I will turn this hopeless pile of trash into an elite army. What do you think? Aren't you moved? But at this moment, the men behind had quickly surrounded him. Xiao Dun glanced behind him and asked calmly, why has the atmosphere become like this? Is it because I was too accurate? But the situation that followed was a bit different from what he wanted. What, planning to leave? I don't know what will happen if I keep listening. Come over here. If the other members of the Thunder Dragon Squad go crazy, I won't be able to stop them. Xiao Dun looked at them with a disgusted expression. Come over where? The way you're running away, you look like turtles pulling in your necks. The captain sitting on the other side ground his teeth. Seeing this, Yidong immediately shouted to dissuade him. Big brother, please endure it. That person is the son of the family head. That brat. The scar-faced captain couldn't hold himself back at all, throwing a punch forward. The worst that can happen is I get kicked out. Xiao Dun was extremely satisfied with their reaction. You should have done this from the start. What was the point of retracting your fist and spouting all that nonsense? The captain, seeing this scene, roared in fury. Shut up. But before he could finish his sentence, his entire face was struck directly by Xiao Dun's fist, and he was sent flying to one side, without any power to resist. The battle in the end seemed to have a slight disparity in strength. In an instant, that man was sent flying outside. Then came a tragic scream. The remaining members of the Thunder Dragon Squad were all stunned into silence, in utter disbelief, because their beloved Big Brother had been completely knocked to the ground, unable to move. Big Brother. The person on this side saw the scene and roared in fury. You bastard! I'll kill you. They quickly surrounded his small figure, shouting angrily, you bastard. But very quickly, that group of people fell completely silent. In an instant, all of them had fallen. Xiao Dun had a cheerful smile on his face. Quite loyal, aren't you? Seeing your big brother get knocked down, you rush up to avenge him. Then he shrugged, feeling a bit helpless. But your mind seemed a bit slow. After seeing my last strike, you should have realized the difference in our strength. The leader and his subordinates are all the same, a bunch of idiots. Meanwhile, the man beside them could only lie on the ground, letting out a few groans. The remaining 2 men standing there saw the scene, and their faces changed drastically. One of them, who had been struck by a chopstick from behind, shouted in alarm, you despicable coward. You used a hidden weapon? Xiao Dun looked at them and asked with a contemptuous gaze, wooden chopsticks used for eating Since when were they classified as hidden weapons? After speaking, he slowly stepped forward. He bent down, a smile playing on his lips. If we're talking about being despicable, you all ganged up on one person. Isn't that far more despicable than me? Xiahou Dun continued cheerfully. A bunch of useless fools, only knowing how to harbor resentment. When will you ever change? Hearing this, they immediately retorted angrily. We'd rather die than submit. Xiahou Dun, holding the chopsticks in his hand, suddenly stabbed straight at his opponent. As you wish. A blood-curdling scream rang out, sounding incredibly painful. The people nearby who witnessed this were so scared their faces turned pale. What a ruthless man. How can a young master from a prestigious and righteous family be so vicious? After dealing with that person, Xiahou Dun quickly stepped forward. What are you two going to do? They immediately conferred with each other. What do we do now? What else can we do? The two men grabbed the small axes beside them and quickly prepared to attack. Get revenge, of course. But the worry in their hearts did not lessen. I'm a bit scared of those chopsticks. Don't worry. They carefully observed the young man before them. His hands are empty now. This time it's worth a try. They charged forward. You take the right, I'll take the left. Xiahou Dun retreated, quickly leaping onto the roof of a nearby building. They, of course, angrily gave chase. Where do you think you're going? At this moment, Xiahou Dun flashed a gleeful smile, looking down. In his hands, he was even holding two strange hidden weapons. The chopsticks in my hand are made of iron. Seeing this, they screamed in terror. We're done for. Then, countless pained and fearful screams echoed through the air. The clear blue sky and the crystal clear sea surface truly made one feel at peace. It was just that when the group of men woke up, they felt no peace at all. Before their eyes was a tightly bound rope, and their vision gradually came into focus. The captain was the first to wake up. Seeing the scene before him, he was utterly shocked and struggled, shouting, "What's going on? Hey, wake up! Why are we hanging here? It seems we were hit by chopsticks on our pressure points and passed out. Which bastard did this?" The whole group of them was like a large school of fish suspended in a small net just above the clear water. Just then, a voice came from the side, drawing their attention. "Awake, are you?" They looked over in alarm to see Xiahou Dun leisurely sitting and drinking wine over there. Seeing this, the group roared in anger. "What kind of trick are you playing? This is a masterpiece that took 10 strapping men half a day to complete. Do you like it? I asked you what trick you're playing." Xiahou Dun retorted contemptuously. "You can't tell, just by looking? It's obvious I'm the one who hung you up." The more they heard, the angrier they got. "Do you think you'll be safe after doing this? Can you bear the consequences?" But at this moment, he couldn't care less about such things. Well, how terrifying. Under the control of the man drinking over there, the rope holding their net moved quickly. The large net swiftly dropped into the river, making a huge splash. As for the big fish in the net, they were completely dazed. Underwater, countless air bubbles rose continuously. The more Xiahou Dun watched, the more interesting he found it, and then he quickly pulled them up. The group of men could finally breathe again, gasping for air, with some even vomiting uncontrollably. At this moment, Xiahou Dun wore an excited smile. Soaking in the cold water, feeling much more awake now, are you? But their hearts were still filled with resentment, and they roared, "You little brat, are you tired of living? Let's go, before I break you in half and stuff you in a coffin." Xiahou Dun easily dropped them back into the water. "Don't like it, huh?" Just then, someone suddenly approached. Kim Tai Thuong appeared with some snacks and greeted him. "Did you hang them up just to dunk them in the water?" Xiahou Dun replied with satisfaction. "Otherwise, why would I have gone to all this trouble? Why didn't this little girl bring more snacks? She brought so little." He sat there, eating and watching the scene before him, feeling incredibly excited. "I thought you were just going to scare them a little. That kind of scare tactic is nothing to this bunch." The Thunder Dragon Squad is famous for being hard to manage. After all, Kim Tai Thuong suddenly realized something was wrong. Are they still underwater? They've been down there for too long. Xiahou Dun, who was about to eat a bun, heard this question and seemed a bit doubtful himself. Kim Tai Thuong beside him was too worried to stay calm. "How can you just sit there? At this rate, they'll become water ghosts." Xiahou Dun paid it no mind. "Let me have another drink first." She felt like she was about to die, her face pale, clutching her head in panic. "Oh my God, someone's going to die at this rate." Xiahou Dun glanced at her and said with some annoyance, "You're too noisy." The men in the river were finally pulled up, looking utterly miserable. Xiahou Dun calmly inquired, "Well, are you ready to listen to me now?" The leader heard this and roared angrily. "What do you want?" "It's very simple." Xiahou Dun said this. a warning smile on his lips. Absolute obedience. But the man in the net naturally couldn't stand this. Obey my foot. Aren't you going to let me go? I knew it would be like this. And so, they were once again dropped into the water to play with the fish. As for Xiahou Dun, he was calmly enjoying his wine. Pour-moi un glace. Kim Tai Thuong looked at the scene before her, truly unable to believe it. He's really a ruthless man. The men under the water could only try to hypnotize themselves. Just a little longer, and it'll be over. That guy has no reason to kill us. They could even see some goldfish swimming happily beside them. We have to endure. As long as we can hold out, we'll win. However, they suddenly realized something was wrong. Why isn't he pulling us up? The man finally realized his current situation was dire. This madman, he screamed internally. Does he really want to drown us? The bubbles under the water continued to rise. The bright sunlight from above shone down silently. They were once again pulled out of the water, and the sunlight finally calmed the group down. A voice came from the side. Still alive? Xiahou Dun stood there, a cheerful smile on his lips as he looked ahead. Resentful curses came from within the net. Son of a bitch, if this little bit of torture could make us submit, we would have surrendered long ago. Even if we die, we won't listen to you. Xiahou Dun completely ignored them, smiling cheerfully. Then go die. A blood-curdling scream rang out, and countless bubbles appeared under the water again. After the group was pulled up, their faces were completely distorted. Xiahou Dun stood there watching them cough and choke endlessly, still looking extremely pleased. The leader finally spoke with a trembling voice. Hey. Xiahou Dun was very calm at this point, continuing to punish them. You said you wouldn't submit, right? I got it. Pulled up again, they were completely unable to remain calm. Tears slowly streamed down the leader's face, and he cried out, trembling, help me. But Xiahou Dun was naturally not so kind, and in an instant dropped them back into the water. The water was like a giant monster, swallowing everything. They felt they could no longer survive in this world, cursing in terror in their hearts. I'm going to die. He's someone who would actually do it. After soaking in the cold water for several hours, the group of men finally knelt down, trembling. We submit, we surrender. Are those your true words? They truly didn't dare to defy him anymore. Yes, please believe us. But Xiahou Dun was incredibly cruel at this moment, and once again dropped them into the water. Who would believe that? Xiahou Dun picked up his wine gourd, slowly walked forward, and finally stood before the men who had passed out, roughly splashing water from the gourd in his hand onto their faces, a cheerful smile on his lips. I guess one or two of you would die, but your stamina is better than I thought. The scar-faced man no longer dared to resist, crying out in terror, please spare me. I swear to be loyal to you until death. Xiahou Dun looked at the others and carefully asked, what about the rest of you? They naturally didn't dare to disobey, quickly shouting to show their loyalty. We swear to be loyal to the second young master until death. Can we be trusted? Please trust us, sir. We swear on our lives. At this moment, Xiahou Dun drew his sharp sword, a cheerful smile on his face. I'll believe you, but in return, one of you must die as proof. One or two must be sent to the underworld for the rest to be obedient. That's my principle. As soon as these words were spoken, the men below were plunged into fear. But he didn't stop there, continuing with a chuckle. But unfortunately, everyone is full of vitality. Who should I choose? The scar-faced man below trembled all over, not knowing how to answer. No. Didn't we already swear loyalty? Must someone be sacrificed? Xiahou Dun continued with words that terrified the men below. Well then, choose one to go. Quick and easy, then we can all rest early. This guy isn't just ordinarily crazy. I'll start counting. 3, 2. The scar-faced man below could only cry out, trembling. Wait, please give us some time to think. Xiahou Dun pouted, his face showing an arrogant expression as he gently drew a line on the man's forehead with his sword. 1. Then I'll take it that you're volunteering to be sacrificed. This action immediately stunned everyone present, filling them with extreme terror. The soldiers below also couldn't believe what they were seeing. At this moment, fresh blood slowly trickled out, adding a horizontal scar to the scar-faced man's forehead. The sharp tip of the sword held a few drops of dark red blood. Xiahou Dun flashed a cheerful smile. Today's wine is really good. It seems I'll have to postpone your punishment for now. Consider that scar a reminder of today's events. It's not canceled, just postponed. Don't you forget it. The scar-faced man stood there, watching the blood flow from his wound, truly in disbelief. At this moment, Kim Tai Thuong also came from behind, carrying several large jars of wine. Young master, I've brought the wine. Hui Hung, looking furious, was currently losing his temper with his attendant. When did I tell you to go, and you're only dawdling back now? Kim Tai Thuong replied unhappily, I went as fast as I could. I think you should be thrown into the water too. At this moment, the men of the Thunder Dragon Dragon squad glanced at each other, signaling with their eyes. Hui Hung suddenly thought of something, quickly looked over, and asked in an ice-cold voice, "Where do you think you're going?" The scar-faced man could only stammer in terror. "We're going back to our rooms to wash up." But before he could finish his sentence, he was sent flying by a kick. Hui Hung said with a displeased look, "It seems this lot still hasn't learned their lesson. Who gave you permission to leave? Or perhaps I should just kill you all now to get it over with." The man who was knocked to the ground clutched one side of his face, crying out in terror, "We were wrong." Hui Hung pointed behind him and said, "If you want to go, you have to clean up that mess before you can leave." They truly didn't understand what had happened, and turning their heads to look, they saw only the contraption just used to throw them into the water still standing there. That thing? Hui Hung, like a malevolent god, chuckled and replied, "That's the masterpiece I created for you. If you don't clean it up, should I?" The group of men was truly dumbfounded, unable to find any reason to refute him. Looking exhausted, they slowly walked back. A group of men carried a large wooden tub, while their young master sat leisurely on top, drinking wine. Wonderful. Hui Hung sat high above with a terrifying posture. "You in the back, carry it properly. Anyone who dares to slack off is dead." Who was slacking just now? Then the wine cup in his hand suddenly tilted a few times. He got angry and stomped his foot hard on the wooden tub below. "You're not carrying it steady." All the wine spilled out. Needless to say, this affected the people below. He roared angrily, "Why is it still shaking?" But they could only scream in agony in their hearts. At this rate, it would be better to just die. The next day, this matter quickly spread throughout the estate. Nam Kung Ba was carefully cleaning his hidden weapons when he heard a noise outside. "Elder," a young man ran in from outside, panting. "Elder, the Thunder Dragon Squad. Something's happened to the Thunder Dragon Squad." Hearing this, his heart was filled with joy. Did he beat someone up? But after the person came in, he struggled to speak, out of breath. It seems not. They don't look like they're joking at all. It's a complete mess. Nam Kung Ba was etstati. The thugs of the Thunder Dragon Squad truly live up to their reputation. How badly injured is that Nam Kung Hui Hung? But the young man quickly realized the two seemed to have misunderstood. He said with some embarrassment, "Elder, it seems there's been a misunderstanding." "What do you mean by that? Didn't you just say with your own mouth that they were a complete mess?" "It's not the second young master. It's the Thunder Dragon Squad." The men of the Thunder Dragon Squad are cowering before the second young master. As soon as these words were spoken, it immediately made Nam Kung Ba's eyes widen in astonishment. "What?" Meanwhile, Hui Hung was very calmly eating his steamed bun. "This is delicious. Absolute submission." Kim Tai Thuong sat beside him, a look of slight disgust on her face. Does he have some kind of grudge against steamed buns? At this moment, Hui Hung angrily shouted at the men below, "Shout louder." The men below were undergoing punishment, holding up the large wooden tub. Submission. They were exhausted, their hearts filled with fear, able only to resign themselves to their fate. Absolute submission. Absolute. Kim Tai Thuong, sitting to one side, spoke up. "Young master, you've taken it this far. Shouldn't you stop now? Their wounds haven't fully healed yet. This is a bit too much." Hui Hung paid no attention at all, calmly replying, "When you have the chance, you must crush them completely, so they won't get any other ideas." Kim Tai Thuong felt a bit disgusted. "You're about to crush them into the ground. Is he possessed by a hungry ghost?" Hui Hung stood on high, saying very angrily, "I think it's still not enough." The men below had to continue shouting those meaningless words. Absolute. The most effective things to make an opponent submit are pain and fear. The fear must seep deep into their bones for them to truly submit. Kim Tai Thuong sat to one side, truly unable to believe it. How can someone be so cruel? He has changed so much. This scene quickly caught the eyes of Nam Kung Ba's group in the distance. Absolute submission. He muttered to himself, "I wouldn't dare believe it, even seeing it with my own eyes. Is the Thunder Dragon Squad really doing something so pointless?" The man in black beside him spoke up. "That's not even the half of it. A moment ago, every time they shouted wrong, the number of repetitions would double or triple." "What do you mean by that?" "Absolute submission. It's a rule. You can't shout the last number. For example, if they have to shout 20 times, they can only shout up to 19. The last time, they must be silent." The more Nam Kung Ba listened, the less he understood. What is this about? Soon they made a mistake, and a living example appeared. If they're wrong, the number of times doubles. Wrong again, it triples. He finally felt the terror of this training method. Just hearing about it is horrifying. As someone who witnessed it firsthand, my whole body aches. You call that like a whole body ache? He then dropped another shocking piece of news. After witnessing that scene, several elders believed we had the Thunder Dragon squad firmly in our grasp, and they were very pleased. What? Ho ding dis? Nam kung ba. Couldn't help but cry out. The elders are very interested. They also said they really like the way the second young master trains his subordinates. He fumed silently. Those muddle-headed old men, how do they see that as training? This is clearly torture. What kind of training is this? In any case, the plan to use the Thunder Dragon squad to put the second young master in a difficult position seems to have failed. This Nam Kung Hui Hung, why doesn't he follow my plan at all? Call the captain of the Black Tortoise squad here. Yes. He looked down at the group being trained below, thinking to himself, my plan has not failed yet. Why are your voices getting quieter and quieter? Absolute submission, 57. I will definitely send you bastard to your grave. That afternoon, they finally finished training. All of them were extremely exhausted, lying limp on their chairs. They couldn't even lift a spoon. No strength left to hold a spoon. The bowl of rice before them also made them feel miserable. They had to force it into their mouths at all costs. Only then would they have the strength to live on. At this moment, a group of people walked in from outside. The bowl of rice in a man's hand quickly fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. The scar-faced man saw this scene, unable to believe it. He turned his head to look, only to see a person standing there, saying arrogantly, "What to do? My hand slipped." The other man sneered in this direction. "Sorry about that. I didn't expect your hands to have no strength left at all." The scar-faced man naturally recognized who the other person was, the captain of the Black Tortoise squad. But the captain immediately waved his hand with disgust. "You go on. I'm not in the mood to fight you right now." The captain of the Black Tortoise squad glanced behind him. The once fearsome captain of the Thunder Dragon squad. Why is he so magnanimous now? Ah, what a surprise. It seems you've been tormented enough by the second young master. You don't have any strength left, do you? A tiger that has lost its fangs and claws. This is exactly it. Daik Dong, sitting nearby, heard this and immediately became furious. "You bastard, are you looking to die?" But before he could finish, the scar-faced man beside him quickly stopped him. "Calm down. If this gets to the second young master's ears, who knows what will happen?" Hearing his captain say this, he angrily slammed his hand on the table. This is infuriating. The other captains saw this display and laughed mockingly with great interest. "You're quite good at holding back, aren't you? If you keep holding in like that, aren't you afraid you'll get sick for frustration? I'm really worried about you." The scar-faced man slowly walked over, questioning loudly. "If you know what's good for you, stop it and mind your own food. And if I don't, you want to throw a punch like before?" The scar-faced captain felt he could no longer bear it, angrily clenching his teeth, but in the end, he still held back and turned to leave. "Stop it." However, the person behind him started to provoke him with his words. "You really have turned into a well-behaved dog. I heard that if the second young master just lifts a finger, you'll roll over and lick his feet. Is that right?" The scar-faced man truly couldn't keep his composure any longer. His fist was ready to land on this bastard. But at this moment, before he could throw the punch, his hands trembled uncontrollably. The opponent saw this, and the corner of his mouth curled into a mocking smile. "What are you hesitating for? You're afraid of causing trouble and being punished by the second young master. That's why, isn't it?" His trembling hands were completely unable to move. At this moment, a burst of laughter came from outside. Hui Hung stood there, his expression extremely cheerful and amused. "Want to fight?" The moment they saw him, they cried out in fear, "Greetings, second young master." Hui Hung just waved his hand lightly. "Why are you all standing up while you're eating? Outsiders might think I'm bullying children. I'm not such a bad person. Sit down and finish your meal." The men of the Thunder Dragon squad were so angry they wanted to curse. Of course he's not a bad person, because he's not a person at all, but a demon. Then he looked at the scar-faced man and the captain of the Black Tortoise squad who were about to fight. "What are you two doing?" They quickly put on a strange act. "Please don't misunderstand. This brother's clothes are a bit wrinkled. I just wanted to help him fix them." But the other captain showed no courtesy at all. He spoke up. "That's not it. This guy suddenly rushed over to cause trouble and even grabbed my collar." What? These dogs of the Thunder Dragon squad have always had this kind of temper. Hui Hung paid no mind to this matter and turned to leave. "Mind your own business." But then again, the truth is you were about to fight, weren't you? If there's a beginning, There must be an end. This sentence immediately stunned the two men in front of him. Before leaving, Hui Hung left them with a few more words. But there's one thing. A smile played on the corner of his mouth, and he turned his head back with interest, saying, "If you come back with your face all bruised and beaten, I will torture you to the point where you'll want to bite your own tongue off and die on the spot." Then the large door outside closed. "So, handle it yourselves. What does this mean?" Before the opposing captain could understand what was happening, he was hit with a punch to the head. The person behind him saw this and cried out in alarm. Captain." The scar-faced man clenched his fist. Roaring, he ordered me to beat you all down. "You bastards." The other man's nose was bleeding from the punch. You think you can get away with this?" A chaotic brawl began. "I don't give a damn. Brothers, get them." After that, a real great battle broke out right where they were eating. The other group was beaten into a pulp. The Thunder Dragon squad completely gained the upper hand, their opponents beaten with no strength left to fight back. Although the men of the Thunder Dragon squad had been drained of their strength by their young master, they still had plenty of energy left to beat people up. The resentment that had built up over the past few days happened to need an outlet. A single punch could easily send an opponent flying. The captain on the other side saw this and shouted angrily, "Don't be cowards, fight back. We outnumber them." But before the words were even out, someone rushed towards him. The scar-faced man looked in that direction and roared furiously, "You should worry about saving your own damn life first." He was quickly beaten face down to the ground. In the end, only miserable screams remained in that small house. "We were just looking for a place to vent our anger. You guys came at the perfect time." Stop. Do you know what it feels like to be beaten half to death? Help." This matter quickly reached the ears of their elders. That very evening, a meeting was convened. There are 5 with minor injuries and 24 with serious injuries. I'm afraid it will exceed the number of beds in the medical hall. Hearing this, the great elder felt a bit troubled. "We are all one family. How could something like this happen?" Another person continued, "I thought the second young master already had the Thunder Dragon squad wrapped around his finger." The Thunder Dragon squad is truly beyond saving. Nam Kung Jong Tru had no choice but to look at his calm-faced son behind him. "What do you think? If you have anything to explain, just say it." A smile formed on the corner of Hui Hung's mouth, and he replied softly, "Don't children in a family grow up by bickering and fighting?" There were also injured people on the Thunder Dragon squad side. This was a fight where both sides threw punches, but someone beside them immediately roared in anger. "Both sides threw punches? That's just speechless." Nam Kung Ba shouted loudly. The Thunder Dragon squad only had 3 with minor injuries and 4 with serious ones. Hui Hung was also extremely surprised to hear this, unable to believe it. "How can that be?" Nam Kung Ba looked forward and asked with great solemnity, "Do you only now realize the seriousness of the problem?" Unexpectedly, this brat was dissatisfied with the injury report. 7 people got injured fighting the Black Tortoise squad. It seems this bunch needs more training. Hearing this, the old man felt like he was about to vomit blood. "We have nothing more to say. The person in charge of the Thunder Dragon squad is the second young master, so we must hold this brat accountable and issue a severe punishment. With so many people seriously injured, this matter absolutely cannot be overlooked. Both the Thunder Dragon squad and the second young master can hardly escape punishment." The Thunder Dragon squad was already full of stains, so now the old man felt extremely delighted inside. "What do you think? As soon as the law enforcement hall decides on a punishment, your status will immediately plummet." At this moment, Hui Hung retorted with a serious face in front of everyone. "Were we supposed to just stand there and take the beating?" He continued to ask bluntly. "The ones who started the trouble were the Black Tortoise squad. Were we supposed to just grin and bear it? Isn't this a martial arts family? What's wrong with using strength to counter strength?" To put it bluntly, if the opponent were an enemy from the Pang family of Hebei, would you all say the same thing? The elders sitting opposite felt it was somewhat reasonable. Of course, it cannot be forgiven. If we were beaten by people from the Pang family, the one who provoked first would definitely be at fault. Nam Kung Ba, standing beside him, was not happy at all to see them being led by the nose like that. A bunch of fools who sway with the wind. Then, the old man started trying to sway the argument again. "Don't use that kind of sophistry to distort the truth. The fact that many members of the Black Tortoise squad were seriously injured is undeniable. We're now only seeking to hold someone accountable for this matter." Hui Hung asked back contemptuously, "You want me to take responsibility for this trivial matter? Fine, I'll take responsibility." "What?" Then, his gaze gradually changed as he continued. "As the manager of the Thunder Dragon squad, I just need to bear the responsibility and accept the punishment, right? But that doesn't exempt the Black Tortoise Squad from the responsibility of starting the trouble. Nam Kung Ba never expected this brat could say such things. What nonsense are you spouting? Hui Hung smirked faintly. Who manages the Black Tortoise Squad, I wonder? The elders behind them began to whisper among themselves. Isn't the Black Tortoise Squad managed by Elder Nam Kung Ba? That's right, Elder Nam Kung Ba is the one in charge. Nam Kung Ba was so angry his whole face contorted. This bastard, Hui Hung, felt gleeful inside. Trying to drag me down with you? Then, he said with a serious face, to be fair, all those in charge should be punished, shouldn't they? Isn't our Nam Kung family just and upright? Although Nam Kung Ba was seething with rage, he couldn't say anything more. This little brat, seeing the other's expression, Hui Hung was extremely pleased with himself. You're about to go crazy with anger, aren't you? Who told you to play tricks? Do you know how old I am this year? Nam Kung Ba had no choice but to bow his head and concede. This all started from a small matter. What's the point of arguing further about who's right or wrong? The respective people in charge can just reprimand their own subordinates. What do you all think? The great elders sitting there, of course, had no other choice but to accept this. I approve, let's do that. The others then agreed one by one. I agree. There's no benefit in making a big deal out of small matter. Hui Hung Ginhap Bili, looking at his uncle with a somewhat provocative gaze. This is indeed a wise decision. As for Nam Kung Ba, he felt he was surely going mad, gritting his teeth to suppress the rage boiling inside him. I must wash away this humiliation. At this moment, in the dark dungeon, only a few flickering torches cast a faint light. They wailed in the cell, "We're starving to death." Dyke Dong clutched his stomach, crying out in pain. If I'd known, I would have eaten all those steamed buns. Truong Hung, sitting beside him, said, "You're really optimistic. We don't even know how we'll be dealt with, and you're still thinking about food?" But Captain Thatch Hui, sitting there, quickly stopped him. "Don't lose heart, just stay here quietly." Just then, a voice suddenly echoed from outside. "Let them all out." They were let out, their hearts filled with confusion. "Are they really letting us out? I already told you. Hurry up and get out." The more Truong Hung thought about it, the stranger it seemed. Isn't this a bit strange? What's strange? We beat the Black Tortoise Squad to that state and get released without any punishment? You idiot, the second young master saved us. Now we have a strong backer too. Hearing this, Truong Hung was overjoyed. It feels so good to have a backer. No wonder everyone fights to find one. But Thatch Hui, walking ahead, quickly reminded them, don't just be happy about having a backer and all that. Look at them. It's as if they're about to completely submit. Having a backer really is great. Second young master, I'll love you forever. They had been completely led by the nose by the second young master. Then, a nearby guard said, "The second young master said he will personally punish you. Stop dawdling and let's go." As soon as these words were spoken, it immediately made the group of brothers change their attitude. The secretary, second young master, said he's going to punish us now. The guards answered honestly, "That's right, the higher-ups have already decided." They were so scared their faces turned pale and voluntarily retreated back into the cell. "We'd rather just stay here." A struggle began among the group. "You've all been released. Why won't you come out? Stop clinging to that. We're definitely not coming out. We'd rather be locked up here for life." But in the end, the whole group still had to obediently go up to the surface. The once majestic and imposing Thunder Dragon Squad now lowered their heads like puppies, obediently awaiting their punishment. Hui Hung quickly arrived. As soon as they saw him, they bowed their heads respectfully and greeted. The Thunder Dragon Squad pays its respects to the second young master. Hui Hung stood there, looking at them with a cold gaze. "I heard you were crying and begging to stay in the dungeon." They immediately fell silent, shaking their heads and replying, "It was a misunderstanding, sir." He also replied cheerfully, "Is that so? It seems I heard wrong then." Young master, how will we be punished, sir?" Hui Hung waved his hand and replied generously, "I only said that to appease those old men. It's just kids fighting. What's there to punish?" Hearing this, they all breathed a sigh of relief. What a relief. Just then, they suddenly noticed something strange. "What's that wooden barrel?" He lightly kicked the wooden barrel beside him. "Oh, this?" At that moment, countless iron balls flew out from inside. At the same time, in another place, the fragments of a shattered inkstone flew everywhere. Nam Kung Ba's gaze was icy as he gritted his teeth. How could I, Nam Kung Ba, be so humiliated by a mere ant. The man in black standing behind him bowed his head and replied, Elder, there's no need to be so discouraged. Victory and defeat are common in battle. Nam Kung Ba, standing in front, suppressed his anger. This matter cannot be taken lightly. The problem is that the elders have started to side with that brat. The man in black, kneeling on the ground, continued calmly. Are you perhaps paying too much attention to that second young master? This subordinate believes he is not a figure worthy of your concern. As soon as the old man heard this, he replied angrily, Don't say such frustrating things. He clenched his hands into fists, his expression extremely displeased. Don't you know whose son that brat Nam Kung Hui Hung is? The more he rises, the more secure the family head's position becomes. But the person behind him continued, But within the family, there's nothing we can do. With the support of the family head and the elders, what method do you plan to use to deal with the second young master? That's true within the family, but what about outside the family? You mean? The old man's gaze turned incredibly cold. I will use a slow but sure method to eliminate that brat. Meanwhile, in another place, several iron chains were being dragged across the ground. Hui Hung watched them from behind and shouted loudly, Too slow. Slow as a turtle. He roared with a furious expression. How can you become an elite unit being so sluggish? As for them, they were so tired they could barely breathe. We really shouldn't have left the dungeon in the first place. They had indeed gone through a long training session. Time flew by. Heavy snow had covered the paths, and even the Nam Kung family's separate courtyard was draped in a layer of white. A warm charcoal brazier was burning. Hui Hung sat inside, gritting his teeth and crying out in misery. The chills. He was wrapped in a large blanket. I really don't get it. The weather turned cold, and the yin energy of the 9 sever meridians became even more potent. Kim Tai Thuong stood beside him, smiling as she looked at him. Young master, please have your meal. Hearing this, he roared angrily. Are you kidding me? Why would you say that, young master? Hui Hung started complaining about the table of food before him. Why is this meal all vegetarian? Why isn't there a single piece of meat? Kim Tai Thuong replied very calmly. Young master, please calm down. The family's finances have been very tight recently. I don't think it's that tight. Kim Tai Thuong replied with some resignation. The situation was already worse in the winter, as expenses were high and income was low. Moreover, because of the young master's medicine costs, there isn't much left of our accumulated reserves, so it's even more difficult. Hearing this, Hui Hung was in slight disbelief. Are you saying this is all because of me? This servant cannot deny that. Then he struggled to ask, never mind the food, where are my spirit pills? You have used a lot in a short period, so for now, please endure it for a while. Hearing this, the other person roared in anger. I can give up everything, but not the spirit pills. It's not just the young master. Everyone has been having a hard time lately. What do other people's problems have to do with me? Bring out the spirit pills. At this moment, a group of people wearing straw hats were walking in the heavy snow. Suddenly, a trap appeared before them, catching them all off guard. The horses beneath them were quickly trapped. What is this? Then, they were shocked to discover several large torches advancing towards them, touching the snow's surface, forming a strange circle. Soon, the herd of horses was completely surrounded by the large fire. Another group of people on horseback charged straight ahead. They saw the scene and screamed in terror. Who are you? The other side laughed heartily. Are they horse thieves? They decided not to waste any more words and charged forward to attack directly. Brothers, get them. Do you have the heart of a tiger and the guts of a bear? We are from the Silver Form Horse Ranch. A man moved as fast as the wind, leaping forward with a large saber in hand, ready to attack. What does that have to do with us? But the person on this side also used his sword to block that immense force. Don't you know the Silver Form Horse Ranch is the territory of the Nam Kung family? In this land, what fool doesn't know that? Seeing this, they shouted several times. You knew, and you still dared to attack? The man on the horse was then fiercely struck by a long spear. The bandits in the distance began to laugh cheerfully. This fool, the leader sighed at this moment. It is precisely because you are from the Nam Kung family that you have met this end, understand? Another person charged forward with a weapon. These bastards, just a bunch of thieves and robbers. How dare you? The leader was not afraid at all, tightening his grip on his sword and charging forward. Damn it! This one blow quickly took down the opponent. Along with a loud shout, he was quickly knocked off his horse. The bandits now laughed cheerfully. Don't just call us thieves and robbers. It doesn't sound very pleasant to us bandits. Just then, another group charged up from behind. Everyone fall back. They quickly shouted a few times. Let's handle them. So they've sent people. But these ruffians were not at all afraid in the face of these threats. Don't think we'll be scared just because you're warriors of the Nam Kung family. Kill them all for me. They then engaged in a chaotic battle. The group on horseback, of course, was not to be outdone. To dare look down on the Nam Kung family, you have great nerve. I will make you pay with your life. They easily cut down countless bandits, while the others were completely unable to resist. Their leader was stunned by the sight. They're so strong. Is it just because they are warriors of a great family that there's such a difference? At this moment, a large saber also slashed towards him. A powerful voice rang out. Those who resist will be cut down. Surrender. But that bandit was not afraid at all, smiling cheerfully. Do you think I would dare to openly attack the Silver Form Horse Ranch without a plan? Hearing this, the man on the horse couldn't help but be a little surprised. Immediately after, he was startled to realize another person had charged straight towards him, preparing to attack. He quickly used his weapon to block the blow. The two sharp swords intersected, sending out small sparks. But this time, the man from the Nam Kung family seemed to be at a disadvantage. Facing him was a man wearing a demon mask, his eyes shining brightly as he looked this way. The two swords clashed, creating an increasingly powerful shockwave. The opponent successfully broke through the defense of the man before him, delivering a decisive slash that cut the man in two. He quickly fell from his horse, with no strength to resist. The people around who witnessed this scene were utterly horrified. They realized the masked man was by no means ordinary. Behind him, several more murderous auras appeared, incredibly terrifying. That guy is not an ordinary thief, but a top-tier master. They looked at each other, gave a silent signal, and quickly rushed forward. Attacked together, a group of people immediately attacked in that direction. The opponent's feet instantly sprang up, and in a single move, his entire form changed. The sword in his hand also gradually tightened. He had actually appeared behind them. The two men cried out in fear, but they had no time to react at all, because in just an instant, their bodies were cut to pieces. The people nearby couldn't believe it. How? How is this possible? The family's warriors were killed before they could even use their strength? He turned his head in horror to look at the bandits standing there. In the vast white, snowy forest, only their tragic screams remained. The bandit leader quickly stepped forward, bowing with great respect. As expected of Hero Ghost Hand, you eliminated the elite troops of the Nam Kung family in an instant. I am filled with admiration. The man called Ghost Hand lifted his large saber, looking at the pile of corpses over there with contempt. This level of skill is worthy of being called the elite troops of the Nam Kung family. It's truly disappointing. The rest is up to you. Yes, I will handle the cleanup. He then quickly signaled to the person behind him. Take all the horses, burn all the bodies. At this moment, several crows in the sky had also witnessed everything. That crow seemed to have a spirit, using its speed to fly straight into the distance. It flapped its wings and flew away, crossing countless forests and vast fields covered in white snow. The final destination, unexpectedly, was the Nam Kung family's estate. The crow quickly landed in a spot, looked down, and saw Hui Hung commanding his team's training. Are you kidding me? He looked at the group training with iron chains below and shouted loudly, with such slow movements, "When will you ever complete 1,000 repetitions?" And the people below were indeed exhausted from training. Daik Dong lifted his ball, throwing it forward. Catch! It's just that the iron ball, this time, fell straight to the ground. Thatch Hui saw this, shouted in alarm, and quickly rushed up to catch it himself. Why'd you throw it so close? It's just that things weren't that easy. The iron ball quickly fell to the ground. As soon as this happened, several of them immediately cried out in alarm. It's ruined. Damn it. We're done for. How could you throw it like that? Then you should have caught it yourself. It's because you were too slow that this happened. What? Then, Hui Hung's demonic voice rang out, terrifying them to the core. It hit the ground. The entire squad will do 100 more repetitions. Hui Hung stood there, feeling a bit angry. The number of extra repetitions alone has reached 500. What? You don't want to do it? Or should I personally throw them for you? These guys, they just have to force me to get angry. They quickly bowed their heads in fear and apologized. No, that's not it. 100 more. Hui Hung sureli notit shometing. Looking up into the sky, only to see several crows circling above. He felt a bit uneasy in his heart, looking at that small figure. I don't know where these crows flew from, but the stench of blood is hitting my nose. Suddenly, he noticed something else. Several of the family's elders were actually pacing back and forth in this place. Judging by their expressions, this must be an extremely serious matter. Just as he was pondering, the iron ball from afar suddenly flew towards him. What does it have to do with me? They probably want to discuss something again. People in the martial real world. Why are there so many meetings? The person in the distance saw this and cried out in alarm. No, but Hui Hung easily caught it. Then he looked this way with a contemptuous gaze, roaring in fury. You guys, are you doing this on purpose? Seeing this, they shook their heads frantically in fear. Hui Hung, filled with anger and radiating intense, killing intent, gave the order, 1,000 more. Whoever is dissatisfied, I will kill them. Finally, the content of that meeting was revealed. Did our family suffer any losses? We lost 100 fine horses, and the 3 warriors we sent were also killed. I heard the Silver Form Horse Ranch also suffered heavy losses. Nam Kung Jiang Chu Sat Tia. Lost in thought, summarized the situation. In other words, the horses that the Silver Form Horse Ranch was transporting for us were robbed by thieves on the way, right? An elder beside him said, based on what happened, it seems they were bandits, not ordinary thieves. These guys are no joke, just some petty bandits daring to attack our family. The great elder was now deeply troubled and confused. The martial skills of the warriors we sent were not bad, not to the point of losing to bandits. Then their conversation continued. Could they be disguised as bandits? 100 fine horses are equivalent to half a year's operating costs for our family. We've suffered a huge financial loss and lost several lives. What should we do? In this city of Anhui, who doesn't know that the Silver Form Horse Ranch is our family's enterprise? To know this and still dare to act, attacking and causing losses to the family. Our prestige is all gone because of them, isn't it? Nam Kung Jong Tru then offered his thoughts. We must quickly dispatch our elite troops to the Silver Form Horse Ranch to salvage the situation. You're absolutely right. The great elder, sitting to one side, spoke up and asked, we must capture those bandits, restore our family's honor, and reclaim our property. The problem is, who will we send? Do we have any reliable elite troops to dispatch? There's also a problem in Zhejiang province. We've already sent a large number of elites to the escort agencies outside the city. We don't know the enemy's scale. If we send some mediocre warriors, I'm afraid it will only make the situation worse. Why does this have to happen when our family is so short on manpower? Nam Kung Ba, who was sitting there, suddenly spoke up. Why not? We still have some, don't we? Don't we still have the Thunder Dragon squad? The moment these words were spoken, instantly leaving the seated family head utterly astonished. Nam Kung Ba, however, smiled cheerfully and continued. For a long time, because no one could manage the Thunder Dragon squad, we haven't been able to make use of them. But the situation is different now. The second young master is leading the Thunder Dragon squad very well. So if we entrust this matter to them, everything will be resolved smoothly. Hearing the suggestion, Nam Kung Jong Tru felt a bit hesitant, but still stared coldly at the other man. After all, he couldn't let his most beloved son be trampled on by others like this. But the other elders quickly agreed with this. That sounds reasonable, but there were also those who refused. The Thunder Dragon squad is indeed powerful, but Hui Hung has no experience in the pugilistic world, entrusting such an important mission to the boy is. However, the other man retorted, why would you think that? Nam Kung Ba was extremely excited and agitated. Isn't this something the boy has to go through sooner or later? Besides, with the second young master's martial arts, how could he possibly be harmed by those bandits? Their conversation was continuously steered. That's right, the boy even surpassed Sword Tiger. He surely won't lose to anyone. He's so formidable that he even managed to tame the Thunder Dragon squad, which everyone had given up on. The great elder then also spoke up, addressing the family head. We can't keep coddling the tiger cub forever. Let's take this opportunity to give Hui Hung a chance. Nam Kung Jong Tru shot a cold glance in that direction. Elder brother, what exactly are you plotting? After that, he had no other choice but to agree to this matter. I understand. I will send Hui Hung and the Thunder Dragon squad to the Silver Form Horse Ranch. That night, the news quickly reached Ha Hao Don's ears. Can you do it? Please believe in me. Those bandits, I will beat them into a pulp for father to see. Ha Hao Don was currently strolling happily through his vast residence. Kim Tai Thuong, following behind, suddenly spoke up. Young master, you seem to be in a good mood. Ha Hao Don, extremely excited, replied, I've been given the mission to capture the people who attacked the Silver Form Horse Ranch. Hearing this, Kim Tai Thuong felt a bit hesitant. Our family had 3 martial artists killed. Isn't this case very dangerous? Ha Hao Don quickly scoffed at the thought. Dangerous my ass. This is a once-in-a-millennium opportunity to make money. How can I miss it? Go and summon the Thunder Dragon squad for me. As Ha Hao Don thought of this, His heart bloomed with joy. If I can plunder the bandits' mountain stronghold, I'll definitely make a huge sum of money. Wonderful. Using that money to buy spirit pills would be perfect. Heaven is truly helping me. Very quickly, the iron balls were permitted to be removed. The members of the Thunder Dragon squad on the other side were so happy they were about to fly to the heavens. Taking these iron balls off is so refreshing. It feels like I'm about to fly. I'm so happy, oh my god. Thatch Hui, walking in front, carefully reminded, don't celebrate too soon. Haven't you heard? We have to go to the North China Plain to punish the bandits? But the person behind him quickly replied, compared to this boring training, I'd rather have a good fight with the bandits. You look as happy as if you're going on a picnic. At this moment, a voice echoed from outside. Hey, Ahadon appeared there, quickly signaling to them. Let's go make some money. That bird kept chirping from beginning to end, as if it wanted to say something to its master. Nam Kung Ba paid it no mind, turning to speak with the man in black. The second young master and the Thunder Dragon squad have already set out. Is that so? The old man picked up his little bird and stuffed a strange letter into it. I should have personally seen him off for a bit, shouldn't I? After that, the bird quickly flapped its wings and flew away from this place. His face wore a sinister and terrifying expression. I've missed the chance to see my nephew one last time, while he's still alive. They stood before a stable, their hearts filled with emotion. The man truly couldn't believe it. Just recently this place was full of horses, and now there are so few left. This was the master of the Silver Form Horse Ranch, Thuong Van Thursday. The person beside him quickly tried to console him. Ranch master, please don't be discouraged. It was just an accident. We lost 100 fine steeds. Do you know what a huge loss we've caused the family, and you still say such things? The family said they would send martial artists, so the situation will be saved. There seems to be a slight problem with that. As he said this, his face carried an indescribable heaviness. What's wrong? They said they were coming. Then, he revealed something that even he himself couldn't believe. They sent a letter saying they would send the second young master and the Thunder Dragon squad. The person beside him heard this and exclaimed in shock. The second young master? Isn't he the one with the 9 sever meridians who can barely even move? On top of that, the Thunder Dragon squad is a notorious bunch of troublemakers. Thuong Van Thursday sighed at this moment, feeling a bit weary. That combination, it's truly a combination that leaves one speechless. However, I am in no position to comment on a matter the family has decided. But from behind, a loud shout was heard. Ranch master, a young man, entered from outside, shouting, the martial artists from the Nam Kung family have already passed through the village. Hearing this, they were all utterly astonished. What does that mean? They only set out 2 days ago. How did they arrive so quickly? Thuong Van Thursday couldn't believe it, his eyes wide as he stared ahead. That journey should take at least 6 days. Could it be that they all rode red hair horses here? They quickly went outside the gate to wait. At this moment, one of them pointed ahead and exclaimed in astonishment. It looks like they're coming from that direction. In the distance, a thick cloud of dust was rolling towards them. They saw a large cart being carried by a group of bare-chested men, with a mountain of belongings piled high on it. Everyone who saw this scene cried out in utter amazement. This was this sight we're seeing. The strange cart finally came to a stop. The men were so tired they were out of breath and couldn't even stand steadily. As for Thuong Van Thursday's group, they couldn't believe their eyes. Could they have traveled the entire way in this state? But why would they need to carry the cart? Then, he heard the sound of a horse-drawn carriage approaching from a distance. Thatch Hui quickly shouted to them, the young master has arrived. Bamboo brooms quickly appeared, pointed straight at the sky. The men hurriedly swept the surroundings clean, began sweeping. The swirling dust left the other group completely bewildered. What on earth is happening? What kind of trick is this? At this moment, a magnificent carriage drove straight up. A red carpet was also rolled out with solemnity and elegance. The carpet extended right up to the carriage and was slowly lowered. A figure leisurely stepped down from the carriage. Hahadan yawned wearily. I'm dead tired. The squad members instinctively shouted a few words. Young master, it was a long and arduous journey. Hahadan calmly shrugged. Indeed it was. Sightseeing is always tiring. The people on the other side couldn't help but exclaim, is the Emperor gracing us with his presence? Such great fanfare. I think only the Thunder Dragon squad had it rough. Hahadan walked past them and calmly asked, do you find this physical training session effective? The men standing beside him quickly shouted sternly, thanks to you, our stamina has improved greatly. Hahadan replied, somewhat displeased, I don't think so. The journey was too short. Next time I'll choose a longer route, or maybe we can climb over a few mountains. Hearing this, The men behind him were furious in their hearts. We'd rather you just cut us down with a sword. At this moment, Thuong Van Thursday bowed respectfully and said to him, Thuong Van Thursday of the Silver Form Horse Ranch pays his respects to the second young master, Aladon Smail Chirfidi, and waved his hand. Why bother with formalities between us? It's too tiring. Just be casual. The person beside him then quickly stepped forward to greet him. It is my honor to meet you, young master. I am Hatai Khan of the Chien Kuen sect. Hahadan turned around and asked sternly, who is that? Thuong Van Thursday quickly smiled and replied, the Chien Kuen sect is the sect that helped our horse ranch when we were in trouble. This is the sect leader of the Chien Kuen sect. He will also be helping us punish the bandits this time. Hearing this, the other man smiled cheerfully and said, a distant relative is not as good as a near neighbor. Isn't helping each other the code of the pugilistic world? I should be the one thanking you. Hearing this, Hahadan felt a bit annoyed. Damn it, with an outsider tagging along, I can't monopolize the spoils of war. The other party took out a sword from his robes and said with a smile, although my strength is meager, I will do my utmost to assist you, young master. Hahadan completely ignored him, turning his face to look elsewhere. I'm starving. What's on the menu for dinner? Seeing his attitude, Hatai Khan was furious in his heart. This wet behind the ears brat. How dare he openly ignore me? Thuong Van Thursday's face showed delight as he pointed in a direction. We have shown our best culinary skills and prepared everything. Please come inside, young master. At this moment, someone from the group suddenly spoke up and asked, we have also prepared dinner for the martial artists. Without turning his head, Hahadan calmly ordered, hey, you lot, you have to train before the meal, got it? Hearing this, the men behind him replied with great tension, yes, we understand. The group quickly lifted their iron balls. The iron balls hanging from their feet also quickly got into position. Before leaving, Hahadan carefully instructed, just a light workout, run 10 laps around this area, and come back. As for them, although they were furious in their hearts, they had to swallow their anger and obey. Damn it, hell, I'm starving. That evening, everyone was extremely excited by the lavish feast. This meal was truly mouth-watering, a feast that gathered all kinds of meat in the world. Beef, lamb, pork, and even chicken. Under the astonished gazes of the heroes across from him, Hahadan devoured his food like a hungry tiger, pouncing on its prey, completely ignoring everyone. Kim Tai Thuong, standing beside him, reminded, young master, please maintain some decorum. If outsiders see you, they'll think you've been possessed by a hungry ghost. Hearing this, he angrily retorted, if you people normally fed me my fill of meat, would I be in this state? Exposed, Kim Tai Thuong was a bit embarrassed, please understand. As you know, the family is tightening its expenses right now. Just then, Thuong Van Thursday brought out a large jar of wine from the house. There's plenty of meat. Please enjoy it at your leisure. We also have mare's milk wine here. After that, in an extremely crude manner, he drank the entire jar of wine. Finally, he looked over this way with great excitement, giving a thumbs up, so refreshing. The mare's milk wine here is truly top-notch. Thuong Van Thursday then spoke up a bit shyly, asking, young master, when do you plan to go punish the mountain bandits? In my opinion, we don't need to delay tomorrow. But Hahadan completely ignored those words, focusing only on his meal. That's strange. Why isn't there a single piece of meat in the soup? Did I eat it all? How could that be? Being too hasty will ruin things. I'll stay here for a few days. We'll draw up a battle plan together. That would be much better. Thuong Van Thursday stood there. Seeing his attitude, a bit of suspicion grew in his heart. What's going on? Is he scared? Did this brat just come here for show? Somewhere, a greatsword was being carefully wiped clean. A mountain bandit stood behind. Though a bit confused, he still reported, there's news that guy has arrived at the Silver Form Horse Ranch. The masked assassin there heard this and became a little interested. Has the fish taken the bait? His gaze gradually turned cold. I will gladly wait for you, second young master. Time passed quickly. A few days later, there was still no movement here. A very unhappy person tapped his fingers lightly on the table, a bit of dissatisfaction in his heart. That person was Thuong Van Thursday. His face clearly showed anger. Someone outside suddenly spoke up and asked, is it the same again today? The person who arrived was Hatai Khan, his attitude extremely calm. Hearing this, Thuong Van Thursday replied with some frustration in his heart. The other party's expression immediately became extremely angry. This bunch? Really? Meanwhile, in another place, in the spacious corridor, cheerful laughter echoed. Pour the wine. 1, 2, 3, bottoms up. Whose turn is next? Trong Hung was very happy to use his bartending skills, mixing several strange jugs of wine. Let me do it this time. "Young master, the performance of mixing 7 types of wine. Please allow me to begin." After that, the wine jug in front of him was quickly filled. Ha took it, carefully tasted a sip, then calmly replied with one word: approved. The person in front of him felt extremely excited. "Thank you, sir. I'll try even harder." Then they started their game again. "I'll mix 8 types of wine. I'll mix 9 types." Ha stood there, feeling a bit disdainful of this group. "Only now have you discovered the wonderful taste of mixed wine." Just as he looked up, he saw a person walking this way, radiating killing intent. He cheerfully called out, "Come in, sect leader Ha. Come and enjoy some mixed wine with us." Ha Tai Khan, his eyes filled with rage, spoke up, "Can you have your subordinates leave? I have something private to discuss with you." Don looked coldly in that direction, with a hint of disgust. Their conversation then continued in a strange manner. "How long do you intend to keep this up?" Seeing the other party's attitude, Don felt a bit helpless inside. "Don't be like that. It's just that the weather is too cold, so I postponed it until tomorrow." The other guy heard his answer and shouted in extreme anger, "Tomorrow? Tomorrow? Your tomorrow has already lasted a whole week." Don hugged his body and started acting, "But I'm very afraid of the cold." Seeing his attitude, Tai Khan was truly about to go crazy. How could such a person exist in this world? The other party's gaze changed, carrying a frightening glint. "I want to know the real reason you want to delay this punitive expedition." Don, on the contrary, answered very calmly, "I've already told you. It's because the weather is too cold." The man sitting there asked again, not understanding, "Is it really just for this reason?" Don then added another sentence. Besides what?" He continued with some disgust. "Punishing those mountain bandits, I don't get any benefit from it either." Hearing this, Tai Khan asked back in astonishment, "No benefit? So you refuse to act?" Don cheerfully waved his hand and replied, "Why put it so harshly? I'm not a hooligan. I am the illustrious second young master of the Nam Kung family. How could I do such a thing?" He then looked out the window and leisurely replied, "Since I'm here anyway, I just want to rest a little longer. Because if I go back, I'll have to suffer and toil every day." Tai Khan felt truly enraged. If this isn't being a hooligan, then what is? The other guy had no choice but to give in to him. "I will give you. Give me what?" Tai Khan felt like he was about to die of anger from this brat, and gritted out each word. "That money, I'll give it to you." After that, he received the pile of gold and silver, extremely happy. That was fast. He looked at the shiny things before him, feeling extremely excited. "I don't know if it's because of the warm spiritual energy of the silver, but I feel the cold has completely vanished. I don't know how long it's been since I've seen these silver ingots." Tai Khan, on the side, saw all his actions, gritting his teeth and clenching his fists in anger. "Damn it, do you know how hard I worked to save that money?" Don held the silver in his hand, feeling extremely excited. "Look, it can even reflect my face." Tai Khan felt like his tears were really about to fall. "Forget it, don't regret it. I'll have the ability to earn this silver back later." Don, on the other hand, felt very happy. Sect leader Ha is truly generous and righteous. I don't even know if I should accept it. Hearing Don say that, he started to pretend again. "Thinking of the young master's difficult situation, I decided to gift it to you. This is just a small token of my sincerity. You don't need to feel bad." Don's face showed joy. As expected, sect leader Ha is both a chivalrous hero and a generous magnate. People often say there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. But sect leader Ha is different. In this situation, Tai Khan felt a bit awkward. "You can just consider this as the loyalty I offer to the Nam Kung family." Don couldn't help but laugh happily in praise. "You're so cool." Then a cheerful call rang out. "Let's count 1, 2, 3. Don very casually sat and counted the silver in front of him. 10, 23. Tai Khan seemed to want to say something. Young master, don't you think you've forgotten something?" Don innocently looked up and asked, "Did I miscount?" He felt like he really wanted to draw his sword and kill someone. He really wanted to slash him a few times. He really wanted to hack this guy to death. It's not about the silver ingots. It's about punishing the mountain bandits. Don then laughed cheerfully and said, "Getting senile before I'm even old. I forgot. Let's go catch those mountain bandits." They then quickly set off, heading towards that tall mountain. The group, along with a magnificent carriage, slowly moved along the distant road. Sitting in the carriage, Don spoke up and asked sect leader Ha, Is it still far to the bandit stronghold? The man outside laughed cheerfully and replied, Another half a day's journey, and we'll be there. That far? Hao Don showed a bit of sadness. I get sick if I ride in a carriage for too long. What should I do about this? Hatai Khan felt he was about to lose control, his hand tightening on the hilt of the sword at his waist. Maybe I should just stop dragging this out and finish him off right here. Just then, Hatai Khan let out a weary sigh. Then, a cheerful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. After the rebellion is quelled, I will have a little more of a thank you gift. I hope you can endure a little longer. Hahadon felt a bit bored and closed the door. Since the sect leader has said so, I understand. I will try my best. Hatai Khan roared angrily in his heart. This money grubber. They quickly moved to another strange mountain. Sitting in the carriage, Hahadon nibbled on snacks out of boredom. Finally, a voice from outside drifted in. We're almost there. From now on, traveling by carriage might be a bit difficult. Hahadon finally got out of the carriage and stretched a few times. Just in time, I was about to die of boredom. But the person beside him quickly stopped his next step. There might be patrolling soldiers. From now on, we must be extremely careful. Hahadon looked around and thought to himself, is that so? And up high, there was indeed a group of people looking down at them. They watched with scrutinizing eyes. The group hiding up high was extremely cheerful. They're about to go to the underworld and don't even know it, still looking so happy. I must report back to the stronghold quickly. Just at this moment, a burst of laughter rang out from above their heads. It seems you're the ones who should be going to the underworld. Truong Hung sat on a large nearby branch, smiling cheerfully. Hello. The other group had no idea this would happen and shouted in surprise. Since when, without waiting for the opponent to react, Truong Hung leaped down. A bunch of idiots. They had absolutely no idea this would happen. Their hearts filled with fear, they hurriedly retreated to avoid that fierce attack. This bastard. An excited, cheerful smile hung on the corner of Truong Hung's mouth as he rushed straight forward. The other guy had absolutely no idea this would happen, his heart filled with immense fear. Then he saw the opponent leap straight into the air, preparing to slash down. While fighting, Truong Hung couldn't help but ponder in his heart. My body is much lighter than before. As he rushed forward, he calculated in his head, could this be the result of my training? At this moment, the other guy's entire body was completely sliced apart. Hearing this commotion, Hatai Khan was extremely shocked. What was that sound? Haodon just smiled cheerfully and replied, It's nothing, just catching some patrol soldiers. The more Hatai Khan listened, the more he couldn't believe it. Who? Haodon then replied very cheerfully, I have patrol soldiers too, and mine are much stronger than theirs. He carefully called out to check. Aren't you done yet, Truong Hung? Hatai Khan's heart was filled with fear, unable to understand. He actually sent out patrol soldiers without me even knowing? Isn't he just a pampered young master raised in a greenhouse? Who's bad-mouthing me? My ears are itching. Truong Hung quickly returned, a cheerful smile on his face as he reported, Young master, all the patrol soldiers have been wiped out. Hearing this, Haodon asked back in surprise, All of them? The other party shrugged and replied nonchalantly, Of course. Don't look at me like that. I'm a member of the Thunder Dragon Squad. However, a loud thwack was heard right after. Are you an idiot? You were supposed to leave one alive, so we could find out their scale and grasp their situation. Truong Hung clutched the lump on his head, trembling in fear. I was wrong. It was my shallow thinking. Haodon pointed forward, his expression contemptuous. Lead the way for me. Yes, sir. In that dense forest, they were still following the enemy's tracks and advancing. Truong Hung gently rubbed his head, feeling a bit of pain. It still hurts. Meanwhile, the people from the Chien Kuen sect were carefully observing the situation. Then, taking advantage of everyone being distracted, they seemed to be deciding something. Truong Hung, walking in front, spoke up to report. It seems we found the bandit stronghold. Is that so? They looked at the scene before them, cursing inwardly. Honestly, it looks so dilapidated, a few sparsely arranged logs, and the living quarters are like a tattered straw hut. Haodon carefully assessed in his mind. A hideout of this scale, it can't possibly be the bandits who attacked the Silver Form Horse Ranch. Just as I thought. At this moment, a loud noise came from the trees. A group of mountain bandits quickly appeared nearby. They held their weapons, tensely launching an attack. Kim Tai Thuong was frightened and turned her head back to report. Young master, there's an ambush. But when she turned her head, she discovered that her young master was being held by that Hatai Khan, taken as a hostage. Seeing this scene, she shouted in astonishment. What are you doing? The other party simply smiled and asked back, Can't you tell? Kim Tai Thuong was furious, roaring, You bastard from the Chien Kuen sect. A measly Chien Kuen sect dares to betray the Nam Kung family. Do you think you can keep your life? At this moment, he wasn't scared at all, a cheerful smile hanging on the corner of his mouth. Still don't get what the problem is? Because a group of people from their sect had also appeared there. Look around. Their group was quickly surrounded by the mountain bandits and the people from that sect. There were enemies in front, behind, left, and right. Hatai Khan then continued angrily. If you don't want to die, lower your weapons and surrender. The men from the Thunder Dragon squad on the other side seemed to have already anticipated this. Damn it, the young master's words were indeed not wrong. The young master said that in this world, no one gives anything for free. He also said that besides handing out charity porridge, there is no kindness in this world that doesn't come with strings attached. What are you barking about? Hearing these words, Hatai Khan truly couldn't believe it. On what grounds are those bastards so calm and composed? He roared in anger. If you don't lower your weapons now, I will chop off your young master's head. At this moment, Hahadan suddenly spoke up. Front squad, deal with the mountain bandits. These few words immediately stunned the people behind him. Hahadan then carefully ordered the rest. The rest of you, go eliminate the Chien Koan sect. I forgot, remember not to kill them, because we still have to sell them to the slave market later. They quickly fanned out, rushing straight ahead, preparing to obey the order to attack. The whole group plunged into an extremely chaotic battle. They held the upper hand from start to finish, extremely excited. Thatch Hui held his greatsword, rushed forward, and shouted, "You sons of bitches!" Then his body quickly lowered, dodging the blow. In his heart, he couldn't help but carefully examine his own body. Finally, he unleashed a powerful slash straight ahead. Thatch Hui was extremely excited, continuing to speak to his comrade beside him. Is it because of that iron ball that we become this strong? My sword is faster, and my breathing is more stable too. Truong Hung replied with a happy smile. Big brother, you feel it too? In any case, it seems this is the result of our training. The person in front of them was completely unable to resist their Thunder Dragon squad. Thatch Hui only had to swing his sword a few times to eliminate the opponent. Although he didn't want to admit it, there was indeed no more reasonable explanation for this. The mountain bandits on the other side were extremely shocked, shouting out a few times. They retreated in fear. Our side is being pushed back. Rear guard, regroup quickly. At this moment, they saw a giant figure appear above their heads. Daik Dong stood there, a cheerful smile on his lips. Your opponent is me. The young master has already given his instructions, so I will spare your lives. That group of people was truly terrified by the scene before them. That group of people was completely overwhelmed by the Thunder Dragon squad. Daik Dong on the other side opened his mouth wide, laughing cheerfully. He felt extremely excited and joyful, swinging that group of people around a few times. My body feels as light as a feather. This is great. Kim Tai Thuong was a little incredulous. Is he using a person to hit other people? So cool. Seeing that scene, Hatai Khan truly couldn't believe it, shouting a few times. Are you guys crazy? Don't you care about your master's life? At this moment, Hahadan just waved his hand lightly. Why should they worry about me? He easily knocked away that sharp dagger. Seeing this, Hatai Khan truly couldn't understand. Hatai Khan raised his head to look at the great saber. What? What is that? Hahadan quickly leaped high, dodging the blow with just a simple move. Hahadan lightly threw a kick, striking the opponent straight in the stomach. That Hatai Khan quickly rolled to one side, crying out miserably a few times. After that, the opponent could only lie on the ground waiting for death. Kim Tai Thuong on the other side was extremely excited, calling out, "Hey, young master." Hahadan quickly used his hand to block the fool rushing this way. It's a good thing you're safe and sound. Are you hurt? Get away from me. At this moment, the person beside him shouted a report. All of them have been taken care of. That Hatai Khan, after being beaten up, obediently knelt there waiting. Truong Hung looked at that group of people and smiled happily. This bunch is nothing special. Their martial arts are even worse than I thought. Thatch Hui stood there and said loudly in anger, "Just this kind of trash could attack the Silver Form Horse Ranch and even control the martial artists of a great family? I can't believe it." Hahadan stood there, answering very calmly. What's not to believe? It's because there's a mastermind. He then turned his head to look behind him. A man walked out from the forest towards them, his body exuding a fierce aura. A cheerful smile appeared on the corner of Hahadan's mouth. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. He really knows how to pick a time to show up. Ghost Hand on the other side, his entire body radiating his powerful killing intent, rushed straight this way. Hahadan looked ahead, feeling it was a bit ridiculous. It's not like you're in an opera. Why wear a mask? They were also a bit surprised by the scene, crying out a few times. Let me catch that mastermind. Wait, Daik Dong, from a distance, quickly rushed this way. Stop you. I'll split your head in two, just like. Before he could finish his words, the person behind him saw this and shouted loudly, "Dangerous!" The masked ghost hand also rushed straight forward. Dyke Dong, from above, raised his weapon and swung it down hard, splitting a watermelon. At this moment, their two weapons collided, creating an extremely strong flash of light. The opponent easily blocked that attack with just his sword. Dyke Dong absolutely couldn't believe the scene he was seeing. Holy shit, he blocked my axe with one hand? Truong Hung, behind them, was also extremely shocked by this scene. My god, when it comes to strength, he'd be upset if he was only second place. That guy could actually block his attack so easily. Dyke Dong on this side quickly gripped his axe and slashed straight ahead. "You bastard." A sword tip quickly thrust forward. Then, a small wound appeared on Dyke Dong's face, and blood trickled out. The masked man on the other side sighed with a hint of disgust. So weak. Dyke Dong on the other side was completely unable to withstand the masked man's attack. Ha Hao Don, standing here, also sensed that the situation before them was not looking good. Dyke Dong on the other side gripped his weapon tightly, panting heavily, struggling immensely. Ghost Hand decisively rushed forward, and in an instant, threw a powerful blow with his hand towards Dyke Dong. The people around saw this and couldn't help but be stunned in amazement. Then they saw Dyke Dong being mercilessly sent flying. Thatch Hui, from above, quickly rushed over, providing cover with the tip of his sword. "Bastard, you think I'll just let you do as you please?" The two weapons quickly clashed. It's just that Thatch Hui didn't expect to be sent flying as soon as they made contact. Thatch Hui stood there in complete disbelief. This guy, Truong Hung, from a distance, quickly rushed over, worriedly touching the fallen Dyke Dong. "Brother, are you alright?" However, Dyke Dong just chuckled and replied, "Besides my wounded pride, I'm fine." Thatch Hui stood there, shielding them, and said seriously, "There's no need for wounded pride. That guy's level is not. One person alone cannot possibly fight him." They stood up straight again, facing the monster that was radiating a dense killing intent. "We have to join forces to take him down." But the masked man just snorted coldly, showing a bit of impatience. Then he looked this way and spoke in a contemptuous voice, a swarm of flies that likes to cluster together. "Come on." The men there quickly rushed forward. They charged straight ahead, preparing to attack. One attacked from the right, one struck from the left, and the remaining one leaped high into the air, giving it his all. As for the masked man, he just lightly extended his hand forward, creating a strange flash of light. Truong Hung, from behind, also quickly rushed up, preparing to attack. But at this moment, Truong Hung suddenly realized something was wrong. Immediately after, he was struck by the opponent's attack and sent flying straight this way. His whole body could only struggle to withstand that attack. The masked man didn't hold back, seeming to want to take the lives of everyone present. But the other two also quickly joined forces to counterattack. Before they could even make a move, that man had already spun around and launched an attack behind him. Thatch Hui coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Dyke Dong, of course, also didn't expect this to happen. What kind of monster is this guy to not have a single opening? The masked man narrowed his eyes. He continuously attacked forward with the sword in his hand. The remaining members of the squad couldn't help but gape in astonishment at this scene. He can overwhelm both the captain and vice captain of the Thunder Dragon squad by himself. That kind of martial art doesn't belong to an ordinary mountain bandit. The more they watched, the less they could understand. At this rate, we're going to lose. Those men could only resign themselves to looking forward, shouting a few times. Dyke Dong also knew clearly at this moment that he was cornered again. Having no other choice, he swung the axe in his hand and slashed forward. He created a giant whirlwind that rushed quickly towards the masked man. However, the opponent simply brushed it aside to dodge the entire attack. His voice gradually revealed his impatience. "You fool, only low-class people use a move like throwing their weapon." Dyke Dong used all his strength to rush forward. While the opponent was still surprised, he grabbed him in a bear hug and lunged to the side. The masked man was a bit surprised, unable to resist in time, and was quickly dragged a long distance. It's just that he immediately stabilized his body. Dyke Dong, disregarding his own safety, shouted a signal to the people behind him. "Now is the time. Just ignore whether I get hit or not. Attack now." Thatch Hui, of course, understood what he meant. Thatch Hui cursed inwardly, this idiot. But Thatch Hui had no other choice and could only charge forward to attack. Damn it. Thatch Hui tightened his grip on the greatsword in his hand, ready to strike at any moment. Sorry about this. It was just that Dyke Dong never expected that guy could counterattack so quickly. Under everyone's astonished gazes, that attack rapidly shot towards Thatch Hui. For the first time, a look of panic and astonishment flashed in the eyes of the Thunder Dragon Squad's captain. In midair, Thatch Hui had no other choice but to use the weapon in his hand to block that attack. It was just that it was all almost in vain. That beam of light was utterly terrifying. Thatch Hui quickly fell to the ground, lying motionless. Ghost Hand, who had been blocked by them, couldn't help but praise them. Not a bad plan, but you chose the wrong opponent. Dyke Dong could also feel the killing intent radiating from the opponent at this moment. Dyke Dong was completely knocked to the ground. Dyke Dong's tall figure trembled, letting out a few screams. Ghost Hand stood there, his voice tinged with mockery. You're all going to die anyway. He quickly raised his sword, ready to stab down. Stop struggling in pain. Thatch Hui, who was nearby, saw this and trembled as he shouted, Dyke, dich dong. The tip of the sword was truly about to pierce the opponent. But just at this moment, a piece of wood suddenly flew straight from a distance. The masked man hurriedly used the sword in his hand to block it. Looking closely, it was a chopstick. This ultimate technique is incredibly familiar. That wooden chopstick was even embedded straight into the tree trunk behind. Seeing this, the man angrily shouted, which brat dares to play such a trick? But before he could finish his words, Hahadan had appeared there, quickly swinging his fist. This punch truly made it impossible for that guy to defend, forcing him back several steps. To be more precise, he was sent flying 10,000 jong. The people around who saw this all shouted in astonishment. He sent the man who shook the captain, vice captain, and Truong Hung combined flying with just one move? Does the young master have a cannon in his fist? Hahadan stood before the people below and said, Are you all right? Thank you for your assistance. He carefully added a few words of instruction. Don't misunderstand. I didn't do this out of any compassion. I've said it before, your lives are mine. Until you become useful war horses, you're not allowed to die. Dyke Dong stood there, feeling a bit awkward. This way of speaking is truly one of a kind. He quickly gave an order to the person there. Gather the injured for treatment. Leave the masked ringleader to me. I thought one punch from me would have finished you. I didn't expect you to block it. The masked man looked in this direction, a little annoyed. This is beyond my expectations. A large crack had quickly appeared on the sword in his hand. If I hadn't used my blade to block, I'm afraid my sternum would have been shattered into powder. Hahadan interjected into their conversation at this moment. Where are you from? I know you're not a mountain bandit, so drop the idea of lying. The opponent looked at him calmly. You're about to die. What's the use in knowing those things? Hahadan was not the least bit afraid, a smile playing on his lips. This body has at least another 100 years to live, so feel free to talk. If I can become an immortal, I could live for another 1,000 years. Upon hearing this, the other guy got a little angry. The sword in his hand was also thrown to the side. Getting arrogant after one successful move? It seems they want to fight barehanded this time. I will really kill you. Seeing this, Hahadan was not at all afraid, but instead gave a smile of amusement. You intend to beat me with fist techniques, right? Your blade is broken, so you can't use it anymore. Then he very excitedly provoked the other man. Come on. The masked man was now furious, shouting loudly, You bastard. He quickly attacked straight towards Hahadan with his fists. Hahadan's eyes were ice cold, observing his opponent's every move. He easily fought on even terms with the man. Hahadan assessed him inwardly. This guy is indeed just as I predicted. He launched a direct attack, which Hahadan was also able to dodge lightly. He clenched his fist again, attacking forward. The other man was a bit surprised to see this. A corner of his mask finally broke. Hahadan clenched his fist and attacked that spot, ready to shatter that mask. He used his fist to attack it fiercely. Their footsteps finally stopped. The masked man panted wearily. He also coughed up a large mouthful of blood. At this moment, he was in complete disbelief. How is this possible? This guy dodged my attacks as if he had a complete grasp of every move in my technique. I must be mistaken. How could this happen? At this moment, a smile of amusement appeared on Hahadan's lips as he looked over. Using the blood-eaten dragon claw hand, it seems you're one of them. Seeing this, the masked man, his heart suddenly froze. How did you know? Hahadan then gave a happy smile. Just sensing that weak yet sinister internal energy is enough to know. Has the blood-eaten dragon claw hand been perfected? He couldn't help but recall Hahadan's previous appearance. Unbelievable. Not long ago, I just learned that the martial art I practice is still incomplete. This is something only a battle-hardened veteran would know. Hahadan gave a happy smile. My appearance may have changed, but my combat experience is still here, kiddo. At this moment, the other man also summoned a giant flame in his hand. Since you already know, then I don't need to hide it anymore. The opponent quickly unleashed his power, the image of a giant dragon appearing behind him. Seeing this, Hahadan gave a faint smile. You really want to fight now? The other guy then used the two giant dragons on his hands, preparing to attack, and charged straight forward. He said loudly, "You force me." He quickly dodged. He dodged that attack with just a wave of his hand. He even used his whole body to evade. And this scene, of course, was seen by the outsiders. Daik Dong was so shocked he rubbed his eyes. Unbelievable. It's so strange. Why do I feel like I'm seeing a dragon? Truong Hung beside him was also shocked to hear that. And Thach Hui in front also chimed in. I saw it too, really? I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. Truong Hung shouted in complete disbelief. What kind of technique could create such terrifying pressure? Thach Hui carefully assessed. The young master is no ordinary person either. As soon as these words were spoken, it immediately shocked the people beside him. Thach Hui stood on high and carefully explained. He dodged all the attacks, as if he had a complete grasp of everything about that technique. Hahadan looked over, a happy smile on his lips. Luckily, this guy hasn't mastered the Blood Een Dragon Claw hand yet. If it were before, even if he had mastered it, it would be nothing to me. But with my current body, at this moment, he unleashed his power. A blue aura enveloped his entire body. It would be hard to withstand. He had observed everything carefully. However, Hahadan attacked forward with all his might. Someone of your level, I can still handle. How dare you? He quickly dodged the attack. Idiot. Then a happy smile appeared on his lips. No matter how strong a martial art technique is, if you don't know how to use it, then it's just a pile of junk. The other guy shouted angrily, "Shut up." At this moment, the attack from the front was rushing towards him. Hahadan faced it with ice-cold eyes. He stared with a murderous gaze at where the fist was thrown. The two beams of light were about to collide. It was just that the power Hahadan unleashed, which looked harmless, could completely destroy the opponent's ultimate technique. Ghost Hand stood there, exclaiming in disbelief. How is this possible? And Hahadan on the other side quickly rushed over. The masked man instinctively raised his hands to defend. Hahadan then lifted his leg, kicking forward forcefully. This kick made it completely impossible for the other guy to resist. He painfully coughed up a large mouthful of blood. The opponent was sent flying by this kick. Hahadan also quickly gave chase, appearing in front of him. He then punched him straight in the stomach. The next move was a blow to the face. Finally, a series of punches, fiercely attacking the opponent. Thach Hui, seeing this from afar, couldn't help but let out a few shouts. Truong Hung also couldn't believe what he was seeing. Daik Dong, standing beside them, suddenly said, "I've decided I will absolutely never confront the young master." As soon as these words were spoken, the people beside him immediately nodded in agreement. The masked man was beaten until he coughed up blood, unable to resist. Hahadan prepared to attack. As expected, this body strength is still not enough. I should have killed him with one punch. If it were before, just one finger would have been enough to crush this guy. Hahadan prepared his fist to attack again. The masked man was completely unable to defend. He could only resign himself to being sent flying far away. Well, a win is a win. The other guy quickly flew into the sky without any resistance. Hahadan then quickly chased after him. One more blow. He easily sent the opponent flying with just one move. The other guy was quickly sent flying straight into a tree trunk below. The white snow on the tree also slowly fell due to this impact. A large pile of snow collapsed onto the masked man, causing him immense pain. He desperately and tiredly spat out several mouthfuls of fresh blood. The people standing there couldn't help but exclaim in shock at this scene. Is he defeated? Hatai Khan held his head, unable to believe it. At this rate, I'm definitely done for. At this moment, he heard other voices ring out. That guy and the young master are real monsters. Then he heard them continue. In that case, the young master is even more of a monster than him. Look, he even beat that guy. The more Hatai Khan listened, the more he couldn't believe it. If it ends like this, me and the Chin Koan sect will be finished sooner or later. He hurriedly ordered the person behind him. You guys escort me and let's escape. They quickly fell into thought. Finally, the leader, Hatai Khan, gradually disappeared. He used his speed to escape quickly. They wanted to leave this place. He thought to himself, I must find a chance to eliminate that damned young master. Hahadan stood there and suddenly spoke. Where are you from? The masked man spat out several large mouthfuls of blood. He squatted down with interest, looking at the other man. You'd better confess honestly. Otherwise, when I start torturing you, you'll be crying for your mommy and daddy. I have plenty of experience with torture, you know. The other guy spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, spraying it towards him. Hahadan looked at him in disgust, TSK playing dirty. The other man raised his head and spoke in a trembling voice. What kind of monster are you? Just then, Hahadan smirked nonchalantly and retorted. You don't answer my question, and you dare to ask me one back? The guy spat out several more mouthfuls of blood. Who on earth are you? Hahadan looked at him, finding it a bit interesting. You're quite persistent, aren't you? Can't you tell? I am Nam Kung Hui Hung, the young master of the Nam Kung family. Got it? But the other guy absolutely could not accept this fact. Impossible. His eyes widened as he stared this way in astonishment. Your martial arts are so extraordinary. Moreover, among the 9 great sects and the 5 great families, there are no juniors who could have comprehended the mysteries of the blood in Dragonclaw hand. Hahadan shrugged, replying with a hint of resignation. Don't compare me to those amateurs. The masked man on the other side mumbled. What I want to know is your true identity. Hahadan looked at the person before him, feeling a bit annoyed. Are you that curious? What's there to be curious about? Looking at you like this, one might think you aren't even injured. He slowly stood up, looking at the other man. It seems you have no intention of confessing. Looks like I'll have to take you back and torture you for a few hours. Finally, he turned his head to look behind him. He ordered, hey, come over here, tie this guy up, and take him away. There's definitely more to this story. This guy is really tight-lipped. Daik Dong held a rope in his hand, ready to tie up the masked man. Hey, sit up. The man's mouth began to ooze a few mouthfuls of blood, utterly exhausted. Is my life over? He raised his head to look at the high sky, seemingly lost in thought. Through the mask, it seemed as if he could see the clear blue sky. But in an instant, everything was enveloped in a thick black smoke. Daik Dong, standing in front, saw the man being completely corroded by the black aura and cried out in astonishment. What is this? He quickly noticed the other guy. Then he hurriedly shouted a warning. Get back, it's poison. The masked man's entire body quickly burst into flames. The mask also fell off swiftly. In the end, only a set of dry, rotten bones remained of the body. Daik Dong covered his face, unable to believe what he was seeing. Only a skeleton is left? The person next to him also exclaimed in shock. The smell is awful. What kind of terrifying poison is this? Hahadan stood there and calmly replied, it's bone melting powder, a rare poison that can turn bones into sludge. They looked at their young master, their eyes filled with astonishment. They couldn't understand how their young master knew everything. Hahadan paid no attention to the gazes around him, thinking to himself, to hide his identity, that guy went to such lengths? That afternoon, the sun gradually set. Their camp was quickly found. Hahadan just sat there quietly, watching the scene before him. The men of the Thunder Dragon Squad were trying to control the frenzied horses. Thatchui approached from a distance and carefully reported, Young Master, all the stolen horses have been recovered. How many are there in total? The other man smiled and replied, it seems to be around 100, but he quickly denied this number. No, there aren't even 90 horses. As soon as these words were spoken, the other man was a little surprised. Hahadan pointed to his own head and said impatiently, think for yourself. These horses were stolen almost a month ago. In that time, do you think not a single one died? Their conversation gradually shifted direction, that's right. Well, just leave Tim behind. I've given you a hint. Thatchui felt a bit troubled in his heart and replied, I understand. He gently placed a hand on the other's shoulder and smiled. We're both leaders. You and I are truly on the same wavelength. Finally, he pointed to the other side and ordered loudly, hey, be a little more careful. These horses are the precious assets of our Silver Form Horse Ranch and the Nam Kung family. Thatchui, standing beside him, couldn't help but sigh at his behavior. Truly speechless. Hahadan then saw a lone horse standing on the other side. He quickly walked over himself, affectionately stroking it. Why is this horse standing all alone? He turned his head to look behind him and shouted angrily, these guys really, have you forgotten everything I said? You have no morale at all. Everyone, pull yourselves together. Behind him, a figure was rushing in that direction. Hatai Khan, dagger in hand, charged straight ahead. The man had even calculated everything. As long as he eliminated this guy, the situation would be reversed. It was just completely unexpected that at this moment, Hahadan turned his head. The moment Hatai Khan saw him turn around, he cried out in surprise. Hahadan calmly asked back, what are you doing over there? The other guy tightened his grip on the dagger and shouted angrily, as long as I take care of you, everything will be resolved. He had no reaction at all, just looking at the crazed man. Don't blame me in the afterlife. Hearing this strange remark, Hahadan just calmly replied, who has the time to blame you? Hearing this, The other guy was so shocked that he stumbled and fell. Hahadon just glanced at him calmly. Is there anything about you worth my resentment? When the man opened his eyes again, a familiar figure was in front of him. Ahadon smiled cheerfully as he looked ahead. You're awake? You're tough to kill. A group of rebels woke up to find themselves buried in the ground in a strange position. What the hell is this? They looked this way in complete disbelief. Hahadon smirked with delight. Are you guys also going to end your own lives like that masked man? I suppose so. Hearing this, the man buried in the ground immediately trembled and shook his head. He didn't dare to reply. Hahadon paid no mind to his actions and continued with a smile. Bone-melting powder isn't exactly an easy poison to buy. Daik Dong, who was beside him, suddenly spoke up and asked, Young master, we've buried them all as you ordered. What should we do now? Hahadon pretended to think seriously. What should we do? Didn't you do this to interrogate them? After hearing this, Hatai Khan finally breathed a sigh of relief. That's right. How could he just kill them? They still need to be interrogated to find out the truth behind this. But at this moment, Hahadon waved his hand with a look of disgust. Forget it. It's too troublesome. Let's just leave like this. As soon as these words were spoken, the man buried in the ground was utterly astonished. Of course, he couldn't believe what he had just heard. Just leave like this? It's winter now, and the snow is falling heavily. He then quickly shouted angrily, Do you want us all to freeze to death? Hahadon had no intention of paying attention to these matters. If not just me, but all the martial artists here freeze to death, the Tianmin Temple will definitely investigate. By then, the reputation of the Nam Kung family will be ruined sooner or later. Hahadon shrugged, feigning a bit of reluctance. Perhaps so. Why didn't I think of that? Seeing his attitude, the other guy finally breathed a sigh of relief. You finally understand. In that case, hurry up and let us go. But before he could finish his words, he was forcefully struck on the head with an iron shovel. Daik Dong, standing on the other side, angrily hit him. You idiots! How dare you threaten the young master? Hahadon, standing on this side, even carefully reminded him. Go easy, be careful not to knock them out. He really hit him so hard that the iron shovel shattered. Hatai Khan was beaten black and blue, groaning a few times before spitting out a large mouthful of blood. Daik Dong, on the other side, shouted angrily. Just thinking about cherry blossoms falling on the corpses of this scum makes my blood boil. However, Hahadon naturally understood this guy's motive, pretending it's for me, but actually just venting his anger. In front of the group, a few pieces of raw meat were thrown down. Hahadon's men were overjoyed, scattering the meat everywhere. Hatai Khan, with his bruised and purple face, asked blankly, Why are you throwing raw meat in here? To enjoy the sight of hungry wolves coming for their prey, of course. It's winter now. They must be very hungry. It's a bit little, but it should be enough for them to smell the meat. And as soon as these words were spoken, the group of men was struck dumb with terror. Hahadon smirked with delight as he looked at them. What do you think? And as if to accompany his words, the figures of several giant wolf packs appeared in the forest. They opened their bloody maws towards them, revealing sharp fangs. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, getting rid of you, and destroying the evidence. At this moment, several large wolves appeared beside them, ready to attack. It lunged towards the other side, preparing to bite down with its sharp fangs. Atai Kon, terrified, screamed loudly. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. But Hahadon was completely unconcerned, smirking with delight as he replied. So what? I don't give a damn. Hatai Khan, his eyes filled with fear, asked back. Aren't you curious who the mastermind behind this is? At this moment, Hahadon took a small pouch from his robe and slowly poured it out. What I'm curious about is... Hahadon smirked with delight, mixed with a hint of contempt. Whether there's any salt on this mountain. The man buried in the ground was filled with fear. I was just temporarily lured into this. He thought to himself, Salt? Hahadon waved his hand with some impatience. I can't believe someone dared to touch the Nam Kung family's assets. Seeing this, Hatai Khan truly couldn't believe what his just stated purpose was. It seems I'm too merciful. I can't bring myself to do it. Then let the wolves do it. I wonder if there's enough. This is a special gift from me to you. The man buried in the ground could only scream in pain. I was wrong. The assets have all been transferred to the Chien Kuan sect. Hahadon looked at the man below with utter disgust. Really? They then quickly replied, Of course, as long as you spare us, I will give you the key to the warehouse. That's what I like to hear the most. Meanwhile, at the Silver Form Horse Ranchmaster's side, they were still standing there waiting for news. Suddenly, they noticed some movement heading their way. The group had finally returned. Thuong Van Thursday smirked with delight, looking in that direction. They then saw Ha Tai Khan tied up and standing on the other side. Ha Hao Dan pointed at the man as if saying something. Ha Tai Khan was, of course, rushed and beaten to a pulp. He was quickly beaten to a pulp. The sky that day was unusually clear and blue. Thuong Van Thursday looked at him as if speaking to a benefactor. Rest a little longer before you go. If you leave now, I will be very sad. Ha Hao Dan held his forehead, replying with a smile on his face. As a young master of a noble family, I cannot be away for too long. The person in front of him quickly offered him a large pouch of money. It's not much, but this is a small token of my sincerity. Ha Hao Dan verbally refused, but still accepted it with a cheerful smile. Oh my, really? I will convey your sincerity and loyalty to the family head. Yes, thank you, sir. At this moment, Ha Hao Dan also quietly chatted with Thatch, who he beside him. How is the warehouse situation? I cleared it all out last night. Have all the gold, silver, and jewels been pocketed? Yes, the ceramics, calligraphy, and paintings have all been collected as well. The amount of assets is indeed immense. The more Ha Hao Dan heard, the more excited he became. Is that so? If we had the money from selling the horses, it's a huge profit. It seems we won't have to worry about medicine money for a while. He quickly shouted to the people behind him. Everything is ready. Let's go home. Meanwhile, at the manor of the Nam Kung family, this news had quickly reached their ears. Ha Hao Dan is back. Yes, they said they have defeated and pacified all the mountain bandits. The more Nam Kung Jong Tru heard, the happier he became, his face showing clear satisfaction. This is truly good news. The boy's personality is a bit eccentric, but his abilities are indeed very strong. Isn't that right, Nam Kung Di Kung? He said as he turned to look at his eldest son. The family head quickly left the place. I must go and welcome my second son back. Thatchui was also waiting there. This subordinate greets the family head. You've worked hard. Captain of the Thunder Dragon Squad. Thank you for your praise, family head. Nam Kung Jong Tru kept trying to find his son. Why don't I see the main character? He said he had urgent business and is temporarily absent. Ho Ding Dis, Nam Kung Jiang Ju couldn't help but ponder. What could be so important that he wouldn't even attend his own welcome party? Come to think of it, it seems some members of the Thunder Dragon Squad are also missing. Thatchui looked troubled, not knowing how to answer properly. That is, I can't say they want to sell stolen goods, even if it kills me. Somewhere in the city, a man was relying on his instincts to carefully assess and calculate everything. Suddenly, a noise caught his attention. Ha Hao Dan appeared there, a faint smile playing on his lips. Well, long time no see. The other person flinched as soon as he saw him, looking fearful. Didn't the young master go to suppress the bandits? Ha Hao Dan ran his hand over some nearby cabinets, observing them closely. Clean up already, huh? This black market isn't what it used to be. With news traveling this slowly, how can you still do business? The other person, though seething with anger inside, had to grit his teeth and force a smile. Congratulations, sir. May I ask what brings you here? Ha Hao Dan then laughed heartily. The reason I came to this black market? Naturally, it's to buy information, items, or to dispose of things. Immediately after, a group of people entered from outside, carrying countless wooden crates of various sizes. The other man opened each crate before him, feeling a bit surprised. What were these things? The light emanating from the wooden crates was so strong, it was startling. Ha Hao Dan looked over with a joyful expression. There are also ceramics and valuable paintings inside. You must appraise them carefully and give me an estimated price. Seeing this, the other man was a bit troubled. There's a branch of the black market in Hua Bay as well. Why did you have to go through the trouble of bringing them all the way here? Ha Hao Dan replied with a cheerful laugh. After all, you and I are acquaintances. I thought you would give me a satisfactory price, right? I understand. I'll need some time to appraise them. Is that all right? Ha Hao Dan then sat down on a chair, as if it had been prepared for him, smiling calmly. All right, take your time. The man from the black market spoke up. I'm afraid I can't handle all this by myself. I'll go call a few more people. Ha Hao Dan then sighed. Really? I also brought some Ronin. You might as well pay me for them too. The other guy opened the door and looked outside, somewhat in disbelief. A group of people, tied up, were brought here. What the hell is this? Ha Hao Dan replied with a smile. I'm really looking forward to the price you'll offer. You should think it over carefully. At the same time, this news also quickly reached Nam Kung Ba. What? Nam Kung Hui Hung Zertun Ali? The man in black bowed his head and replied, yes. That's right. Hearing this news, his face showed some anger, not missing any arms or legs. I heard he is not. He roared with indignation. How could this happen? You're lying to me, aren't you? Even with the Thunder Dragon Squad escorting him, this couldn't have happened. Could that brat possibly have overpowered Ghost Hand? There's something more important. Hatai Khan, the sect leader of the Chien Kuan sect, was also captured alive and brought back. Hearing this, Nam Kung Ba also roared in anger. What? His angry hands slammed on the table several times. The mission failed. He should at least have known to commit suicide. How could he be so stupid as to get caught like that? The man opposite him slowly spoke. Then what should be done? Nam Kung Ba took out a strange piece of paper from his clothes. If he submits and confesses, everything will be ruined. A withered leaf should be discarded, shouldn't it? The other person watched the leaf fall and naturally understood everything. I will take care of him. Nam Kung Ba then turned to look into the distance. Nam Kung Hui Hung, how long do you intend to stand in my way? Ha Hao Don was sitting up high, humming happily. He sat on the roof, feeling extremely excited. 31,000 taels of silver. Just looking at it feels good. He felt incredibly joyful. Could this be the true taste of labor? Kim Tai Thuong called out from below. Young master, hurry up and come down. The family head is looking for you. Ha Hao Don leaped down from above. Whoa! This action quickly startled the person beside him. Kim Tai Thuong shouted angrily. You could have just climbed down. Why did you have to jump, young master? What if you broke your leg? So noisy. Do you want to be like before? Ha Hao Don glanced back in annoyance. It probably won't come to that now. Just look at my rosy complexion and you'll know. Kim Tai Thuong looked at him with a disgusted expression. So, have you finished what you needed to do? Ha Hao Don was extremely happy and excited. Of course. Seeing this scene, Kim Tai Thuong shouted angrily. Then hurry up and go to the family head. He's very angry because you didn't attend the welcome party. The person in front paced back and forth incessantly, looking a bit restless. This person was his dear father, Nam Kung Jong Tru, who was shouting furiously. What on earth was so important that made him skip the welcome party? A voice quickly echoed from behind. Hui Hung is here. As soon as he heard the commotion, he immediately turned to look. Ha Hao Don stood there, his face beaming, and leisurely walked forward. Son, why on earth? The benevolent father was about to get angry when Nam Kung Deek Hung anxiously ran over and hugged him tightly. You worked hard, little brother. The other person, with a cheesy demeanor, asked with great concern. Are you hurt anywhere? I'm a grown man. Stop treating me like a child. What do you mean? We're blood brothers. All right, let go. Can we talk normally? This scene indeed left the father over there a bit stunned. Such deep brotherly love. Deep my ass. I'm begging you, let go. The great elder had also appeared there at some point. It is indeed a blessing from heaven. How wonderful. He, with a concerned look, rushed straight towards the two brothers. The more Ha Hao Don looked, the more annoyed he felt. What is this now? So proud. Nam Kung Jiang Ju stood to one side, feeling a bit amused. Is there room for me? The father quickly rushed towards Ha Hao Don and Nam Kung Di Kong. I want a hug too. Another argument then broke out. So annoying. Can you please move aside a little? At this time, the Nam Kung family estate was covered in a layer of white snow. An angry roar echoed in the dungeon. How long do you plan to lock me up? Don't you know who I am? I am the sect leader of the Chien Kuan sect, Ha Tai Khan. The person in front replied very calmly. That is correct. But now you are a prisoner. It's best you obediently bow your head. The other guy, of course, refused to give up and said, who's a prisoner? I told you it was a misunderstanding. Whether it's a misunderstanding or not, it's all the same. Before tomorrow's interrogation begins, you should just stay here quietly. How does that matter? What do you mean? Ha Tai Khan then shouted angrily. I already requested to see Elder Nam Kung Ba, didn't I? Have you forgotten? Hearing this, the man in front calmly replied. Just because you request it, does that mean he has to come? Even we have a hard time seeing him, let alone you. He roared angrily. It's just passing on a message. What's so difficult? You just need to tell him that the sect leader of the Chien Kuan sect requests an audience, and he will surely come immediately. After hearing this, the other person waved his hand impatiently. Yeah, I know. He was really angry. Don't give me such a perfunctory answer. At this moment, someone walked in from outside, laughing. Brother, you've worked hard. The man was a little pleased. Why are you so early today? The other person handed over a small gourd of wine. Have a few cups and go rest. Oh my, you're so thoughtful, brother. The other person quickly turned and left. And the man who had just arrived also quickly turned back, looking in that direction. He walked to that cell and spoke calmly. Sect Leader Tai, you've had a hard time. The person in the cell, upon seeing the visitor, smiled happily. Did Elder Nam Kung Ba send you? Yes, that's right. There are eyes and ears everywhere, so I must act cautiously. I hope you don't mind. As expected. Of course I don't mind. So, when will the elder arrive? He quickly passed over a chicken and a jar of fragrant wine. He will arrive at midnight. Please wait patiently. The person in the cell ate ravenously, extremely happy. I'm starving. This is delicious. I'm just asking as a precaution. The man who was eating also slowly turned his head to look in that direction. The person outside the bars looked forward with a murderous gaze. So, you haven't revealed anything, have you? Hearing this, Hatai Khan immediately shouted angrily. Hey, I am a sect leader of the Qian Kuan sect after all. No matter how much I was tortured, I didn't even let out a fart. The man opposite finally replied softly. Hearing you say that puts my mind at ease. Stop thinking about useless things and hurry up and find a way to get me out. But before he could finish his next words, the wine gourd in his hand shattered. His face filled with shock, he spat out the food he had just put in his mouth. The other person saw this with a hint of disgust and contempt. If you failed, you should know to commit suicide. Why make things so troublesome? The Hatai Khan clutched his throat and groaned a few times. The man outside saw this and just cursed contemptuously. You fool. At this moment, over at the other manor, several powerful auras surged. Xiahou Dun was there, cultivating with extreme seriousness, circulating his immense power. His entire body seemed to have successfully absorbed all the essence of heaven and earth. He let out a tired breath. But at this moment, he clutched one side of his chest and cried out in discomfort a few times. It's so uncomfortable. He gently rubbed his chest with both hands. That Sangtian Mingwang Gong has reached great completion. So why is it still like this? Damn it. It seems I can only rely on spirit pills to continue cultivating. I must unblock one more meridian to unleash my true strength. But luckily, the soul-slaying fist has shown some progress. He slowly gathered his strength and continued forward. The sky is already bright. Time to go see Hatai Khan's interrogation. At this moment, when he arrived, he found that there was no one there. He himself was a little surprised and couldn't understand. He then went to find the elders of the family. What's going on? Xiahou Dun asked loudly as soon as he entered the door. Why is the interrogation? Nam Kung Jiang Jiwu Sa Beat Pen Sin. Hatai Khan is dead. Hearing this, the great elder felt a little sad. I heard he died from a chicken bone stuck in his throat. Really? How could something like this happen? Xiahou Dun smiled with some amusement. How impressive. They even gave him a meal before the interrogation. It would be strange if this made any sense. Nam Kung Ba, who was standing there, spoke up. The medical hall is performing an autopsy. We just need to wait to know the exact cause of the incident. Xiahou Dun just replied nonchalantly. Is that so? Nam Kung Ba stood there, furious, his hands clenched into fists. What? What do you mean by that suspicious look? The others present spoke up, their voices full of annoyance. Are you suggesting there's a mole in the family who dared to poison him? Using a mole to poison someone? It's not impossible. After all, there are many types of poisons that leave no trace. Nam Kung Ba angrily looked at the young man before him. This damn brat, he talks as if he knows everything. But the person in front of him quickly stopped him. Let's not make wild guesses. Just wait for the results from the medical hall. The interrogation is canceled. You should go back too. Xiahou Dun shrugged and replied with a smile. Yes, I know. That's good too. The matter of me robbing things will also be buried forever. Xiahou Dun happily turned and left. Please rest well, everyone. Nam Kung Ba watched him from behind, unable to feel happy at all. This brat. The door closed once again. As for that man, after leaving this place, he couldn't forget Xiahou Dun's serious expression from before. That gaze, as if it could see through everything, was truly unsettling. He slowly walked back to his room. In the room, his two sons were already waiting. They quickly stood up and greeted. Father, you've arrived. Nam Kung Ba slowly sat down, his eyes stern. How is your health? Nam Kung Chuan Kwa smiled gently and replied, a few days ago, I was able to hold a sword and have started practicing again. Nam Kung Ba replied in a stern voice, very good, don't be discouraged. Just focus on practicing your martial arts. I will continue to prepare spirit pills for you. He reached his hand towards his son and continued to instruct. Don't you forget, your talent far surpasses that brat named Nam Kung Hui Hung. In the end, he's just someone who's about to die. Your son will remember. Nam Kung Chu Ni, sitting beside them, picked up a small tangerine and suddenly spoke up. But, Father, why did you call us here? Hearing this, Nam Kung Ba was not happy at all. If only he were half as clever as that brat. He continued, the situation in the clan is unstable. You two should lie low for a while. Nam Kung Chuan Kwa, standing in front, immediately replied, "Is it because the master of the Qian Kuan sect died in prison? Is that right?" "That's right." Nam Kung Chuan Kwa was about to say something, I understand, but the person beside him quickly slammed the table and asked angrily, "Why should we lie low because of that?" Nam Kung Ba saw his son's attitude and asked sternly, "What do you mean by that?" However, the youth was not afraid at all and shouted in anger, "Wasn't that guy captured by Nam Kung Hui Hung? If the criminal dies, the one who captured him should be held responsible. Why should we suffer for it?" Nam Kung Chuan Kwa beside him quickly reminded, "Watch your words in front of father. I'm just so angry, just for wiping out a bunch of mountain bandits. The elders have praised that brat to the skies like a hero. What kind of hero is that bastard? If he gave me the men and horses, I could also wipe out those mountain bandits." His hands, holding the wooden vase beside him, trembled violently. Nam Kung Ba flew into a rage, grabbed the vase, and threw it straight at his foolish son. "This idiot," he cursed a few times, "can't even keep his mouth shut." Seeing this, the two sons sitting there were also a little shocked. "Father," Nam Kung Ba angrily scolded, "an all in a sack will always stick out. That Nam Kung Hui Hung you look down on, his status is different now. Do you only know how to fool around and enjoy yourself?" Nam Kung Chiu Ni could only lower his head sadly and reply, "Father, please give me another chance." But before he could finish, the old man pointed in a direction and shouted, "Shut up. I don't want to see you like this anymore. Get out of my sight." Today, the sky was clear and the air was fresh. The capital city here was truly bustling. Nam Kung Chiu Ni felt extremely weary, chugging several jars of wine as he walked down the street. "Dami, Nam Kung Hui Hung, Nam Kung Hui Hung, Nam Kung Hui Hung." It's that dog again. His anger flared up so intensely that he smashed the wine jar on the ground. "I won't let you off." Suddenly, a voice came from behind. A group of people appeared there and greeted, well in broad daylight. "What's the rush, young master?" He turned to look at the group and asked with a smile, "You're here?" They started laughing and talking cheerfully. "There are too many gossips here. Let's not give people a reason to speak ill of the young master of the Nam Kung family. Why did you call us here?" Nam Kung Chiu Ni pointed in a direction and said, "I was planning to ask for your help with something. It's not convenient here. Let's go over there to talk." Somewhere, a cry of surprise rang out. "Good heavens!" The physician looked at the pile of silver in front of him in complete disbelief. "How much is here?" Xiahou Dun flashed a gleeful smile. "Compared to that pile of spirit pills, is this enough? I'm talking about top-grade pills, not some useless scraps." The physician looked at the pile of money, truly unable to believe it. Spirit pills aren't something you can buy just with money. 2 more bags of money were thrown onto the table. Large and small gold ingots fell out from within. There's nothing money can't buy. If you can't buy it, it's only because you don't have enough money. With money, you can even buy an immortal, let alone these things. Xiahou Dun started to threaten him again. Violence works the same way. If money isn't enough, we'll add this. If you can't solve it, you'd better watch out. It's enough, it's enough. Xiahou Dun then waved his hand. "Just do as I ask." "Yes, I will definitely do my best to find the spirit pills for you." Xiahou Dun walked gleefully down the street, feeling as if he was about to grow wings and fly. "Now that I have both money and time, what should I do next?" He thought excitedly to himself. "First, I should probably get some snacks and have a few drinks." Suddenly, a voice rang out beside him. "Young master." Kim Tai Thuong stood there, calling out angrily, "What are you planning to do now?" "What do you mean? What am I doing?" The girl pointed in that direction and said, "If that's not it, then why have you been avoiding me lately?" Xiahou Dun asked back with a calm but blank expression, "Oh, me avoiding you? Why would I avoid you? You're not my wife." As soon as Kim Tai Thuong heard this, she replied angrily, "My duty is to take care of the young master's health. It was like that before, it's like that now. And it will be like that in the future." But Xiahou Dun knew exactly how to get away from this silly girl. "Huh, father, you're here?" Hearing this, the other person reacted instinctively, quickly turning to look around. The family head? But when she turned back, her young master was nowhere to be seen. Kim Tai Thuong knew she had been tricked and was instantly furious. What did he run off to again? Is my existence invisible? You just wait. You won't be getting any more delicious soup from now on. In the tavern, Nam Kung Chiu Ni and the group of people were having a little chat. "Come on, cheers." "So you're angry because of that bastard Nam Kung Hui Hung?" This is the first time I've seen the young master of the Nam Kung family being pushed around like this. He picked up the wine cup on the table, a little annoyed. Although I don't want to admit it, seeing the way he defeated my older brother and handled the incident in Huabei, it's as if he's become a completely different person. The people sitting nearby heard this and just replied calmly, "It must be just luck." That's right, a person can't change overnight. As soon as Nam Kung Chiu Ni heard these words, He became even angrier and slammed the table hard. Damn it, just thinking about being lectured by my father because of him, I can't swallow this anger. The two of them sat there, the corners of their mouths curling into a cold smile, nodding at each other as if secretly signaling something. They looked at the person in front of them and said calmly, "How about we go and take care of that brat a little?" Hearing this, he asked back, a little wary, "Are you really going to do that? Isn't that the reason you called us out here in the first place?" A gleeful smile appeared on the corners of Nam Kung Tuni's mouth. That's right, the Hufei Ten Swords. A group composed entirely of descendants from top families will surely be able to do it. The heir of the Bailing sect, the master of the essence of the Taiwa hard art, is also a top expert among the Hufei Ten Swords. We also can't overlook the two young masters of the Cheyun gang, the Mayun Longdao. The rest are all capable figures recognized by everyone. He asked again, completely calm, "Are you brothers sure?" He looked forward coldly. You must remember, he's not the Nam Kung Hui Hung of the past anymore. The other person heard this and replied calmly with a confident expression, 100% certain. No matter how strong he is, he can't fight all of us alone. With the 10 of us combined, we wouldn't even fear the captain of the Songlong squad. You just need to handle the aftermath after we're done taking care of Nam Kung Hui Hung. Making a move on the son of a noble family's head will cause quite a shock. Everyone knows that Elder Nam Kung Ba is the real power behind the Nam Kung family. Let's take this opportunity to show what we've got and attract some attention. Hearing this, he happily laughed and replied, "Don't worry, I'll talk to my father about this later. Come on, another jar of wine." Suden Li, Nam Kung Tuni Notit So Meting. What a coincidence. Nam Kung Hui Hung is also here, sitting at that table over there drinking. He looked ahead with extreme vigilance. Since when was that guy there? Xiahou Dun, on the other side, was also enjoying himself immensely, exclaiming, "Wow, these side dishes are delicious." The group on this side saw him there and also broke into a mocking smile. How lucky. Saves us the trouble of looking for him. Let's get to work. A group of people quickly stood up and walked in that direction. "Young master, it's better if you stay away. If we're discovered together, it could be troublesome." Nam Kung Tuni walked away with a very happy smile. "All right, I'll be waiting for your good news." His eyes glinted with a crazed and expectant look. "Don't blame me. You brought this upon yourself." Xiahou Dun, who was eating and drinking over there, suddenly saw several figures walking towards him. They saw him, smiled, and greeted. "Long time no see, young master. I am True the Xian of the Bak Linmon." Who? Hearing this, True the Xian was a bit speechless. This bastard, could it be he doesn't even recognize the Bak Linmon? Another person quickly stepped forward, smiling cheerfully. "We met when we were children. You probably don't remember, do you?" Xiahou Dun looked at them contemptuously. "And who are you?" That person felt a little embarrassed, but kept a smile on his face and replied, "I am Ma Van Tap of the Triad Van Bang. The young master and I were quite close as children." Xiahou Dun shrugged and replied calmly, "No need for such useless pleasantries. If you have something to say, say it. What are you stinking lot doing here?" Ma Van Tap calmly smiled and replied, "Because we heard about the young master's achievements in Huabei." He thought to himself, "This brat is so rude." Then True the Xian pointed to the people behind him and said with a smile, "Everyone here is a descendant of martial arts families. We can't be like this. Although it's a bit simple, we have prepared a banquet to congratulate you. I've even prepared a boat so we can enjoy the river view while drinking. Wouldn't that be wonderful?" Hearing these words, Xiahou Dun was also a little interested. "Oh, that's an attractive offer." As soon as they saw him agree, they rejoiced inwardly. He took the bait. They had indeed walked into a forest. True the Xian stood there, feeling a bit gleeful, and glanced back. He doesn't know what's going to happen, and is still obediently following. Just breaking an arm or a leg will be enough. At this moment, Xiahou Dun, who was walking with them, suddenly said, "This is far enough. Now you can drop the masks and show your true colors, can't you?" The person walking in front heard this, just smiled and asked back, "What do you mean by that?" "We'll be there if we walk a little further." Xiahou Dun coldly pointed forward. "Stop talking nonsense. I know full well this path doesn't lead to the riverbank." The people on the other side looked this way with cold faces, seemingly ready to strike at any moment. "You knew and still followed us? I don't know if you're stupid or just bold." Xiahou Dun just stared at them coldly. "If you're curious, you can test it for yourselves." Hearing this, the other person was not afraid at all and replied nonchalantly, "No matter how capable you are, do you think you can fight all of us alone?" Xiahou Dun finally just shrugged and said with a laugh, "That's not necessarily true. Whether it's long or short, you have to measure it to know." Hearing this, the other person laughed heartily. What a complete idiot. A real battle broke out between them. "Go easy, don't kill him." "Got it. But just after that, The group couldn't believe the scene before their eyes at all. What? What is this? Xiahou Dun slowly bent down and picked up a nearby stone. If you're a small and medium-sized sects based in Hefei, you must have your own history and traditions. He looked at them calmly. But how could you produce such degenerate leaders like yourselves? Hearing this, the people on the other side flew into a rage and charged straight forward. You dare to insult our sect? I won't let you go. Xiahou Dun wasn't scared at all, the corner of his mouth curling into a faint smile. He used the stone in his hand to gently attack the group. They were completely unable to resist, only able to scream miserably in pain. The stone even grazed a tree branch over there, leaving a few scratches on the opponent's face. True, the Xian was completely stunned, unable to believe the scene before his eyes. In a daze, he only saw a pair of hands reaching straight for him. Xiahou Dun easily subdued his opponent, lifted him high into the air, and threw him straight to the ground. Groans and painful screams echoed as the entire group was completely defeated in the blink of an eye. At this moment, he was making them play a game of sprouting plants. Their entire bodies were completely buried in the damp earth, their faces showing a dazed expression. We're done for. What do we do now? And the people from the Loi Long Doi had also been sent here. We've finished burying the last one, sir. They found the scene before them extremely interesting. Xiahou Dun looked at them and said calmly, "You've worked hard." Thatch Hui, standing beside him, also replied contemptuously, "But this bunch really doesn't know their place," daring to make a move on the young master of the Nam Kung family. Daik Dong added coldly, "They're like moths to a flame, seeking their own death. Even when our whole group charged, the young master was unharmed. How could they possibly win?" Truong Hung, standing there, continued, "But there's a silver lining to this misfortune. They're about to go on a scenic boat ride. Who knows? Maybe the tide is rising right now." As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately made the two comrades behind him turn pale with fear. In their minds, the feeling of being trapped in a fishing net and submerged in water resurfaced. Their whole bodies lacked oxygen, only able to tremble and struggle in fear. Recalling that terrifying memory, they felt a chill run down their spines, truly not wanting to experience it a second time. "Don't bring that up again." "Yes, sir." True, the Xian, buried in the ground, trembled in fear and shouted, "You, what do you want to do to us? Could it be?" Xiahou Dun squatted down, slowly chatting like an old acquaintance. When children make mistakes, their parents naturally have to take responsibility. If you want to live, write down what I dictate. If you want to save your son, come alone to the small hill to the east. At this moment, a small brush pen was brought before him, as if something was about to be done. The man buried in the ground asked fearfully and with difficulty, "My hands. I can't use my hands. How do you expect me to write?" But before he could finish his sentence, the pen was brutally shoved into his mouth. He looked over with an incredibly terrifying gaze and asked, "Then what is your mouth for?" The other guy saw this, angrily spat out the pen in his mouth. How can you force someone to do something so absurd? But as soon as he did that, he was quickly beaten by someone holding a nearby shovel. Daik Dong angrily rushed forward and gave him a thorough beating. "You dare to talk back to our young master? If the young master says gold is dog shit, then it's dog shit. If he says dog shit is gold, then it's gold. Understand?" The other guy was beaten until his face was disfigured, his nose bleeding profusely, and he replied in pain, "I was wrong. I won't do it again." The people behind them who saw this were also quite frightened. Absolutely do not talk back to him. Just do whatever he says. That's the only way to be safe. Very quickly, all of them held the pens in their mouths and slowly wrote on the paper in front of them. Thatchui picked up the pieces of paper and examined them carefully. "Young master, there's a problem." "What is it?" "This handwriting is crooked. It's completely illegible. Even if we show it to their parents, I'm afraid they won't recognize it as their son's handwriting." "You have a point." That guy continued to torture them like a demon. "Dig a hole on each side so they can use their hands to write. I see that writing with their mouths is a bit problematic." "Yes, sir." "You're only realizing this now? You bastards." At the Bak Lin Mon, the place was still brightly lit with lamps and torches, as if waiting for someone. The master of Bak Lin Mon, Tru Du Hak, asked impatiently, "Hasn't the Xian returned yet? Don't tell me he's loitering at some tavern again." The person beside him quickly replied, "Although the young master does like to drink, he has never been this late. No need to worry. In this land of Hefei, who would dare to touch our Bak Lin Mon? The young master has also learned the family's sword techniques up to the 7th level. There's nothing to worry about." Just at this moment, an arrow swiftly shot towards them. Although the middle-aged man was old, he was still incredibly agile and caught it with his hand. The person beside him saw this and let out a frightened cry. "Master, They also quickly drew their swords, looking back tensely. Who is it? Secmaster, are you all right? True Duhak held the arrow and replied calmly, I'm fine. This arrow wasn't shot to injure me. There's a small piece of paper on it. He quickly unfolded the paper and read the contents inside. But after reading it, he himself was astonished. With a furious expression, he clenched the paper in his hand and roared, How dare you kidnap the young master of my Baklinmon? His face changed with anger as he looked ahead. I'll catch all of you and skin you alive. The group finally spread out everywhere, searching for the young masters of their respective families. Spread out quickly. Seal off this mountain for me. Yes, sir. Very quickly, those figures appeared in every nook and cranny of the mountain. They carried a vigilant look, ready to draw their swords at any moment. Trying to launch a sneak attack? Just at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from the side. Master of Baklinmon, why is the leader of Thai Van Bang here too? I received a letter saying my son was kidnapped, so... This news immediately made him stare in astonishment, and from behind, the voices of other people were also heard. A group of nobles with bewildered faces appeared here. The master of Baklinmon and the leader of Thai Van Bang? Could it be that your young masters were also kidnapped? They couldn't believe the scene before their eyes at all. How could something so outrageous happen? What arrogant person would dare to kidnap the young masters of 10 sects in Hefei? Nam Kung Ba slowly walked into the gloomy forest, standing before a small thatched hut, deep in thought. At this moment, the door inside slowly opened, and a voice echoed from the other side. Report. But Nam Kung Ba, standing outside, truly didn't understand why there was a need for such tension. Inside the house, a man sitting in the darkness spoke up. Do you have nothing to say? Nam Kung Ba replied very seriously. First, I want to ask something. Why couldn't we eliminate that person on the Huabei Plains? It's only because of him that my grand plan has met with so much trouble. The person inside asked a strange question. So then, is it our fault? Nam Kung Ba Thimai Silen. The person inside spoke again. If you had listened to us from the beginning, this incident would not have happened. However, Nam Kung Ba, outside, immediately retorted, No, this incident happened because I trusted you too much, Ghost Hand. Thanks to you, Nam Kung Hui Hung's status has risen, and even the Nam Kung Lord has started to become suspicious. The gloomy house emitted a powerful killing intent, even affecting the space outside. Accompanying that killing intent was the other person's furious roar. Shut up. That's enough. Nam Kung Ba couldn't understand at all. What was with this killing intent? He also began to channel his energy to defend himself. You want to make a move? The person inside slowly walked out. Your pride seems a bit too strong. Calm down. The person who emerged was wearing a red outfit and a rather strange mask. Aren't we all companions with a common goal? Nam Kung Ba clenched his fists and replied calmly. It's clear that most of the elders have a favorable impression of that fellow named Nam Kung Hui Hung. Even the 4 elders I recently tried to win over have started to hesitate. The person in front of him continued. The plan you've painstakingly prepared for so long, is it being completely overturned just because of that guy named Nam Kung Hui Hung? Just because of him alone? Nam Kung Ba put a hand to his forehead, looking somewhat annoyed and unhappy. It's infuriating, but that's the truth. But if we can just get rid of that guy. However, before he could finish his sentence, the other person ordered him to stop. His voice was decisive as he continued. We can't delay the plan any longer because of that bastard. Your plan is no longer viable. Stop it. Just a little more time. However, the person in front of him could wait no longer. We have waited long enough. The plan you proposed has been rejected. Nam Kung Ba stood opposite him, his mind in turmoil. Damn it, is this how it ends? Nam Kung Hui Hung, Tat Dam Nim. It's only because of him that I've ended up in this state. From now on, we will intervene and act directly. Hearing this, he exclaimed in astonishment. What did you say? The masked person continued. The matter has been decided, so please cooperate actively. Their subsequent conversation was a bit strange, but this matter, sooner or later, just a slight careless mistake will lead to. We have already decided. Nam Kung Ba still had some doubts in his heart. Is it really necessary to go this far? The person opposite him didn't answer, just stood there. This silence also made him understand everything. I understand. If everything goes smoothly, I will contact you again. The plan has failed, so this time we must act even more cautiously. Until then, let's not contact each other anymore. That person quickly left. As soon as his back was out of sight, Nam Kung Ba roared in anger. Damn it. To drive away the fox, must I call on the tiger? I was just a little bit away from securing half of that position. Having mounted the tiger's back, things have come to this point. There's no turning back. Regardless of whether the outcome is good or bad, there's no other way. I can only see it through to the end. Meanwhile, the masked person on the other side had other calculations in his heart. As expected, this old fox cannot be trusted. Even though I've put a rope around its neck, it seems I'll have to feed it well so it won't bite back. A person in black suddenly appeared from behind. The masked person turned his head to look with a hint of disgust. Nam Kung Ba's second son is quite a fool, isn't he? Aren't you going to catch him? It seems this winter wind will blow very strongly. And in another part of that dark forest, a surprise cry rang out. You are the second young master of the Nam Kung family? The people from the prestigious families have finally found this place. Xiahou Dun stood there, speaking very calmly. For all of you to appear together like this, it seems you have a good relationship. With expressions of disbelief, they asked back, could it be that the second young master kidnapped our children? Xiahou Dun smiled and shrugged. Why use such harsh words? Kidnapping? They're just some naughty children who need a little re-education on their character. A nearby person heard this and immediately roared in anger. What on earth is he spouting nonsense about? At this moment, he suddenly noticed something, turned his head to look, and saw his own child buried in the ground, looking extremely pathetic. And now they had been beaten half to death, only able to groan and beg for help. True Du Hack saw his son in pain, buried in the ground over there, his heart aching as if cut. My son, you were fine this morning. How could you now? My poor son. He let out a few furious roars. Even if I die, I must hack the person who did this to my son into 100 pieces. Father. Yes, it's me, your father. And now, he seemed to notice something else, and with a worried expression, he quickly hugged the small head in front of him. Isn't your neck broken? He frantically hugged his young son. All right, it's good that you're still alive. However, at this moment, he suddenly remembered something, finally grabbing the sword by his side and roaring a few angry words. Even though I don't know why these kids were buried alive in the ground, but I must get a clear explanation. The people nearby also quickly drew their swords, pointing them straight at the other group, the situation becoming somewhat tense like a drawn bowstring. Only Dike Dong stood there, completely unafraid. He raised his axe and asked, "Shall I chop him, my lord?" Xiahou Dun immediately replied with a look of disgust. "Chop what? Do I look like a violent person? Come here, let's talk for a bit now." However, the situation before him left him a little surprised. The other group, without saying a word, charged straight this way with their weapons. They roared in anger, showing no intention of holding back. It seems I've really angered them this time. The others also quickly charged forward. His next words immediately made the other group stop. "It was your sons who attacked me first." True Du Hack exclaimed in disbelief. "What did you say?" Xiahou Dun replied cheerfully. "It was your sons who lured me onto a cruise boat and then tried to stab me with a knife. That's what happened. So I was just acting in self-defense." The people on the other side were completely incredulous. "Is everything you said true?" Seeing their doubtful expressions, he pointed towards those buried in the ground. "If you have doubts, just go and ask them." With a look of suspicion, they turned their heads to look at their children and asked, "Is what the young master said true?" They, beaten to the point where only their heads stuck out of the ground, trembled as they answered, "No, that's not it. We had no intention of stabbing or killing him." But at that very moment, the guy became terrified because Xiahou Dun's gaze was now filled with extreme threat. The other guy had no choice but to sigh, lower his head, and say with a look of utter dejection, "We just wanted to scare him a little." The heads behind him also continuously cried out their grievances. True, the Xian is right. "We just wanted to rough him up a bit. We didn't mean to kill him." Seeing this, the family head strode forward in a rage and roared, "You bunch of idiots. Look at the fine mess you've made. Believe us. We swear." But before they could finish their words, they were kicked straight in the head. The fathers who had previously doted on them now rushed forward in a fury to beat these fools. "You idiot, you might as well die here. Because of you, the reputation of our Baklin sect has been damaged. Are you trying to light the fire of my destruction? I'll kill you today. You're not my son. You're clearly my enemy." Xiahou Dun stood to one side, rendered somewhat speechless by the scene. Meanwhile, the members of the Loi Long Doi behind them watched with interest. At this rate, those kids are probably done for. Should we stop them? Just let them be. After all, their father and son, how could they actually kill them? What followed were miserable screams, proving that a case of domestic violence was taking place on the back mountain. Father, I was wrong. You already hit that spot. Spare me. I won't dare to do it again. But then the group of men gathered together again. Seeing this, Xiahou Dun pondered to himself. What are they doing? At this moment, they were whispering amongst themselves. Even if the Nam Kung family's prestige is not what it used to be, they can still crush one or two of our families to dust. How should we resolve this? To dare attack the bloodline of the Nam Kung family. Damn it, another person beside him continued. One wrong step this time, and we'll be doomed for eternity. True Du Hack gritted his teeth with an unwilling expression. There's only one way. Their eyes became incredibly frightening. Thatch Hui, standing over there, was a little surprised by this situation. What's going on? At this moment, they walked this way with cold faces radiating killing intent. Could it be? The sound of footsteps rang out, making the people on this side a little wary. Are they planning to destroy the evidence and silence the witnesses? The swords at their waists were also ready to be drawn. We must protect the young master well. But before they can make a move, the other group spoke first. We have committed a crime worthy of death, young master. Panicked, they quickly knelt on the ground. Thank you for sparing the lives of these brats who deserve to die 100 times over. We will pay for the sins our sons have committed. Xiahou Dun smiled and walked forward, saying, What are you doing? You're making me feel embarrassed. Everyone please stand up. With tears and snot streaming down their faces, they couldn't help but cry out, Thank you for your magnanimity and mercy. I don't know what I can do to receive your forgiveness. Such a great heart. The corners of Xiahou Dun's mouth curved into a happy smile as he replied, What are you talking about? Just give me a little compensation money and it'll be fine. The people kneeling on the ground heard this and were a little surprised. Compensation money? Then, although they were unwilling in their hearts, they still had to accept this. Is the gap between magnanimity and pettiness really that large? Their own sons were beaten to within an inch of their lives. Xiahou Dun on the other side started acting again. I heard that although my body has recovered, my heart is still very weak, and the medical expenses are so high. He weakly collapsed to his knees. My heart is still pounding from fear right now. Or perhaps I should go and have a word with my father? This sentence was naturally their weak spot. The group of men hurriedly shouted their assurance. We will deliver the compensation money to you. Hearing this, Xiahou Dun was finally a little satisfied. Then, a happy smile appeared on his lips as he waved his hand, preparing to leave. Thanks a lot. Tomorrow, I will send my subordinates to collect the money. The men of the Thunder Dragon Squad, seeing how shameless their young master was, truly didn't know how to react. So that's how it is. They really brought this upon themselves, those poor sect masters. Xiahou Dun thought of something and suddenly spoke again. There's one more thing. He still carefully maintained a cheerful smile on his face. Holding a few sheets of paper forward, each of you will write a self-criticism letter, so you'll remember this lesson for life. At this moment, they all stared straight ahead with serious faces. Xiahou Dun turned his head to remind the person behind him. At cock's crow, we go collect the money, understand? But Shi Hui, standing there, felt a bit confused and spoke up to ask, why suddenly make them write letters of guarantee? The content inside is also... Xiahou Dun smiled faintly and replied, when the second young master makes a request, you must cooperate unconditionally. Is that so strange? The two men behind him also spoke up in confusion. Hefei is practically the territory of the Nam Kung family. Why do we need the help of these small sects? That's what I mean. Xiahou Dun waved his hand and replied calmly, have you ever heard the saying, any a little makes a mickle? Even for small matters, more people are better than one. Yi Dong shrugged, finding this matter very confusing. I know that, but what are we going to use this bunch for? You don't need to know. How could you lot possibly understand the profound intentions of a gentleman? The next morning, everything was as usual. Nam Kung Shower was feeling extremely upset, irritably biting his nails. His face was full of anger, and he was in a terrible mood. Why is there still no news? He carried his anger with him and quickly left the place. The curiosity is killing me. I have to go to that kid's place myself to see what's going on. At that moment, someone suddenly spoke from in front of him. Greetings, young master. A faint smile appeared on the corners of Jean Saichong's mouth. As she looked this way, are you out for a stroll? Nam Kung Shower looked at the woman before him, a little curious. What's in that box? Oh, this? Hearing this, Jean Kaichong felt a bit sour inside. What else could it be? It's medicine, of course. Nam Kung Shower was overjoyed, joking gleefully. Oh, is that so? It seems that Nam Kung Hui Hung Fellow's injuries are quite serious. She stood to the side and held up the medicine box, replying with some interest. What are you talking about? Young master, this is a spirit pill. Hearing that, Nam Kung Shower felt a bit angry. Isn't that guy supposed to have broken arms and legs? Jin Kaichong shrugged, replying calmly. Haze. It's a good thing they're broken. No, that's not it. Young Master Hui Hung is perfectly fine. His aura is surging. Hearing this, Nam Kung Shower truly couldn't understand, his eyes widening in astonishment. What the hell? Just then, a loud, tense shout came from inside. Jean Kaichong, where's my medicine? She quickly hugged her small box and went inside. Yes, I'm coming right now. At this moment, someone behind him also spoke up. What on earth is going on? I must go see the 10 Swords of Hefei right away. Suddenly, he realized something was wrong. He saw the men of the Thunder Dragon Squad carrying a pile of things, slowly walking this way. They were muttering strange things as they walked. Having to collect money so early in the morning, it's exhausting. Me too. Nam Kung Shower hid alone behind a large pillar, thinking to himself, what are these Thunder Dragon Squad guys carrying again? I don't know what happened, but it feels strange. At this moment, that box of pills was also brought before Xiahou Dun. Looking at what was inside, he felt a bit suspicious. Is this all? Yes, that's all there is. Then, he was in complete disbelief, pointing at it doubtfully. Really? More real than real gold. He picked up a spirit pill, feeling extremely angry. All that money spent just to get these few spirit pills? There should at least be one great recovery pill. Jean Kaichong glanced away and replied with disgust. The pharmacy manager said he did his best. Spirit pills are hard to find recently, so the prices have gone up. Isn't this just a complete waste of effort? He stuffed the pile of pills into his mouth, grumbling, I'd rather find the ingredients and refine them myself. Jean Kaichong stood there, glanced this way, and continued with disgust. It's not that easy. I heard the refining method for the great recovery pill is a secret. Xiahou Dun, over here, thought of something and shouted angrily, you damned gods, why did you bring me to this world? The more he thought, the angrier he got. Jean Kaichong looked at him, a little confused. Young master, who are you talking to? Xiahou Dun ignored her innocent gaze and said furiously, you all just wait and see, we'll see who wins. Even if I have to plunder all the wealth in this land, I will definitely find the great recovery pill. She couldn't understand at all. Young master, who on earth are you talking to? At this moment, Nam Kung Shower slowly started walking, thinking to himself, by now, they should all be gathered at the tavern. At this time, several men in black were watching his every move from above. They discussed carefully, can we attack yet? The others were still discussing, not yet. There are too many people. It's best to hide around him first and wait for an opportunity. In the end, the group of people quickly disappeared. At this point, Nam Kung Shower had quickly found the tavern where they had met a few days ago. As soon as he entered, he shouted angrily, why is it that even now, that Nam Kung Hui Hung fellow is still perfectly fine? What's wrong with you all? Were you beaten by that kid? The 8 people on the other side were completely motionless. Nam Kung Shower, filled with anger, shouted a few times, have you all gone mute? Say something. However, all that answered him was silence. Zhao Shichen, sitting on this side, replied with disgust, we have nothing to say. You should leave. The more Nam Kung Shower on the other side heard, the angrier he got. You people are really look at this state. You've obviously failed. You talked so big before, but in the end, this is all the skill you have? The 10 Swords of Hefei. What a joke. From now on, you should be called the 10 Cowards of Hefei. But before he could finish his words, he was grabbed by the collar. The other person, filled with anger, said through gritted teeth, don't you add fuel to the fire. You'd better shut your mouth. Seeing their state, Nam Kung Shower truly couldn't help but shout a few times, you're really crazy. Have you forgotten who my father is? But as soon as the words left his mouth, he was immediately knocked to the ground by a powerful punch. The more the man thought, the angrier he got. It's precisely because I know who your father is that I thought things would go smoothly. But now I realize, no matter what Elder Nam Kung Ba says, there's no way he can reach the position of family head. The people around him also quickly added, compared to the second young master, what the hell are you? We have no reason to cling to this rotten rope anymore. Nam Kung Shower finally realized he had miscalculated this time. You will regret what you said today. Zhao Shichen, filled with anger, left with the others. Let's go, this bastard is all talk. Damn it, what on earth did that bastard Nam Kung Hui Hung do to make them all go crazy like this? Everything on the streets was as peaceful as usual. Young master, the items have been temporarily stored in the warehouse. Very good, handled very promptly. Xiao Dun sat there, looking at the pile of goods in front of him with satisfaction. He suddenly thought of something. But how long can we keep plundering like this? Opportunities to make money don't come along all the time. The price of medicine will continue to rise, so now is a good time to stabilize our finances. The people in front of him looked at his expression, not quite understanding. Is this guy a money fanatic? Truly a money grubber? At this moment, Xiao Dun pointed towards Zhang Xiong on the other side. You, tell me, what must we do to maintain our funds? The man thought for a moment, then replied, save and accumulate. The moment the words were out, he was immediately met with violence. Xiahou Dun threw a cup straight at Zhang Xiao. Xiahou Dun stood here, looked over there, and said angrily, "What era is this that you're still singing the same old tune of saving and accumulating? Don't bring up that old cliche anymore." Yi Dong, standing beside him, offered his opinion. Then let's invest. Invest in gold, silver, horses, or silk. Wait for the prices to rise, then sell them to make a large profit. It's just that. He too was quickly met with violence again. Xiao Dun then roared furiously. And just sit and wait for the price to rise? What if it doesn't? Will you be responsible for the losses? Sure, Hui silently calculated in his head. What should I do? I can't think of any good ideas either. Xiao Dun pointed at him, reminding, think carefully, it has to be a way to make money quickly, but with a guaranteed no loss. The man felt extremely tired and conflicted. Damn it, what on earth does the young master want us to do? Xiao Dun on the other side started to mock again. This contains a brain, not a rock. It seems I'll have to enlighten you all. Does that mean the young master already has a way? You already have a way, don't you? Xiao Dun replied with a serious face. Still playing dumb? It's dirty money, of course. We're already standing in front of gold mine. Why do we still need to take a detour? This statement immediately shocked the group. Sure, Hui asked with some surprise. Does the young master mean the money held by the underworld? Xiahou Dun smirked and replied, you used to be a boss, so your mind is quick. There are various organizations, big and small, in Hefei. If we can seize the money they manage, we'll make a fortune. However, before he could finish, the other party hastily stopped him. That won't do. Why? Sure, Hui continued very seriously. After all, the Nam Kung family is a righteous and prestigious sect. We cannot do things related to underworld forces. Xiao Dun was so angry at this point that he threw the entire teapot straight at the fool. He slowly stood up and said, this is exactly why you lot can't achieve great things. When the boat is leaking, you have to use even your own but to plug the hole. It's precisely because you always distinguish between the reputation of a righteous sect and maintaining faith that you've ended up in this state. I will now go and find out about the organizations in Hefei. At this moment, before leaving, he deliberately turned back to smile and instruct. You all just stay here and practice your skills while you wait. Meanwhile, in another part of the Nam Kung residence, a shocked shout rang out. What is all this? This is lunch. That's the problem. Nam Kung Jiangshao angrily questioned. The family's finances are not good, so it's been cut down to one meal with 2 dishes, right? How can you be so wasteful? The chief steward stood there, smiling as he replied. The food was all prepared out of the second young master's filial piety, so you don't need to worry too much. Please enjoy your meal. Nam Kung Jiangshao replied very seriously. I know the family's business situation very well. How could it suddenly get better? But the chief steward on the other side smiled and replied quickly. It was the second young master who gave me a considerable sum of money to supplement the family's living expenses. Hearing this, the other party was a little surprised. It was Hui Hung? Time rewinds to a few days ago. He himself had once exclaimed in surprise, young master, what is this money for? Xiahou Dun shrugged and replied nonchalantly, it's just a necessary expense. Just add it to the living costs and pay special attention to the side dishes. I'm sick of chewing on grass. He looked up and asked insistently, with some doubt in his heart, may I ask, young master, where did you get such a large sum of money? Xiahou Dun answered very seriously, just consider it the fee that the Silver Form Horse Ranch paid me. But he picked up the account book in front of him examined it carefully, and replied, "Impossible. This amount of money couldn't be obtained even if you sold the entire Silver Form Horse Ranch." Xiahou Dun found this guy really annoying. What a pain. Can't you just accept it as it is? Can't you just gloss over it? For a prestigious and righteous family like the Nangong family, this matter cannot be easily overlooked, young master. Its foundation may be shaken, but the inherent arrogance of this righteous sect remains the same. The other party immediately reacted upon hearing this. The young master's tone sounds like that of an outsider. The foundation of the Nangong family is very old. Then pull up the roots and eat them to get by. As he spoke, he roughly touched the stack of documents next to him, and in a flash, snatched the thing from the old chief steward's hands. Xiahou Dun said with icy eyes, "You said you don't need it." "What did I say that? I was just asking about the source of the money. If you want to know its true origin, then I'll tell you. This money." Immediately after, he hurriedly hugged the account book to his chest and carefully replied, "It's the fee from the Silver Form Horse Ranch." The second young master is right. In this urgent situation, we shouldn't be so calculative about these things. "Thank you for your hard work, young master. Thanks to you, I can get through a winter that isn't cold." Then Xiahou Dun left, a happy smile on his lips as he glanced over there. He doesn't seem to be an old-fashioned person. Times are tough, so try to use it reasonably. How much did the Silver Form Horse Ranch pay for the young master to order so many luxurious dishes? This is enough for several months of operating costs. Hearing the chief steward's words, Nam Kung Jiangqiao slammed the table angrily. "How can you say such a thing? Do you take me for a fool? We can't use this money of unknown origin." The chief steward on the other side smiled and asked back, "Then shall I return it? If you're not comfortable, I will dispose of the money cleanly and return it to the second young master." The old chief steward quickly turned to leave. "Is anyone out there? Clear all these dishes away." But very quickly, the person behind him hurriedly changed his expression. "The food is still untouched. Throwing it away like this will incur heavenly punishment." This friend's temper is really hot-headed. He coughed a few times and ordered, "Call Hui Hung to see me. I have to ask him something." Hearing this, the old chief steward revealed a happy smile on his face. "Then this old man will take his leave first." As he left, he could still hear laughter from inside. "Yixiong, eat slowly. Be careful you don't get a stomachache. It's been so long since I've had meat, it really melts in your mouth." The chief steward stood there, a satisfied smile on his face. It's truly magical. Ever since the second young master fully recovered from his illness, the residence has been full of vitality. Could it be that the second young master has breathed new life into the declining Nangong family? Tell me, what forces are currently in power in Hefei? Well, that would naturally be the Nangong family. Xiahou Dun reached out and touched a nearby vase and asked angrily, "I'm talking about those who started from scratch, not those who were born at the finish line." The keeper of the black market den replied with some difficulty. "About this, as you know, young master, getting paid before revealing information is the rule of our trade." At this moment, Xiahou Dun looked in that direction with icy eyes, a cold smile playing on his lips. However, before he could finish his sentence, the table in front of him completely shattered. Xiahou Dun picked up a few pebbles, carefully rolled them in his palm, and then easily flicked them toward the other person. The force was truly terrifying. The other man's face turned pale instantly, and he stammered in reply that there are exceptions to everything, right? The conversation began. The Seven Reds gang, the Yama gang, the Provocation gang, the Great Bear gang. Those are the four major underworld forces in Hefei today. Xiahou Dun sat there, calmly crossing his legs and listening. Is that so? The Seven Reds gang is a group that operates mainly in the eastern part of Hefei, with about 50 members. They are parasites who live off smuggling. The Yama gang is a bunch of loan sharks who will stop at nothing. They will squeeze their debtors dry until they die. The Provocation gang is an organization similar to a brothel called something like the Silver River Brothel. They earn income by trafficking women. Hearing this, Xiahou Dun asked with some interest, "You mean human trafficking? What a bunch of trash." "Yes, sir." Xiahou Dun gritted his teeth, feeling a bit disgusted. "I've done a lot of bad things myself, but I've never done something so devoid of conscience. These bastards have gone too far." The person in front of him felt a bit helpless hearing these words. The main business of the Great Bear gang is running gambling dens. They usually lure in passers-by who look rich to participate, and if they look like beggars, they're chased away. Xiahou Dun sneered. What a bunch of flies, daring to act so brazenly right within the Nangong family's sphere of influence. As expected, this family has truly declined. This situation isn't bad for me. What's the total income of those four forces? The other other person thought carefully for a moment before answering. It's estimated to be about 10,000 taels of silver per month. These guys are really raking it in. From now on, if there's any new information in Hefei, you must report it to me first, understand? The other guy was stunned upon hearing this and asked back, "This is a black market den." Xiahou Dun smiled and replied, "I'm not asking you to work for free, so why that expression? We're making a deal. Who made the rule that the Nangong family can't cooperate with a black market den? Don't you want to get promoted?" Hearing this, the other guy's eyes lit up with excitement. He stared at the man in front of him and finally shouted with joy, "I will work hard," suddenly so enthusiastic. You really can't judge a book by its cover. He was so excited that he tightly gripped Xiahou Dun's hand and said with a smile, "To celebrate, please treat me to a drink." Xiahou Dun turned and left, leaving behind a few words. "Next time, I have something to do now." "What is it?" A happy smile appeared on Xiahou Dun's lips, and he replied, "Making money, of course." Meanwhile, somewhere in the casino, an angry voice rang out. "What a pain, why is it this one?" The space was extremely noisy and lively. "I lost everything. One more round." The leader of the Great Bear Gang stood on a high platform, looking down at everything. This person's name was Dai Ming, and he was patiently observing the current situation. He looked down with amusement. "Quite a few gamblers have come today." The person next to him quickly replied, "It all ends up in our pockets anyway." "But, big brother, why have you been coming here so often lately? We've already tricked a few fools, and our income is quite good." However, the other party still seemed to have some worries in his heart. The person beside him finally spoke up to comfort him. "Don't worry anymore. Leave this to me. Big brother, you should go rest." This man had fought with Xiahou Dun before. A trace of fear seemed to remain in his heart. The fight with the man from the Nangong family. His bare hands gripped the railing in front of him tightly. Thinking back on it now, I still tremble. The person behind him continued with a worried expression, "Big brother, are you all right? You look so pale." "It's nothing. I just suddenly feel a little tired. As the leader of the Great Bear Gang, I have a responsibility to manage the business, right? Right. At this moment, a commotion suddenly erupted downstairs. "Big brother." He looked in that direction as a person rushed up and reported loudly, "Someone is causing trouble downstairs. He said he's going to take over this place from now on." "What?" Dai Ming angrily jumped straight down. "Which bastard dares to come here and ruin my business? I'm in a bad mood today. Get ready for a beating." However, when he saw the person who had come, his expression changed in an unimaginable way. At some point, Xiahou Dun was already standing there, a happy smile on his face, waving his hand in greeting. "Hey, are you the big brother here?" Dai Ming looked at the newcomer, unable to believe his eyes. "Why is this bastard here?" Xiahou Dun carefully sized up the person in front of him, thinking to himself, "You look really familiar. Have we met somewhere before?" Dai Ming turned away, avoiding his gaze, and looked in another direction. "How could that be? This is the first time I've met you, young master." Xiahou Dun stood there, grabbing the man's bald head with one hand. "Ah, that's right. You're the guy who wanted to tear me to pieces last time. We meet again." The other party felt extremely weary of the situation before him, it seems. "That's right." Xiahou Dun still smiled at him. "It must be fate that we meet again." The other guy couldn't help but mutter to himself, "What fate? It's a cursed fate." Xiahou Dun, however, was extremely excited inside. "At this rate, I can happily buy out this place." At this moment, a shout from behind made him quickly turn his head. "What nonsense are you spouting, you bastard? Do you want me to cut out your tongue to teach you some manners?" Before the man could finish his words, his own leader rushed forward and punched him in the face. After that, they started fighting amongst themselves. "Cut what? You want me to cut you, big brother?" Xiahou Dun quickly spoke up from behind to stop them. "Everyone stop. I'll personally teach these kids a lesson later. For now, let's proceed with the handover." At this moment, a few of them slowly moved forward. The Thunder Dragon squad also quickly appeared here. "Go and take over." A happy smile appeared on Xiahou Dun's lips. "This is quite interesting. I wonder how the other side is handling things." A man was sent flying out of his room. It seems he was just taught a lesson for his bad habits. This man was Yi Xing, the leader of the Yama gang. Yidong looked down from above, somewhat contemptuously. "I thought his martial arts were so great." The person behind him reminded, "Go easy on him. From now on, they're all our assets, so be a little careful." At this moment, Xiahou Dun held the small box in his hand, feeling a bit vexed. How can this be fixed when it's broken like this? Yidong turned his head to look back, somewhat puzzled. In this situation, he's not worried about the people, but about property? Xiahou Dun felt a little impatient and asked, "How is the Seven Reds gang?" Dong on the other side quickly replied, "The captain has already taken care of it." Hearing this, a faint smile appeared on the corner of Xiao Dun's mouth. "Is that so? Then do a quick cleanup and gather at the location I mentioned. There's still one more place. Before dealing with them, I have to confirm a few things." Somewhere, a tall mansion was brightly lit with lamps and torches, illuminating the entire area. In a small, exquisitely decorated room, on the table were countless exquisitely prepared delicacies. Shi Hui sat there, his face flushed, not daring to look straight ahead. Dong also didn't know what he should do. Zhang Hui sat beside him, lost in silence. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Why is everyone so stiff?" The three of them sat there, looking awkward, not daring to move at all. Xiao Dun, on the other side, was being served by a beautiful woman, his expression extremely calm. Each of them had a beautiful maiden nestled in their arms, pouring wine, looking very comfortable. However, this made the other men feel extremely awkward. This was the first time the subordinates had been to such a high-class tavern. With someone sitting beside them pouring wine, it was truly a bit embarrassing. Country bumpkins. Xiao Dun used his cold gaze to carefully size up the people beside him. The girl that was blushing, extremely shy. Dong, sitting on the other side, was constantly being urged to drink. Raise your glass. Truly a stick in the mud. At this moment, the wine cup in his hand was also empty. The young woman beside him smiled and looked over. "Young master's cup is empty. Let this maiden refill it for you." All right, what's your name?" "It's Xiaohua." At this moment, he suddenly grabbed the beautiful maiden's hands. The wine jug in her hand quickly fell to the ground. Everyone present looked over in astonishment. The young girl's face flushed red, and she said with some embarrassment, "You can't do that here." Xiao Dun held the hands of the person before him, looking closely. "Your hands are still rough. You probably haven't been here long. So you must come from a farming family. How long have you been working here?" The girl answered, a little flustered, "About 2 months." Then he continued to ask, "How old?" 20 years old. "You look much younger." He carefully asked more strange questions. "Then why did you come to work here?" Xiao Hua cautiously lowered her head, seemingly not knowing how to answer. That is, at this moment, from a distance, a pair of eyes kept looking in this direction, as if in warning. When Xiao Hua met that gaze, fear flashed in her eyes. Xiao Dun naturally noticed this as well, and looked coldly in that direction. He carefully ordered the others, "Except for her, everyone else get out." The serving girl nearby heard this, and put on an ingratiating smile. "What's the matter? Did Xiao Hua do something wrong? If the young master is not satisfied, I can get you another girl." Xiao Dun felt a bit impatient and repeated once more, "I said, everyone get out." The woman sitting there quickly realized he was no ordinary person, and finally had no choice but to obediently comply. "I understand." The beautiful maidens were quickly sent out. As for Xiao Hua, she remained seated from beginning to end, not knowing what she had done wrong, her body trembling uncontrollably. Xiao Dun sat there and asked calmly, "Now that there's no one else, you can answer my question truthfully, can't you?" Xiao Hua lowered her head, her face showing a look of helplessness, looking extremely weary. At this moment, a small money pouch was suddenly thrown onto the table. "This is 1,000 taels. With this money, whether it's to pay off debts or buy clothes, you can use it as you please." Xiao Dun smiled and began to introduce his family background. "I am a young master of the Nam Kung family. This means you will receive the protection of the Nam Kung family, so you can speak without worry." "Yes, this maiden understands. This maiden will speak. This maiden was sold here because of my father's debt. They used that enormous interest to cruelly threaten me. I was only 15 years old that year. I tried to escape, but they caught me every time. And each time, I was beaten with heart-wrenching pain. Even when I wanted to kill myself, I was afraid they would harm my younger siblings." Tears also began to stream down her beautiful face. Xiao Dun sat beside her and asked curiously, "Are the other courtesans here in the same situation as you?" The resentment in the girl's heart could no longer be suppressed, and tears of anguish streamed endlessly down her small face. "Most of them are like me." At this moment, Dong, sitting over there, slammed the table in anger and roared, "What a bunch of perverts!" His gritted teeth and trembling body showed that he was furious to the extreme. How dare they do such filthy things? Daring to use debt to buy and sell women? Shi Hui's gaze also gradually turned cold. Daring to traffic people in the Nam Kung family's territory, and even using violence? Damn it. Xiao Dun sat there, lost in thought, and spoke. "It seems this matter cannot be ignored, can it?" "Yes, sir. Capture them all at once." Screams of agony quickly echoed through the tavern. The leader here was quickly found by them and beaten to a pulp. The man dazedly raised his head and asked, "What is the meaning of this?" However, what answered him was a terrifying axe flying straight at him. Xiahou Dun also slowly walked over. "If you dare to spout any more nonsense, I'll make your head blossom. You hear me?" At this moment, he coldly placed a chair down and sat, saying calmly, "If you know what's good for you, obediently answer my questions." The other man raised his head, completely bewildered. "Why are you attacking us?" Xiahou Dun used the two legs of the chair to press down on the man's hand, and in an instant, pushed down with force. The opponent let out a few agonizing screams of pain. Xiahou Dun now retorted with an arrogant gaze, of course, completely ignoring those miserable cries. "Didn't I tell you to answer my questions?" This agonizing scream was enough to send a chill down the spines of those nearby. He felt a little impatient and sternly asked again, "Who is the organization behind you?" "I already know everything. If you dare change the subject, I'll make you disappear. You hear me?" The man felt he was about to die and could only tremble as he answered, "It's the Provocation Gang." So the intelligence wasn't wrong. Shi Hui, from behind, stepped forward holding a ledger and carefully reported, "Young master, I've found the account books." Xiahou Dun took it and flipped through a few pages. "Find the human trafficking ledger. Once we have it, this bunch is finished." The leader on the ground heard this and was completely panicked. How does this kid know about that? Xiahou Dun suddenly remembered something and continued, "The human trafficking ledger should be with the Provocation Gang. How could it be here at Inhalu?" The man on the ground was completely baffled. Damn it, how is this guy so knowledgeable about the underworld? He looked over with a cold gaze and asked, "Last question, where is their stronghold?" The sky was clear blue, and below was a dense forest. Their footsteps slowly moved forward. A few people also followed behind. To be more precise, it was Xiahou Dun and his Thunder Dragon squad slowly advancing into the large forest. Everyone's expression was extremely solemn. Marching straight ahead, he stood behind, silently observing their backs, and couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, such an overwhelming aura. At this moment, he suddenly noticed something that Yidong, who was walking at the front, was radiating killing intent. Can this subordinate kill them? Xiahou Dun cheerfully shrugged and replied, "Of course you can. Just leave half for me. We have to leave a few alive to hand over to the authorities. That way we can claim it was justifiable self-defense." The man, full of fighting spirit, raised his weapon and replied very seriously, "Yes, this subordinate will leave half." That's good. At this time, somewhere in the capital city, Gao the Dao Tong, the leader of the Provocation Gang, was loudly ordering his subordinates below, "Move quickly. We have to take care of everything before the people from the Nam Kung family arrive." At this moment, someone from outside suddenly ran and shouting, "This is bad. The people from the Nam Kung family are here." "What? They're here already?" Hearing this, the man asked in a panic, "How many of them are there?" "It seems about 10 people. Then, he quickly gave an order, "Stop what you're doing. It's too late to escape now. In that case, the only way is to fight them to the death." However, the person beside him cried out in great worry, "Big brother, our opponent is the Nam Kung family. If we fight them head-on, we'll be finished." But the man already had a plan in mind. "If we can eliminate them, we can buy more time. After that, I just need to hide for a while." The subordinate beside him was still extremely frightened, but Gao Daodong continued, "We have more people. As long as we launch a surprise attack, we have a chance to win." At this moment, the Thunder Dragon squad had also arrived outside the door. Shi Hui stood there, a faint smile on his lips. It's frighteningly quiet. Xiahou Dun, standing beside him, said, "They're hiding to ambush us. What a bunch of trash." "Did you hear what the young master said? Everyone, be careful." Before the words were even finished, Yidong had already charged forward. "Let me go in and see what this swarm of flies looks like." Well, he's getting fired up again. He quickly raised his large axe and swung it forcefully forward. The large door in front of them was immediately smashed open. That man was like a wild beast, holding his weapon and destroying everything, charging forward uncontrollably. However, at this moment, a net suddenly appeared from above. The people behind saw this scene and cried out worriedly, "Yidong, senior brother." The people inside used a small net to restrain the man standing there. They shouted with great joy, "We got him." However, at this moment, the man also realized something was wrong. The man caught in the net, his muscles were now slowly bulging. His bound legs also seemed to be able to move again. Although Yidong was tightly bound by the large net, he was still extremely arrogant, roaring a few times as he unleashed his strength. "Is this all you've got?" Shi Hui, standing outside, had a faint smile on his lips I almost forgot about that guy's strength. Zhang Xiong from behind continued. Those guys don't have what it takes to fight our senior brother. At this moment, countless sharp arrows suddenly shot down from above. A group of people was ambushing from above, preparing to attack those below with bows and arrows. They looked towards Yidong and spoke. However, at this moment, the man himself realized something was wrong. Zhang Xiong also quickly appeared on the opposite side. That man had no other choice but to turn his arrow backward to defend himself. However, to Zhang Xiong, the speed of that arrow was mere child's play. In a flash, Zhang Xiong dodged them all. Lightly pushing off with his feet, Zhang Xiong entered a combat stance. The look in the eyes of the man before him changed instantly, because Zhang Xiong had closed in on his opponent with astonishing speed and launched a surprise attack. The other men, seeing the situation was bad, shouted loudly, signaling to scatter. Zhang Xiong, of course, would not give them that chance. He curled his lip into a cold smile, looking forward, and countless sharp slashes appeared instantly. In the blink of an eye, the entire group was completely wiped out. All of them, like autumn leaves, slowly fell from the high, wide roof. The other men had surrounded the Thunder Dragon squad. The Thunder Dragon squad attacked with all their might, carrying a fierce momentum, and shouted a loud kill. Shi Hui stood there watching them, feeling a bit disgusted by these people. Meanwhile, the net that was tying up the bear-like Yidong was also gradually being destroyed. Yidong easily broke free from the net, shouting, "Save some for me too." After that, they plunged into a fierce, chaotic battle. A giant axe swung towards several burly men, attacking the opponents. Yidong easily took down the group of people who didn't know their place. Xiahou Dun stood to one side, observing, not making a move at all. He raised his fingers, carefully counting the people in front. About 50 of them, huh? That's quite a few. As expected of the Nam Kung family, that group of people was quickly and completely defeated. Filled with rage, they punished the shameless beasts. Zhang Xiong, holding a long sword, prepared to charge in and slaughter. Gao Daotong, standing nearby, saw this scene and turmoil stirred within him. He continued to order the attack and charged forward himself. Don't give them any chance. Just then, one of the Thunder Dragon squad members spotted him, weapon in hand, and quickly slashed at him. However, the slash missed him completely. Where'd he go? In a flash, that man had appeared behind the other person, a gleeful smile on his face. The opponent's leg was quickly struck, and the Thunder Dragon squad member cried out in pain. Gao Daodong tightened his grip on his weapon, slashed forward, and shouted, "Die!" from a distance. Another sword suddenly thrust straight forward, instantly blocking his attack. Two other members of the squad also rushed over with astonishing speed. That guy wasn't surprised at all. Instead, he took out 2 round pellets and threw them into the distance. A strange black smoke emanated from the pellets. Seeing this, they were utterly astonished. The black smoke spread throughout the air. The men hurriedly shouted reminders to each other. "Can't see ahead anymore. Be careful. It might be poisonous. Hold your breath." But before they could even take precautions, a man with a detestable face appeared in front of the 2 Thunder Dragon squad members. In a flash, the opponent had taken down both of them. The chain of attacks left no time to react. Finally, he quickly exited the black smoke, appearing behind them, a contemptuous smile on his lips. "You all look down on people from the underworld too much. In this land of Hefei, no one is faster than me." Xiahou Dun, from a distance, had seen everything. "Look at that. How despicable. I once studied the martial arts of the righteous sex. Though my understanding isn't deep, I still learned a few things. It's a good thing I discovered this early." At this moment, Shi Hui also prepared to charge forward. "You're the leader here, aren't you? Let me test my skills against you." But that guy quickly retreated, his figure vanishing from the spot in an instant. He looked at Shi Hui, smiling provocatively. "All right, it seems you're strong too. But don't be like the members of the Thunder Dragon squad, getting scared by my power. They were never afraid from the beginning to the end. Stop being so arrogant." That guy quickly zipped past Shi Hui, easily dodging everything. He appeared behind Shi Hui with extreme speed, his expression cold, and he even carefully taunted. "Facing an expert like me, how can you possibly keep up?" But before he could even make a move, Xiahou Dun appeared behind him, blocking everything. In a flash, he was sent flying. That guy was furious, struggling to sit up. "This brat, don't the warriors of the Nam Kung family have any rules? How dare you interfere in someone else's fight?" Xiahou Dun stood there and replied with great arrogance, "Rules, my ass. A human trafficker like you is worthy of talking about rules?" He stared straight at Xiahou Dun, observing him carefully. This guy's aura is so strong. He already had hidden weapons prepared in his hand, ready to attack at any moment. I can only use hidden weapons. Then, he threw several strange round pellets towards where Xiahou Dun was standing. Take this. The objects quickly exploded, creating a large area of black smoke. Xiahou Dun stood there, unafraid, watching intently ahead. Meanwhile, the other guy, thinking Xiahou Dun had fallen into his trap, quickly shot several hidden weapons into the black smoke. He was incredibly smug and excited. With the smoke screen for cover, it would be strange if you could see to dodge. Even if you managed to block them, it would just be a risky move. I just need to seize the opportunity to land a fatal blow on you. After that, he quickly charged forward to attack. But what he least expected was that Xiahou Dun easily caught all the hidden weapons he had just shot and then directly used them to counterattack. Those hidden weapons shot back forcefully. The other guy was hit and could only scream a few times in pain before flying into the distance. Xiahou Dun calmly walked out of the black smoke, a gleeful smile on his face. You think that kind of trashy trick would work on me? That guy, filled with rage, took out a dart, preparing to attack again. This son of a bitch. But this time, Xiahou Dun wouldn't give him a chance to fight back. He forcefully stomped on his opponent's hand, crushing it with extreme brutality. Watching an ant struggle before death, it's not too bad, is it? How interesting. The guy lay on the ground, only able to groan a few times in pain, the color draining from his face, his eyes wide with shock. Only then did Xiahou Dun give a satisfied, cold, and excited smile. He raised his leg high and kicked down forcefully. That kick directly left the guy's face a bloody mess. Xiahou Dun stood there nonchalantly, then carefully tortured the guy some more. The people nearby saw this scene and were terrified. They witnessed their big brother being beaten so brutally and screamed in horror. Big brother has been captured. Their weapons also fell to the ground one by one. That group of people, trembling with fear, cried out, "I surrender. Please spare me." But before the words were even finished, they were hit by a sharp slash. The men quickly fell, completely unable to dodge. Xiahou Dun spoke slowly. 25 people? That's half of them. He carefully ordered the person behind him, chop off the limbs of the remaining ones, then throw them in coffins. Hearing the order, they immediately carried it out. Yes, sir. At this moment, a nearby guy carefully approached, clutched Xiahou Dun's pant leg, and cried out in fear, "Please spare me." Xiahou Dun coldly looked down. The man over there, with tears in his eyes, said in anguish, "I'll hand over all the secret account books and confess. I beg you for your mercy." But at this moment, Yidong, without a shred of pity, brutally kicked the guy in the head. Yidong, filled with rage, continued to torture his opponent. "You stupid dog, cut the crap. Spare me." To the girls who cried and begged, "Have you ever shown mercy even once?" Xiahou Dun coldly replied, "You haven't, have you? Then neither will I." After that, he turned and left, carefully instructing, "Finish this up quickly and head back." The person behind him quickly understood and immediately complied. "Yes, sir." Pitiful groans and screams echoed everywhere. "Don't, please." This news also quickly reached the ears of the Nam Kung family elders. Reporting to the family head, the second young master has returned after leading the Thunder Dragon squad to sweep through the underworld. They have rescued many people. Nam Kung Jong Tru sat there listening to these words, his expression extremely solemn. Say that again. What did Hui Hung do? The steward on the side spoke up. The good news is that we have defeated the underworld. Why the sudden attack on the underworld? What on earth did he do? The head steward smiled, bowed respectfully, and replied, "At that age, one is always full of curiosity and fantasies. Perhaps he wanted to represent justice." Nam Kung Jong Tru heard these words, carefully recalling some of his foolish son's recent expressions, and found it increasingly strange. Representing justice? The more I think about it, the more it doesn't seem right. The person in front of him carefully took out a jar, placed it on the table, and continued, "We must congratulate the young master and the Thunder Dragon squad for stirring up the atmosphere in Hefei. Oh, I mean for defeating the underworld and rescuing the kidnapped girls. What is that? This is the famous Xianlin tea from Hefei. There's nothing better to celebrate with." At this moment, Nam Kung Jong Tru was overjoyed. Hui Hung, my physically weak son, has finally grown up. The teapot gradually came to a boil, its fragrance spreading. He is no longer the young master of the past. Now is the time for him to share the family head's burdens. The elders were also buzzing with discussion, and the family head status was gradually being elevated. As Nam Kung Jong Tru sipped the hot tea, he was truly ecstatic. It's true after all, patience brings rewards. The steward on the side suddenly noticed something. seeing his master acting almost crazed when mentioning that foolish son of his. Isn't Hui Hung the best example of waiting patiently? He decided it was best to leave, pretending not to see. At this moment, the person behind suddenly spoke up. "Call Hui Hung here. We should enjoy this together." "But the young master has already gone out, sir." Nam Kung Jongtru was a little surprised to hear this. "He's out again?" The head steward then suggested. "How about we call someone else?" "Never mind. It's fine for the two of us to drink." He sighed, carefully lifting the teacup in front of him. "I really can't keep him here." Meanwhile, in a magnificent and splendid tavern, boisterous and cheerful laughter rang out. "Cheers!" People surrounded Xiahou Dun, fawningly filling his cup with wine. "Congratulations on your great achievement in the cause of unifying the underworld." "Unification? Don't speak so soon." Hearing this, the other guy said with a fawning smile, "It sounds like unifying the world, doesn't it? Dai Min of the Great Bear Sect, Yi Xing of the Flame King Sect, Su Chiu Hong of the Seven Rainbows Sect, you three listen carefully. From this day forward, the Great Bear Sect, the Flame King Sect, and the Seven Rainbows Sect will be disbanded and merged into the One Line Society. Is that clear?" The people before him immediately asked in confusion. "This is the first time I've heard this name. What kind of organization is the One Line Society?" Xiahou Dun just smiled calmly and replied, "I just came up with the name. This wine is truly delicious." The three people in front of him truly didn't know how to react. This was too ruthless. Is the underworld about to be plunged into a storm of blood and gore? Let me tell you the rules of the One Line Society. Traitosti, desertosti, thieves and robbers die. Those who speak ill of me behind my back die. Human trafficasti, drunks who cause trouble die. Those who disobey orders also die. As he spoke these words, an extremely terrifying expression appeared on his face. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a man was also drinking in an extremely noisy place. He angrily slammed his wine cup down on the table. Nam Kung Shower sat there, extremely displeased, shouting, "Damn it, I'm still this angry, even after drinking." He then quickly shouted, ordering the person beside him, "Hey, the wine's finished, bring more wine." The manager quickly appeared and advised, "Young master, you're too drunk, please don't drink anymore." But upon hearing these words, he became furious, shouting, "What?" Then he fiercely kicked the other person in the stomach. "Even a mere waiter like you dares to look down on me?" Relying on his tall and large frame, he roared angrily, "What is there about me that deserves to be looked down upon? Do you know where you went wrong?" Onlookers seeing this scene were also a little worried. Shouldn't we stop him? Forget it, stopping a young master of the Nam Kung family. You want to die? Right. But they still spoke with indignation. So what if he's from the Nam Kung family? This is going too far. Nam Kung Shower heard those words, immediately became enraged, and turned his head to look. "What did you just say? So what about the Nam Kung family, huh?" Seeing his expression, the person was so scared they repeatedly cried out, "I didn't say anything." He angrily strode forward, shouting, "You little brats, you think I'm an easy target, don't you?" With that, he prepared to throw a punch. "Trash like you dares to be insolent in front of me? Young master, it's not like that." But before the punch could be thrown, a voice from behind called out, stopping him, "Stop." Hearing this, he surprisingly stopped his attack. An old man slowly walked over and said, "Young master, please stop. Is threatening commoners what martial artists should do? That's enough for today." Nam Kung stood here, his heart burning with rage upon hearing these words. But he had no choice but to toss the person aside, and slowly sat back down in his chair. "All right, bring the wine." Seeing his attitude, the old man hurriedly bowed and said, "Young master, you've had too much to drink. It's best you go home and rest. Or perhaps I should have someone inform the Nam Kung family." As soon as these words were spoken, it was as if they had touched Nam Kung Shower's reverse scale. He roared, "Old man, you dare to threaten me?" However, the old man was not afraid at all, calling to the person behind him, "Chi Chung, go to the Nam Kung family. Clearly report everything that happened here, and ask them to send someone to escort the young master home." The person then said with a look of disgust, "He's gone." They turned to look at the mess behind them, a little weary. If it weren't for showing respect to the Nam Kung family, we would have taught him a lesson long ago. Go to the kitchen, get some salt, and sprinkle a lot of it at the door. At this moment, on another side, a group of people holding several wine jars were calculating in their hearts. It seemed they were plotting something. Holding the wine cup before him with both hands, he thought carefully. At this time, Gao Daodong stood there, his face tense, asking, "How is this Hundun Zi?" Xiahou Dun had no choice but to point a finger forward in praise. Not bad. I'll promote you one rank. That's great. I've been promoted to bronze rank. All ranks in the one-line society start fairly at iron rank, but depending on merit, one can be promoted to bronze, silver, or gold rank at any time. This is judged entirely based on ability, regardless of background. Gao Daodong, who was just promoted to bronze rank, is a good example for you all to see. Afterwards, the other person was extremely excited. See, I'm bronze rank. You guys are just iron rank, so I'm your superior. From now on, you all have to listen to me. The two people behind him really couldn't understand. What kind of ability is mixing good wine? And he gets promoted for that. Good heavens. At this moment, they also fawningly brought a teapot forward. That was just a small mistake earlier. If the young master gives me another chance, I will definitely do a good job. This kid is really cunning. This is my family's heirloom Miki Z. Please have a taste, young master, and see how delicious it is. Xiahou Dun didn't drink anymore, looked to the side, and said calmly, "All right, I've had enough. That's all for today." Afterwards, he walked out the main door, breathing in the fresh air with a refreshed expression. Breathing fresh air is much more pleasant than drinking so much wine. At this moment, he suddenly noticed something unusual downstairs. Over there, several strange figures in black appeared, stealthily spying on something. He looked down, a little doubtful in his heart. What's with those guys? I feel a murderous aura. He couldn't help but recall the figure of the person in the red mask from before. The aura is exactly the same as that guy's. At this moment, the people behind him, holding large wine jars, eagerly ran over to curry favor. "Young master, we've mixed them all. Please taste mine first." However, they were shocked to find that their young master had vanished in the blink of an eye, because Xiahou Dun had broken into a cheerful smile and jumped straight down to the ground. Then, to the astonishment of everyone upstairs, he quickly accelerated, rushing straight ahead. They really couldn't understand. How high is this place? Look, it must be at least over 5 zhang. Xiahou Dun's gaze was ice cold. I absolutely cannot let these suspicious people run rampant in my territory. He quickly accelerated, rushing forward, using his speed to glide across the roof tiles of the tall buildings, preparing to search for anyone. His gaze was extremely determined. As long as I catch them, I'll know who they are. It's just that when he stopped, the scene before him left him a little stunned. He stared straight ahead, almost unable to believe it, because at this moment, there was only a white wall here, not a single soul in sight. What? They vanished? Xiahou Dun squatted down again, carefully assessing the situation. This is unexpected, to think they could escape my range of perception. These guys are not simple. Having these experts lurking around Hefei is really annoying. His gaze swept around as he thought to himself, what is their target? Suddenly, he noticed something, finally quickly stepped aside, and said slowly, did I just leave all that wine to run out here? I have to go back and try to Hundun Z from those two guys. Meanwhile, in another corner of the capital, a drunken figure was staggering down the street, muttering curses. Do you think yours is the only tavern in Hefei? Nam Kung Shower, his face flushed, looked straight ahead and said in disgust, I could just go somewhere else, can't I? However, 2 men in black with strange appearances suddenly appeared in front of him. He looked at them, silently assessing, wearing masks and black clothes in the middle of the street. How? He felt he shouldn't get involved with these people and turned to leave with some disgust. Too suspicious, I'd better stay away. However, he then couldn't believe the scene before his eyes, because behind him, another person in black had also appeared, already waiting there. Nam Kung Shower now realized his current situation. What? You're targeting me? The group slowly closed in. He thought to himself, this is not good. 2 behind, 1 in front. His gaze was cold as he looked straight ahead. In that case, I just need to take down the one in front to escape. Nam Kung Shower threw a powerful punch at his opponent, shouting loudly. But the opponent saw through it all. He was struck on the head and completely defeated. The group carried this fat pig away from here. Easier than catching a turtle in a jar. Is this guy the only one from the main line of the Nam Kung family? 3 days later, the sound of an abacus clacked incessantly over there. The man sitting in the black market shop had a troubled expression, carefully examining the ledgers before him, so angry that he knocked everything over, roaring a few times. This is so annoying. Nam Kung Hui Hung. Because of the stuff the guy entrusted to me, the books are a complete mess. How am I supposed to handle this huge quantity all at once? The teacup shattered in the other person's hand. Xiahou Dun appeared there, waving a greeting. I'm here. He stood there and asked carefully, have you sorted everything out yet? Young master, you know full well that shipment is too large. The man's mouth was swollen, his speech a bit unclear, as he slowly replied, "Young master, give me a little more time. I can definitely handle it." Xiahou Dun poured himself a cup of tea and replied, "It's fine. Take your time. I didn't come here to rush you. Don't worry." Hearing this, the man asked, not understanding, "Is there something you need, young master? Do you have any information about the suspicious people in Hefei?" Hearing this, the other person replied very seriously, "I haven't received any news yet." Nothing? Even the black market shop doesn't know? The transient population in Hefei is so large. Does the young master want to screen them one by one? It will be very difficult without special management. Then from now on, we'll implement special management. 3 days ago, I spotted some suspicious individuals near Qingshan Tower. Go investigate where they are. The man on the other side was completely baffled, asking blankly, "Huh?" The manager continued, "In that case, we'll need more people. To handle the goods the young master entrusted to me, I'm already very short-staffed." "Young master, are you listening to me?" Then, the young man suddenly slammed the abacus down on the table, startling the person opposite him. Xiahou Dun's gaze was cold as he stared straight at him. Short-staffed? Hearing this, the other person nodded, a little awkwardly. Yes. He smiled and looked at the other side. "You should have said so earlier. I have some subordinates you can command as you wish." The person on this side felt a bit troubled, sighing a few times. If the young master is talking about the Thunder Dragon Squad, I'm afraid this isn't something that 10 or 20 people can solve. We'll need at least 100 people, and the cost is expected to be considerable. Xiahou Dun very cheerfully began to assault the person in front of him. "Fine, just use my subordinates." He smiled and continued, "Not long ago, I unified those underworld gangs and established an organization called the One Line Society. You can take them and command them as you please, all right?" The man could hardly believe these words. This scoundrel, in the end, was still scheming to make the black market shop work for him for free. "So how much will you pay?" The moment these words were spoken, it immediately startled the other person. Xiahou Dun smiled and continued, "It's only natural. You use my people, of course you have to pay me. I'll give you a discount." That night, the moon hung high, shining down on the Nam Kung family's mansion. Nam Kung Chuan Kwa, extremely worried, spoke up, "Father, Shower hasn't been home for 3 days. What skills does that brat have to be gone for several days? He's most likely hiding in some corner, dead drunk." Nam Kung Chuan Kwa was extremely anxious. This time is different. The last time he caused trouble was at a tavern, about 3 days ago. The pair of dark hands, carefully touching the leaves in front of him, also paused. Impossible. The old man felt extremely weary in his heart. It was so difficult to save this brat's life, and now something else has happened. Nam Kung Chuan Kwa continued from behind. In Hefei, no place can escape the surveillance of the great families. Could it be that Shower has? At this moment, Nam Kung Ba secretly recalled the words the masked man had said before. Could it be that he kidnapped Nam Kung Shower to threaten me? The old man turned his head and reminded his son, "Regarding Nam Kung Shower's matter, let me investigate. Remember to keep your mouth shut and not say things you shouldn't." Nam Kung Chuan Kwa stood behind, watching his father's departing back, his heart filled with thoughts. "Father, that day, in the deep forest outside the capital city, Nam Kung Ba unleashed his power, his anger uncontrollable. He roared a few times, ordering the person inside, 'Get out here.' At this moment, a voice echoed from nearby. 'What has made you so angry?' Nam Kung Ba asked with a stern face. 'Where's my son?' The masked man calmly replied, 'Your son is safe and sound. You don't need to worry.' Hearing this, Nam Kung Ba's anger flared. 'Why did you do this? If my family finds out, they will send people to search for him everywhere. Didn't you consider that you might be traced? This could affect the plan.' The masked man on the other side calmly replied, 'Then proceed.' The moment these words were spoken, they immediately left Nam Kung Ba utterly astonished. 'What did you say?' He repeated what he had just said. 'Don't hesitate anymore. Start right away.' After that, he stepped forward and carefully inquired, 'After everything is resolved, Nam Kung Shower will be returned. Before that, I guarantee not a single hair on his head will be touched. You can rest assured. Around when can we start?' Nam Kung Ba ziplit to thou godaitit Hoa Hop Line. It seemed the old man was furious with this threat. 'I will start at Hoa Hop Line, so prepare well and don't let any mistakes happen.' He heard those words and seemed to be thinking, 'Hoa Hop Line? That will be a wonderful stage for blood flowers to bloom.' The eyes of the middle-aged man behind him gradually grew colder and more hateful. The next morning, a bored yawn from a youth echoed in the hallway. Xiahou Dun felt a bit tired. Is spring coming already? Why am I so lethargic? Kim Tai Thuong also appeared from behind and spoke. The young master's residence is filled with firewood. That's why it's so warm. Where'd spring come from? Has the young master heard the news? What news? She began to gossip. Young Master Nam Kung Shower hasn't been home for several days. He picked up the bowl of medicine in front of him. He carefully thought about these matters. Ran away from home. Why would that big oaf run away from home? Let's put this aside for now. It doesn't seem to be like that, young master. It's just that there's absolutely no news about him at all. The moment these words were spoken, it immediately piqued Xiahou Dun's interest. Although the news is being suppressed now, at this rate, something will happen in a few days. Xiahou Dun seemed to think of something and pressed carefully. How long has he been gone? I heard it's been about 3 or 4 days. These words startled him for a moment, and his eyes gradually grew cold and resolute. So, he disappeared right when those suspicious people appeared. They were targeting the non-Hin Ma Fuang, but they were actually targeting me. It's also possible they're targeting the entire Nam Kung family. Nam Kung Sioeza, targeting that idiot. Does that make sense? His eyes were ice cold as he calculated in his mind. Then aren't they all in the same gang? He slowly walked forward. We'll know once we open it. At the black market shop, a map had been found, and they began to discuss the events of that day again. From here to here is the path young Master Nam Kung Shower took. The young master's trail disappeared here, and the people with characteristics similar to what the young master described were discovered here. Xiahou Dun looked at the map before him, seemingly having his own speculations. It really is the same travel route. We can't wait any longer. Based on the intelligence gathered so far, there are 3 possible hiding places for them. He looked at the 3 leaders standing behind him and asked, "Did you all hear that clearly?" They hurriedly smiled fawningly. "Please rest assured, leave the thorough search of those 3 places to us." Then, he spoke to the old owner of the black market shop, standing behind him. "Since I will be acting with the Thunder Dragon Squad, once you discover their trail, report to me immediately. Don't act on your own, lest you get injured." That night, in the basement of a small thatched house, a staircase slowly led down to a strange place. At this moment, Nam Kung Shower was tied to a small pillar, completely unconscious. Voices could be heard nearby, as several subordinates were gathered around. The masked man heard this. A bit of interest sparked in his heart. Those subordinates are the underworld gangs that occupy Manhwa. Perhaps we have trespassed on their territory, making them vigilant. It's time to move to another place. Be careful not to attract attention. Yes. Just then, a shout suddenly came from behind. Urgent news. The masked man turned his head. A subordinate bowed his head and reported, "Those underworld gangs are moving this way." The masked man on this side replied with interest. "Faster than I thought." The person kneeling in front quickly raised his head and asked, "What should we do?" I wanted to avoid making a scene as much as possible, but it seems there's no other way. At this point, he had completely stepped out of the secret room. "Go kill all of those underworld gangs for me. Leave no trace behind. You know what to do, right? As you command." Meanwhile, outside, Xiahou Dun's group had already found this place. Is it here? According to the subordinate, very suspicious signs of entry and exit were discovered here. Xiahou Dun waved his hand and said, "Good work. You can lead those kids away. From now on, leave the rest to me and the Thunder Dragon Squad." Their group of 4 slowly entered the small thatched house. Hui spoke from behind. "This subordinate will position the rest of our men around the perimeter, ensuring no one can escape. Our top priority is to ensure the safety of young Master Nam Kung Shower's life." "What are you talking about?" Xiahou Dun's next words left the people behind him completely stunned. Why look for him? Hearing this, Hui couldn't understand and asked again, "Didn't we gather everyone to find young Master Nam Kung Shower?" Xiahou Dun, walking in front, raised his head and replied, "He's a grown man. Why do I need to care about him? Don't pay attention to that useless thing. Focus your minds. We must capture those masked people." Hearing this, a trace of amusement appeared on the faces of the 3 men behind him. So that's how it is. Young Master Nam Kung Shower is a useless thing. At this moment, standing outside, they also heard footsteps echoing from that direction. He stood there and signaled to the people behind him. The little mice are hiding in there. The Thunder Dragon Squad quickly rushed forward, their fighting spirits surging. "Let's go first. Please step back, young master." Xiahou Dun felt a sense of relief in his heart. What? That's right. Try to rely on others for once isn't a bad thing. They quickly stood before the thatched house, ready to fight at any moment. Just then, a strange black aura emanated from within, as if it had been ready for some time, and shot straight out to attack them. Yidong was the first target, followed by Zhang Xiong. Hui, standing beside them, naturally couldn't escape either. From start to finish, Hui could only do his best to use his sword to evade everything. Shi Hui unleashed a fierce attack, striking a black-clad assassin who was rushing this way. The group immediately entered the most intense battle. That black-clad person was knocked back a few steps. He used his speed to charge straight forward and launch an attack. The sword in that person's hand seemed to erupt with its greatest power, stabbing straight toward the person opposite him. Facing this blow, Shi Hui was also somewhat astonished. But in the end, he could only resign himself to fate and was struck by it. That attack did not completely disappear, but instead came from all directions. Shi Hui had no other choice and struggled to escape. Shi Hui looked at the man, unable to comprehend. What kind of person is this guy? The feeling was exactly the same as when they went to suppress the mountain bandits. In this battle, they had no chance of winning. Back then, they were also just like this guy. Who on earth is this guy? First, I must focus my spirit to deal with him. Shi Hui gripped the sword in his hand tightly, shouted a few times, filled with determination. I am no longer the me of the past. However, the opponent quickly appeared behind Shi Hui, leaving him with absolutely no chance to dodge. In an instant, he used his sword to slash straight at his opponent. The black-clad person let out a taunt. This effeminate guy is the captain of the Thunder Dragon squad? The other two, seeing this from a distance, also shouted in worry. Big brother. That black-clad person quickly realized something was wrong. Upon making contact, he seemed to feel a strange power transforming. Shi Hui spun around and threw a punch behind him, his eyes extremely stern as he looked straight in that direction and shouted loudly, "Take this!" Very quickly, the weapon in his hand fiercely unleashed a violent attack. That black-clad man could only do his best to retreat to dodge it all. Shi Hui on this side shouted with extreme seriousness, "I've figured out your technique." That man's entire body was completely pierced through. Seeing this, a triumphant smile appeared on the corner of Shi Hui's mouth. "How does it taste?" Kid. Suddenly, Shi Hui felt his wrist being gripped tightly, his eyes filled with astonishment, completely unable to believe it. After taking that slash, the man could still stand up, pointing his weapon straight this way. Madman. However, before the attack could be launched, the man in black was sent flying. Xiahou Dun had appeared there at some point, his attitude extremely arrogant. "Young master, are you already complacent with just that little bit of strength? Remember this until you stop breathing. A victory is not yet a victory." As he said these words, his gaze was extremely stern. Meanwhile, in the distance, the other two members of the Thunder Dragon squad were also locked in a bitter fight. Yidong was sent flying into a nearby tree, shouting a few times in complete disbelief. Good heavens! Beside him, there was the sound of another person being sent flying. Yidong looked at Zhang Xiong beside him with some confusion. "What about you, fourth brother?" They gritted their teeth, filled with extreme anger. "I have endured all sorrow and despair to cultivate. How can it be like this?" Zhang Xiong spat out a mouthful of blood, looking at the two men in black on the other side. "Fighting people like you has wounded my pride." This time, the two of them made up their minds, preparing for a life-or-death battle. Even if they died, they had to catch and kill them. Just then, a loud explosion rang out, and the two men in black in front were quickly knocked to the ground. Xiahou Dun, on this side, looked straight over there and asked, "Who wants to die on their own terms? Do I need to say it again? Didn't you say that your lives belong to me?" Hearing this, the two of them were immediately embarrassed. "Sure, sorry, it's fine. I will train you well, so you can wash away today's shame." They felt like they were about to die, complaining inwardly for a bit. It would be better to perish together with them. So shameless. "Young master." Before he could finish his words, he suddenly realized something and finally quickly ordered the person beside him, "Stop, don't come over here." His gaze was extremely stern as he said impatiently, "Stop hiding like a mole, come on out." As he finished speaking, a person indeed emerged from the ground. Everyone was extremely shocked to see this man, shouting a few times. Weren't there only 3 of them? Xiahou Dun could naturally also see that this man's strength was not ordinary, and he himself was ready to draw his sword and attack at any moment. "It seems I can't deal with you barehanded." That assassin threw out a small, exquisite sharp blade, which flew straight this way. Xiahou Dun was not afraid at all, his expression cold, assessing seriously. He gripped the sword in his hand, preparing to face those strange orange streams of light. Just as they were about to touch his body, a powerful blue sword gleam appeared, knocking them all away. The other man was extremely shocked, his eyes wide, staring straight ahead. Xiahou Dun had blown them all away with just one move. That attack was quickly destroyed, and the aftershock it created was even more powerful. That blue light rushed this way, creating violent cracks. The assassin on the other side, when hit by the blow, was completely unable to dodge. His body burned black, quickly fell, no longer recognizable. Xiahou Dun stood there, assessing carefully. This guy is weaker than I thought. It seems using the Heaven Sword without a trace was overkill. The remaining members of the Thunder Dragon squad saw this scene, completely unable to believe it. Was that a sword just now? I couldn't even make it out? Zhang Xiong shouted in amazement. In all my life, this is the first time I've seen such a large sword. Yidong beside him also added, "Me too," as expected of the young master. Shi Hui said nothing more, but he already had his own thoughts in his heart. Just what kind of person is the young master? Meanwhile, in the basement, the Bao Nam Kung shower was feeling extremely tired. Hearing the commotion outside, he finally slowly opened his eyes. Had they arrived? Why do I have to keep pretending like this? It's so tiring. The cellar door above was opened, and the person who appeared was none other than Xiahou Dun. The moment he saw Xiahou Dun, he shouted in surprise, "What are you doing here?" But then, the cellar door was quickly closed again. "There's nothing here. Let's go." Wait, wasn't that a sound? Just a mouse squeaking. It was clearly a human voice. Nam Kung shower in the cellar heard these words and felt like he was about to cry, tears quickly streaming down as he wailed in anguish. "Don't go, I beg you to save me." The scene changes to another place. The night of the forest enveloped the entire area. Shi Hui supported the person beside him, slowly walking forward. "Are you okay?" Xiahou Dun on this side said with some disdain. "Useless thing." Zhang Xiong suddenly ran up from behind to report loudly, "Young master, they're all dead." Hearing this, Xiahou Dun felt a bit of interest and asked back, "Was it because I couldn't control my strength?" However, Zhang Xiong quickly replied, "No, sir. They severed their own meridians and committed suicide." Hearing that, he angrily cursed a few times. "Didn't I tell you to watch them carefully? Weren't you watching?" This subordinate was a bit negligent, but what's done is done. He couldn't continue to blame the other party. He quickly turned to look to the side and said, "All right, let's go have dinner or we'll miss mealtime." But before he could finish his words, he himself seemed to have sensed something. Xiahou Dun then raised his head to look up, a hint of interest in his eyes. The person beside him also looked curiously in that direction. "What are you looking at so intently, sir? Is there something up there?" Xiahou Dun said nothing more and turned to leave. "All right, let's go eat." The mysterious masked man, standing high above, had witnessed all of that kid's martial arts. Truly formidable. I thought he was just a dandy young master. What martial art was that, anyway? Does the Nam Kung family have a sword technique with such destructive power? Is it a trump card? Afterwards, they quickly returned to the magnificent and bustling capital city. The news also reached the Nam Kung family. Young Master Nam Kung shower is back. Nam Kung Ba heard this, a bit of vigilance in his heart. How could that be? The conference isn't over yet. How could he have returned? But at this moment, he had indeed been brought back by the people of the Thunder Dragon squad. Nam Kung Ba, inside, saw that scene and could hardly believe it, about to cry out in shock, but the words died in his throat, because he saw Xiahou Dun standing over there, looking this way with a leisurely air. Why is he here? They acted out a tearful reunion scene. "Father, Xiaoya, big brother." Nam Kung shower quickly knelt down, crying in anguish. "Big brother, I was so scared." It's okay now, it's okay now." Meanwhile, Nam Kung Ba on this side was seething with uncontrollable anger, gritting his teeth. "Damn it." Xiahou Dun walked over there, even carefully letting out a taunt. "What's with that expression, uncle? Your missing son has returned, but you don't look very happy." Nam Kung Ba looked at the young man before him, his heart filled with endless hatred. "You saved him?" Xiahou Dun replied with a cheerful smile on his lips. "What? It was just a coincidence." But an old fox like him, of course, would not believe this strange excuse. A coincidence? In any case, this is a great favor. I will reward you handsomely. Since it's a reward, of course, the more handsome the better. I still have matters to attend to now. Let's talk later. My stomach is growling. Let's go. The young man's back quickly disappeared from this place. Only then did the old man realize that he no longer had control of this chess game. "I'm about to go crazy. It feels like everything is a mess." A voice suddenly sounded from behind. "I didn't expect to have to thank that kid Nam Kung Hui Hung so soon. Should we prepare a celebration?" Nam Kung shower said in a low voice from behind, like letting go of all past grievances, for example. Nam Kung Ba, standing on this side, was a little displeased to hear those words. Grievances? The man on the other side bowed his head, and continued. In any case, he did save me. Shouldn't we treat him to a meal? Before he could finish, his father interrupted him with an angry voice. Shut up. The old man swung his fist this way, saying loudly, do you really not know what happened? Thankful for his help? Are you so happy to have returned alive? It's because of you that I've become so ridiculous. All you do all day is talk nonsense. He turned his face away in frustration, shouting in one direction. I'd rather die than endure this ultimate humiliation. Hearing these words, Nam Kung Shower shouted angrily. Would it be better if I died? How could you say that, father? Nam Kung Chuan Kwa from behind quickly tried to stop him. Xiaoya. But of course, he refused to be silent, to swallow this humiliation. Brother, let me go. I have to make things clear. It's fine if I die. Is it because I'm not as good as Big Brother? I'm sorry for letting you have such an incompetent son. Nam Kung Ba felt he was being cornered by this kid and angrily pointed this way, roaring, shut up. I don't want to see your face again. Get out. The newly returned young man then sadly turned and left. Fine, I'll get out. Nam Kung Chuan Kwa then turned his head to look at the person behind him and spoke. Father, shouldn't you let me know now as well? I think it would be more helpful if I could know your thoughts now. But the old man quickly refused this. That is not something everyone can bear. He quickly walked forward on his own, completely ignoring these words. You just control everything well, don't cause any more chaos. In his heart, he carried a coldness and a vigilance that was hard to guard against. The defenses are getting weaker, but nothing will change. Everything will proceed according to plan. At this time, in a brightly lit place in the mansion, Xiahou Dun was very happily eating a bowl of noodles in front of him. Beside him were several prepared ginseng roots. Kim Tai Thuong stood there with a serious expression. Have you heard the news, sir? What is it now? The decision of the Elders' Council. Before she could finish, a ginseng rootlet flew straight that way. Xiahou Dun shouted in a low, guttural voice. What's with the taste of this mountain ginseng? Is it really 100-year-old mountain ginseng? It's been very difficult to find 100-year-old mountain ginseng recently. This one is probably only about 50 years old. In terms of effectiveness, there isn't much difference. Hearing this reply, Xiahou Dun said angrily, be reasonable. The taste is already different. The taste is so much worse. The age difference is almost double. How can the effectiveness not be different? Kim Tai Thuong on the other side calmly waved her hand. Is that important, sir? To me, that's the most important thing. Xiahou Dun shrugged, answering calmly. If we can't find a spirit pill, we'll have to use mountain ginseng. Kim Tai Thuong turned to leave. I will relay this message to the pharmacy master. Xiahou Dun remembered something and finally asked, by the way, what were you about to say earlier? What is it? You must be very curious. Stop dawdling, spit it out. Kim Tai Thuong said seriously from the other side. The Hoa Hop Lean has been moved up, but he was completely bewildered, clueless about this strange concept. Hoa Hop Lean? What's that? You don't know about the Hoa Hop Lean, young master? Kim Tai Thuong pointed to her own head and exclaimed wearily. Has your mind not caught up with your body? Xiahou Dun got angry, slamming his hand down on the table in front of him, shattering it to pieces. What did you say? Do you want me to throw you into the Thunder Dragon Squad? Kim Tai Thuong gave a cheerful smile. Ah, I forgot. You've been so busy, you must have forgotten. The Hoa Hop Lean is an annual event held by our Nam Kung family. It's a very important event where all the family's merchant houses from all over Anhui province gather to announce their achievements and strengthen their bonds of friendship. That's why it's called the Hoa Hop Lean. Such an important event. Why is it being held so early? Kim Tai Thuong thought for a moment, then said, if we have to prepare, it won't be easy at all. Isn't it because of the attack on the non-Hin horse stable and the kidnapping of our Nam Kung family's young master? With unfortunate incidents happening consecutively within our sphere of influence, more people are becoming uneasy and everything is getting more chaotic. You could say this is a stepping stone to overcome the crisis and consolidate unity. Xiahou Dun turned and left, muttering to himself. Your analysis of the situation is quite good. Kim Tai Thuong smiled, replying a little shyly. Actually, I heard my father's analysis. In any case, you have to participate in the Hoa Hop Lean, right, young master? Go pick out your clothes in advance and prepare well. He was tired and flopped onto the soft bed in front of him. Whatever, you handle it. Xiahou Dun thought to himself at this moment. An event that gathers all the merchant houses? That's quite suitable for stirring up trouble. A quiet, late night at the Nam Kung family estate. The deserted courtyard was completely empty of people. The door was pushed open slowly, and Nam Kung Ba walked in with a grim expression. Then, as if carrying a surge of anger, he slammed a fist onto the table, his face contorted with a hatred in his heart that he could no longer suppress. Damn it, At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from behind him. The man in red robes and a mask appeared, speaking a cautious greeting. "You're back late." Nam Kung Ba looked over, a little surprised. "Why are you here?" The other person stood there, replying very casually. "If I want to get in, even the Nam Kung family estate is not impossible to sneak into." The middle-aged man on this side heard those words, furious. "You're very bold." The other man was not afraid at all, just calmly replying, "Don't make such a fuss, sit down. You don't want to blow this up, do you? Anyway, I have something to say now." Nam Kung Ba, with an angry look, slowly sat down and continued. "Now that you've captured Nam Kung's shower, you should have watched him carefully. Are you trying to ruin things?" But at this moment, the masked man's gaze changed. "Is something different?" Hearing this, Nam Kung Ba asked doubtfully, "What do you mean? Does Nam Kung Jongtian know about our plan? Or, for instance, know about my existence?" Nothing has changed. The Nam Kung family still knows nothing, and this only adds to the chaos. Hearing those words, Nam Kung Ba on this side immediately shouted angrily. "But their vigilance has increased. You can't deny that, can you? Don't you think this will mess everything up?" The masked man on that side replied, "No, things will get messy for another reason." This sentence immediately left the man before him utterly astonished. "Another reason?" "Hat Nam Kung Hui Hung." As soon as the words were out, Nam Kung Ba's eyes widened in disbelief. The other man's voice continued, "If you investigate carefully, you'll find that it wouldn't be strange for him to die at any moment, because the 9 sever meridians is an incurable disease. And yet, that kid recovered in less than half a year, and has even matured at an unreasonably fast pace. Nam Kung Ba Kon Tem Pet Ka Phai. I will use every means to deal with him." But as soon as he finished speaking, the man before him spoke again. "This time, you have to bet your life on this chance. If you don't want to be utterly defeated by a brat, you'd better do a good job. I know, don't you worry." Before turning to leave, the other person gave a few careful instructions. "Prepare well. On that day, we must take down Nam Kung Hui Hum." Meanwhile, somewhere else, a small pebble fell onto the water's surface, creating ripples. Shi Hui sat by the bank, looking down, extremely dejected. "It's happening again. This is the first time in my life I've felt so helpless." Idong quickly walked up from behind and asked, "Shi Hui, what are you thinking about so distractedly?" Shi Hui also slowly stood up, sighed a little tired. "I don't know about you guys, but I feel like I'm facing a huge limit." Idong felt extremely dejected and lowered his head. "Is it about last time? Although I didn't say it, I actually feel very upset too. I don't know why there are so many powerful experts in this world." Zhang Xiong, who was beside them, then added, "It feels like I've only explored a very small part of the map. My pride is taking a fatal blow. Our primary mission is to protect the young master, and to do that, we must continue to train. No, I think we need other special measures to improve ourselves. What's necessary for rapid growth is to find a new training method and a way for our martial arts to progress." Hearing this, the other two were astonished, their mouths agape, and asked again, "This doesn't seem like a good idea. Brother, find another way. The poison from the blade wound last time hasn't fully healed, has it? Could it have affected your head?" Shi Hui on this side shouted in a stern voice, "So how long are we going to be lazy like this? If you want to survive, if you want to be recognized, if you want to become a powerful warrior, then you must resort to any means necessary." This matter soon reached Xiahou Dun's ears. "So, you want to undergo special training?" They then quickly bowed respectfully, replying with a very firm yes. Xiahou Dun gave a faint smile. "What's wrong? Is it because you feel an insurmountable limit?" Hearing this, the group's expressions fell. Was it that obvious? Shi Hui lowered his head at this moment, with infinite sadness, then shouted loudly, showing his determination. "I want to stand proudly by the young master's side, no longer being a hindrance. Please teach me." Hearing this, Xiahou Dun gave a cheerful smile, then shrugged, feigning helplessness. "It's not that there isn't a way. Actually, there's nothing better than that method. After all, martial arts can only take you so far. Instead, you must find an opponent stronger than yourself." Shi Hui was once again plunged into extreme confusion. "So who should I spar with?" Xiahou Dun had a cheerful smile on his lips, looking in a certain direction. The opponent has just appeared. Then he waved his hand towards Nam Kung Chuan Kwa, who was standing there. "Hey, go have a match with him." The moment Shi Hui saw his opponent, he was instantly terrified. Nam Kung Dik Hung stood there, his cold gaze looking this way, not saying a word. Shi Hui was completely stunned, in disbelief. Shi Hui pointed at himself. "You mean you wanted to spar with the eldest young master?" Xiahou Dun tossed a small branch to Shi Hui, then said, "Come closer. If you win, I'll listen to you. Just compete with him. I'll treat you to a meal at Tantian Tower, brother. Nam Kung Di Kung held the small branch in his hand, a little doubtful. Asking me? Hurry up. Nam Kung Di Kung's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Soon, the spar between them began. The rules are very simple. You just need to make him move one step on the platform and you win. No complaints, right? The men from the Thunder Dragon squad stood behind, full of confidence. Even if it's the eldest young master, there's no way he can take our senior brother's attack without moving a single step. Shi Hui tightened his grip on the weapon in his hand, a faint smile on his lips. Conditions like these are worth a try. I just need to make him move one step. The cold gazes of the two met. Immediately after, Shi Hui's feet rushed forward. Shi Hui used his body's flexibility, leaping up lightly, bringing the small wooden stick in his hand straight down. He even shouted the name of the move to show his determination. 10 strikes of the Thunder Dragon. This move, like a violent storm, rushed towards the eldest young master, who had been standing there with a calm expression from start to finish. The rest of the Thunder Dragon squad saw this scene and were overjoyed. Excellent. If it's the 10 strikes of the Thunder Dragon, even the eldest young master can't neutralize it easily. Just a second later, they could no longer smile. The wooden stick was quickly knocked far away. Everyone stared blankly in that direction. Their captain was defeated so quickly in just one move. Senior brother. Just a moment ago, he was full of fighting spirit. How is he already down? The eldest young master started talking about food. Shall we go eat now? Before he could react, his whole body was quickly dragged away by the other person. Xiao Dun cried out in anguish. Hey, wait. What's the rush? I know. Hey, wait. This is crazy. Slow down. Then, they really went to eat together. Here, eat up. A piece of braised pork was quickly placed in his bowl. Xiao Dun looked at it, feeling a bit dazed. He slowly put the piece of meat into his mouth, the strange feeling in his heart growing stronger and stronger. This kid is so strange. How can there be someone in this world who loves their younger brother so much? Originally, aren't brothers from the same family supposed to slaughter each other? Xiao Dun looked over, shouting angrily. Come on, I have hands too. Nam kung dai kung suden li ge a gentos mai. Thank you. Xiao Dun was a bit confused and asked, what are you suddenly thanking me for? The other person lowered his head in thought, then slowly said, because you recovered from your illness, and also, sitting on this side. The more he listened, the more confused he became. The other person's lips curled into a gentle smile as he said slowly, thank you, for becoming stronger. Xiao Dun really couldn't understand this cheesy logic and clutched his head, shouting, I'm getting goosebumps. Does this sound like a conversation between men? What family affection? It's too much pressure. So annoying. On the training ground of the Thunder Dragon squad from earlier, Shi Hui was still lying on the ground, not yet awake. Finally, his blurry vision slowly opened, and then he truly came to his senses, staring straight ahead. The two men standing there saw this, and hurriedly approached to ask, are you awake? How could you sleep so soundly after just one blow? Shi Hui clutched his head, truly unable to understand. What was that? He recalled the scene of the eldest young master punishing him earlier, and a chill truly ran down his spine. That was not a level he could keep up with. His whole body instinctively trembled. It was too humiliating. Xiao Dun approached from a distance at this moment, asking, what are you all talking about? Seeing him appear, Zhang Xiong smiled and said, have you finished your meal with the eldest young master, sir? Xiao Dun shrugged helplessly and replied, don't bring it up. I'm full, and I had to talk my way out of there. He looked at the man who had just sat up from the ground and asked, hey, Shi Hui, do you know why you lost to him? Shi Hui felt a bit flustered by this question and quickly fell into thought. It's very simple because you're too weak. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was immediately astonished. Shi Hui felt a bit confused and asked back, then isn't that the reason we need to intensify our training? Please instruct me, sir. Hearing this, Xiao Dun couldn't help but curse a few times under his breath. He picked up a wooden sword from the side and quickly moved on to the next part of the instruction. You can't utilize your martial arts. You only know how to slash wildly. Now watch closely, try to block my attack. The two stood facing each other, ready to charge into battle. But in the blink of an eye, Xiao Dun had completely vanished. Shi Hui's eyes widened in astonishment, unable to believe it. He had appeared behind him at some unknown moment, easily subduing his opponent with a wooden stick. How about it? Shi Hui, now filled with fear, replied, young master, too fast. Xiao Dun just laughed cheerfully and replied, nonsense, that's a given. You have to exploit your opponent's openings to attack, so they won't have time to react. What I mean is, you need to pay more attention to your footwork. The more sure Hui listened, the more confused he became. Then please teach me footwork, sir. The moment the words left his mouth, his head was whacked. Xiahou Dun directly struck the man, roaring angrily. There is no footwork here. If you have real combat experience, your body will naturally react. Well said. The wooden stick pointed again towards the two men beside them. Get on with it. Get into a real fight, or this head of yours will be relocated. Good heavens, this training session seems a bit cruel. Zhang Xiong, standing on one side, asked in confusion. What you mean is, we shouldn't just rely on improving our martial arts, right, sir? Xiahou Dun thought for a moment, then explained, to put it realistically, do you know why the four great sects are so famous? It's because they know how to apply experience in real combat. Hearing these words, they felt extremely weary. This is the Nam Kung family. After all, Xiahou Dun had begun to use his own methods to force them. Find a way to apply it. What's so profound and unpredictable about the martial arts of the four great sects? This is the Nam Kung family. Xiahou Dun then continued very calmly. Forget it. Talking is tiring. Use your bodies to experience it, and you'll naturally grasp it. Seeing this, they fell into a panic, shouting in alarm, "Wait, young master, we're not ready." "It's fine, I'm ready." In the end, they underwent a training session that lasted until dusk that day. Painful cries rang out ceaselessly. What kind of wooden sword is so powerful? The wooden sword is powerful? It's you who are too weak. Somewhere in the manor, a white pigeon spread its wings and soared high into the sky. Nam Kung Ba stood there, leisurely watching the pigeon's silhouette fly far away. Then turned his head to look at his son, Nam Kung Chuan Kwa. "Make a trip to Huangshan." "Yes, father." Nam Kung Chuan Kwa took out a strange scroll and asked, "I just need to deliver this, right?" "Yes." Nam Kung Ba, with a sinister and cunning expression, said slowly, "Before that happens, we must prepare well." That night, Xiahou Dun sat alone on a large roof, practicing intently. His gaze was extremely solemn as he looked straight ahead, but in his heart, he was remembering his past life, remembering how cheerful the Sword King used to be. Xiahou Dun was happily fishing at this moment. A bite. No need to worry about snacks for drinks anymore. He was extremely excited about his recent catch. The Sword King, standing behind him, suddenly asked, "Don't you feel lonely?" This question also successfully made Xiahou Dun momentarily flustered. "What are you suddenly talking about?" The Sword King over there continued. "It's just that looking at your back, it suddenly occurred to me. There's no one by your side, no family or relatives." Xiahou Dun gave a slight, cheerful smile and asked back, "Family? Isn't that just a shackle? It's a fatal weakness." The fishing line fell into the water, and the calm lake's surface rippled. This was also like a part of his wavering mood at this moment. The Sword King on the other side said again, "Even so, don't you know why so many people want to find a place to call home?" "I don't know, and I don't need to know." "What a pity for you, with no one by your side. Alone your whole life, until you die. It must be very lonely." Hearing this, Xiahou Dun felt a bit angry and shouted, "You are too disrespectful. People are inherently lonely. Why argue about this?" Kim Tai Thuong saw him, feeling a bit curious. Did the Thunder Dragon squad cause some trouble again? Xiahou Dun sighed and asked, "What are you talking about?" Kim Tai Thuong smiled, looking in that direction. They seemed to have stayed up all night training. When I arrived, I saw them panting, looking very tired. Xiahou Dun calmly walked outside, letting out a sigh of admiration. These kids are really enthusiastic. He indeed went straight to the martial arts training ground outside. At this moment, Shi Hui was holding a greatsword, preparing to attack the wooden post in front of him. Yidong was holding an axe, charging straight ahead. "Yidong, come here." He charged forward with his weapon, attacking fiercely. Just then, a voice suddenly called out from behind. "No, not that, not like this. I can't feel the flow of internal energy. At this rate, we'll have to switch positions." Yidong, exhausted, plopped down on the ground and cried out, "I'm dead tired. It's easier said than done. Let's rest for a bit, catch our breath." Just then, a voice suddenly rang out, mocking them. "You pitiful bunch." Xiahou Dun stood there and asked, "Still haven't gotten the knack of it?" Hearing this, Shi Hui felt a bit ashamed. "My apologies, young master. I've tried but still can't grasp it. It's because your body isn't relaxed enough. You must rely on alertness for your body to react and move accordingly." Xiahou Dun curled his lip into a cold smile. "I've thought of a good method." And just then, their bodies were quickly bound to familiar iron balls. They looked at the things attached to their hands and feet, feeling a bit bewildered. "Young master, is there a way? No matter how we look at it, we can't get this damn thing off." Xiahou Dun just waved his hand lightly and replied, "Is that all? I'm not that lenient." Seeing that expression on his face, they immediately fell into fear. Damn it, what is it now? This is terrifying. The whole group was quickly taken to the bridge that had previously left them with nightmares. They looked down below, their faces full of fear and unease. Xiahou Dun stood behind them, calmly continuing. Underwater, you can clearly see the flow of qi. Moreover, risking your life brings the best results. This is a method I just came up with, isn't it great? Sherhui turned his head back in fear and asked, Young master, you know it's still very cold, don't you? Of course, it could be fatal. Xiahou Dun gave a mocking smile. That's all the weak are good for. Because their legs are bound with iron chains, it's very difficult to surface. Xiahou Dun, without any ceremony, quickly pushed them down. That's why I tied them to your legs. Then he turned his head to instruct those behind him. I prepared everything. You guys try it too. Or do you also want me to kick you in the butt to get you in the water? Immediately after, the others were quickly and brutally kicked into the water. Good heavens, I don't know anymore. They screamed a few times in fear underwater. So cold, mother. The whole group was at the bottom of the water, their hearts filled with panic. Cold, so cold, freezing to death. Xiahou Dun stood above, carefully reminding them. Don't huddle up, hold your posture. At this moment, they saw a massive shockwave crash down violently from above. He stood on the bank, slashing down with his sword, carefully reminding them, react to the external impacts. Feel the flow of qi, don't push it away. And at that very moment, the nearby current was also completely swept away by that force. Xiahou Dun panted tiredly, his two hands gripping the sword tightly, reminding those below, don't change your posture, hold your position. He looked straight down with an ice-cold gaze. Are you just going to die like that? And at that very moment, countless extremely fierce attacks also appeared from below. Xiahou Dun shouted angrily, That's right, just keep fumbling around down there. You'd rather die at my hands than at the hands of others. If you can't pass this trial, then just die like this. Kim Tai Thuong stood behind, feeling empty, completely unable to understand. Does he really have to make everyone do this? Why does he seem so urgent, completely different from usual? He stood at the front, raised his sword, and slashed towards the churning water. The group was finally pulled up. Exhausted, they lay on the ground, panting. Sherhui couldn't even stop himself from vomiting a large mouthful of water. At this moment, the sound of their young master's footsteps slowly approached. It seems you've grasped that feeling. Sherhui looked up, his heart filled with alarm. So do we pass? Xiahou Dun gave a cheerful smile. If you've grasped it, shouldn't you make it your own? He shouted again. Pull yourselves together, continue. Don't make me throw you down there. The water will be even colder then. The sunset that day was incredibly beautiful. Distant buildings appeared under the magical sky. Time passed quickly. The next morning, everything was as usual. A convoy of carriages was moving forward. 3 large horses galloped at an extremely fast speed. The gatekeeper was utterly astonished, looked at the convoy of carriages, and shouted, It's the Heavenly Valley Villa. Quickly invite them in. The distinguished guests have arrived. How are the preparations for the wine and food? The tables and chairs are all arranged. A sword on a rack was taken down again. Nam Kung Ba carefully examined it, then quickly sheathed it again. Nam Kung Ba looked at the young man behind him with a cold gaze. Nam Kung Chuan Kwa quickly spoke up in reply. Everything is ready. Good, very well done. So, should we arrange for our men to replace Guild Leader Zhang's warriors? Nam Kung Ba raised a hand to his forehead, feeling a bit helpless. The family head is not a fool. Don't make any useless, suspicious moves. It's best to act naturally. Nam Kung Chuan Kwa stood here, Zeppelin solemnly. Then, what should be done about him? If this continues, Nam Kung Ba quickly shook his head. He doesn't show any emotion. We can't win him over. With so many people around, we can't act stealthily near Guild Leader Jiang. Nam Kung Chuan Kwa had no other choice but to bow his head and reply, yes. The man on the other side breathed a sigh of relief, then quickly shouted, Let's go. And at this moment, a man in red, wearing a mask, was carefully examining a scroll that had been delivered a few days prior. The man in black behind him stepped forward, carefully reporting, Everything is ready. If we don't want to be late, we must depart now. They had actually assembled an incredibly powerful elite force. A crowd of men in black stood there waiting, seemingly ready for their plan. Are you ready? Ready. The masked man revealed a terrifyingly cold expression. Depart. The inner courtyard of the Nam Kung household was decorated magnificently. Everyone was happily enjoying wine and food, making the atmosphere here extremely lively and warm. Kim Tai Thuong, standing to one side and seeing this scene, couldn't help but exclaim a few few words in amazement. There are so many people. Isn't that the leader of the Heavenly Dragon Merchant Guild? And the chief of the Sword Cloud Clan too. Many congratulatory gifts are being brought in. Xiao Dun thought of something, looked up and asked, "Is this all?" It's far different from what I've heard. Hearing this, Kim Tai Thuong asked back in surprise, "How is it different? There's no one from the 9 great sects and the 5 great families. It's all just people from some unknown sections." Xiao Dun decided not to pay it any more mind and started eating his bun. "Is it very late already?" Kim Tai Thuong thought carefully, then replied, "Not yet. The guests have just started arriving." At this moment, Xiao Dun thought of something and asked further, "Really? Those old martial arts monks and those old bull-nosed Taoist priests aren't coming? Don't those old geezers love occasions like this? Since when did it become like this?" Kim Tai Thuong shrugged and replied gently, "I don't know either. At least, from the time I was born until now, I've never seen things as you've described, young master." Xiao Dun raised his head to the high sky, unable to help but remember his friend, the Sword King. "You bastard, Sword King. On your birthday, the 9 great sects, the 5 great families, even the Emperor sent congratulatory gifts. And yet now, look, your family has completely declined. When does it start?" he said, casually picking up a chicken leg from the table and gnawing on it. On the other side, Kim Tai Thuong replied with a cheerful smile, "It's starting now." At the center of the banquet, family head Nam Kung Jong Tru appeared with an extremely majestic presence. They quickly bowed in greeting. "We pay our respects to the family head." Watching this, Xiao Dun couldn't help but give a thumbs up, exclaiming cheerfully, "He looks quite the part. What an amazing aura." At this moment, he quickly sat down in his position as the family head. Looking forward, he spoke in a very amiable voice. "Bureau Chief Jean, was your trip to Yunnan smooth? That shipment wasn't small, was it?" The man called Bureau Chief Jean smiled and replied, "Representing the Jean Mao Escort Agency, I pay my respects to the family head. The trip to Yunnan lasted 3 months. On the way, we encountered mountain bandits, but we still completed the commission without suffering major losses." After hearing this, Nam Kung Jong Tru replied with a polite smile, "You have worked hard. I well understand the hardships the bureau chief has endured. Thank you, family head. We have eliminated the horse bandits and helped those they robbed to rebuild their homes. The Taiha Merchant Guild has started supplying Tiguanyin to Lord Chun in Beijing, and as a result, the revenue of the 7 Valleys Huangshan shop has dropped sharply, the reason being." Xiao Dun, sitting to one side, felt extremely bored listening to their dialogue. Honestly, if they keep talking like this, when will it start? Hearing this, Kim Tai Thuong asked with some confusion, "Hasn't the Harmony Alliance already started?" Xiao Dun calmly replied softly, "Not that. I'm talking about something else." "Something else? Perhaps something more interesting is about to happen." On the other side, Nam Kung Jong Tru shouted loudly, commanding, "I will never forget the contributions of all of you sitting here. This family has ancient origins. After 1,000 years, its foundation will not easily rot and disappear. In the future, this family will stabilize Anhui province, dominate the world, and solidify our prestige. Let's raise this glass to the future." But before his words were finished, a sound rang out from beside. Nam Kung Ba was furious, clenching his fist and slamming it hard on the chair beside him. A man's voice slowly rang out, "But, family head, it is I who speak. My heart is too heavy. I cannot raise my glass in celebration." The people below were extremely shocked to hear this. "What's wrong? What's happening all of a sudden?" The great elder, standing to one side, also shouted angrily upon hearing those words. "Elder Nam Kung Ba, what are you doing? The family head is still speaking. Sit down immediately." Nam Kung Ba stood there, his gaze calm as he looked straight ahead. He picked up his chair, preparing to smash it down. In the blink of an eye, a loud crash rang out, and that chair completely shattered into pieces. Those nearby who saw this were all stunned into silence, unable to believe their eyes. Nam Kung Ba smirked, looking in that direction and retorting, "Now that I have no chair to sit on, may I continue speaking?" The great elder stood there, shouting angrily, "Nam Kung Ba, elder, over here!" Nam Kung Jong Tru quickly tried to de-escalate the situation. "Elder brother," he asked with extreme gravity, "do you not know where you are? If you have any dissatisfaction with me, wait until after the Harmony Alliance is over, and I will prepare a private place for you." Nam Kung Ba shall footsteps thou advance. These words of mine are meant to be spoken at this very Harmony Alliance, my dear younger brother. He once again loudly declared before everyone. Although it is very regrettable, I must speak clearly. This family once vied for the top position among the 5 great families. But what about now? Even our last position is shaky. Aren't the likes of the Black Dragon Gate just waiting to surpass our family? The reason is not just because the family is growing weaker. All of this is because we have silently accepted weakness, useless benevolence, and a hesitant, indecisive attitude. It is these very things that have pushed the Nam Kung family into the abyss. And the root of all problems lies in the incompetent weakness of the family head. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was horrified. Nam Kung Jong True's gaze turned grim once more as he asked, "Elder brother, what is the meaning of this?" Meanwhile, the man on the other side, with a stern face, pointed in this direction and shouted a few words, implying that his younger brother was not qualified to hold the position of family head. On this strife-filled battlefield of the martial world, that statement immediately revealed everyone's stance. The great elder was utterly horrified to hear this. The others also couldn't believe what they had just heard. Kim Tai Thuong, standing beside them, covered her face in alarm and cried out, "Oh my God, what on earth is happening?" At this moment, the corners of Xiahou Dun's mouth curled into a faint smile, his demeanor extremely calm and at ease. "It's finally starting." Nam Kung Ba clenched his fists again, declaring, "If I were the family head, I would immediately eliminate those who threaten our family, trample them underfoot, and make it so they never dare to covet us again. Those of you sitting here, whoever agrees with my words, stand up." A few people below quickly showed their approval. "We agree with Elder Nam Kung Ba's opinion. We do too. It's time for a change." The great elder, standing up high, felt his heart go empty as he saw this scene. Hey, are you all planning a rebellion?" Suddenly, someone from behind spoke up. "Great elder, please calm down. What Elder Nam Kung Ba said is all true. The Nam Kung family needs to be rebuilt. Therefore, the current family head must abdicate." Hearing this, the great elder was furious. "You lot, all of you stop. Do not cross the line any further." Nam Kung Jong True, however, was not panicked at all, but calmly asked back, "Elder brother, must you really take it this far?" But the man on the other side had long since stopped thinking about their brotherly bond, and he gave a gloating smile. "Will you step down yourself, or shall I drag you down?" Hearing this, Nam Kung Jong True also felt a sense of vigilance rise within him. At this moment, several people nearby were also ready to charge into battle. Nam Kung Ba stood there, a faint smile on his lips. "Will you abdicate on your own, or do you want to be dragged down?" On the opposite side, a group of people also stood with Nam Kung Jong True, prepared to lay down their lives here for their family head. "Bastard!" Nam Kung Jong True shouted angrily. "Elder brother, do you want to see the family's blood flow like a river?" Hearing this, the corners of his mouth curved into a strange smile. "It depends on your choice." He quickly ordered the person beside him. "Shun Gong Squad." "Yes, sir." In an instant, their group was completely surrounded. "How dare you?" The great elder stood there, seeing this, and absolutely couldn't believe it. "Shun Gong Squad, what are you doing?" "Suppress them immediately." At this moment, a group of people from behind also quickly rushed forward. "Yes, sir." They shouted angrily, "Drop your weapons and surrender, or be killed without mercy." However, this latter group soon discovered that something seemed to be wrong. One man looked down at his sword, only to realize it was completely no longer his. A man appeared from behind, a strange smile on his lips. "Excuse my rudeness." Very quickly, he was utterly betrayed by his own comrade in front of him. That man had a cheerful expression. "This is for the greater good. Accept it, you traitors." Seeing this, the great elder was utterly horrified and cursed. Damn it, not only the Shun Gong Squad, but a part of the Tian Feng Squad has also rebelled? Suddenly, the sounds of people and piercing screams echoed from outside, causing them to quickly turn their attention there. The main hall outside was already in chaos. "Kill all the traitors. You are the ones who deserve to die." Nam Kung Jong True witnessed this scene and shouted angrily, "Older brother, stop right now." But the other party didn't listen at all, preparing to draw the sword in his hand. "Let's have a duel first." His gaze forward was extremely cold, even carrying a hint of mockery and contempt. He continued, "One of us must die for this battle to end." Nam Kung Jong True's eyes turned ice cold as he looked over, saying nothing more. Kim Tai Thuong, standing beside them, was utterly astonished by the scene and screamed, "What in the world is going on?" Xiahou Dun, however, had no particular reaction, just a faint smile on his lips as he looked ahead. How impressive that old man actually went and did something like this. Meanwhile, the men of the Thunder Dragon squad were waiting for orders outside, thinking to themselves, how long do we have to wait? Idong couldn't help but cry out, it hurts like hell. Sure, Hui said with a stern expression, this is the young master's order. Everyone be quiet. Suddenly, everyone heard a commotion inside, and someone shouted, kill all who resist. Idong quickly climbed a nearby wall to look inside, his expression annoyed. What's all the noise about? At this moment, he could see a terrible massacre taking place inside. He hurriedly reported to Sure Hui below, Senior brother, it looks like a great battle has broken out inside. It seems the young master has made his move. Hearing this, the captain of the Thunder Dragon squad guessed inwardly. Has an internal rebellion broken out? Sure, we quickly signaled to the man behind him. Our top priority is the young master's safety. After sneaking in through the back door, prioritize finding the young master. Hurry up. However, they hadn't gone far before a sharp sword swiftly appeared before them, blocking everyone's path. A man stood before them, saying with a cheerful expression, you won't get a single step inside. Seeing this, Sure Hui was not afraid at all. On the contrary, he smiled with interest. Are you also on the same side as those traitors? But the man in front felt no sense of wrongdoing at all. He raised the sword in his hand and shouted bizarrely, this isn't betrayal, this is a revolution. Hearing this, Idong flew into a rage. What nonsense are you barking? Zhang Xiong couldn't help but start cursing, revolutionize your mother's life. Sure Hui stood there and replied arrogantly, I don't want to see the clan's blood flow like a river. Therefore, if you back down now. But the other guy wasn't scared at all, instead laughing very cheerfully. What is that idiot talking about? I can't believe I'm from the same clan as you. Do you insects really think you can sit on equal footing with us? The two sides' guard squads quickly rushed in a fight. If that's the case, then thanks a lot. Because now I won't hesitate anymore. I'll just slit your throats. You arrogant fool, what do you think you could do to me? The two swords finally clashed quickly. Fighting me with a sword is just a waste of effort. Their two leaders kicked off the battle that followed. Let's see if you're worthy of being my opponent, you bastard. At this moment, a series of terrified screams echoed from inside. The fierce battle between men was still raging. One person was sent flying, crashing into a man standing behind him. The other man had just turned his head when he discovered in horror that the opponent was Nam Kung Ba and called out in a trembling voice, Elder Nam Kung Ba. The old man showed no mercy, swinging his sword with a ferocious expression. The man was quickly struck down by this blow. The sword in the old man's hand was already stained with fresh blood. This is a sacrifice for the greater good. Don't blame me. At this moment, a voice echoed from behind. Nam Kung Jong Tru, holding his sword, charged straight this way, shouting angrily, Nam Kung Ba, get over here. Nam Kung Jong Tru's gaze was extremely resolute as he stared straight ahead. His older brother, Nam Kung Ba, stood before him, showing no signs of weakness either. The moment the tips of their swords touched, a powerful shockwave was created. Nam Kung Ba swung his sword forcefully, pointing it straight ahead. The middle-aged man opposite him also quickly used his own attack to counter. The two swords finally collided, emitting a piercing sound. In the end, at this grand banquet, a huge halo of light like a firework appeared, brilliant under the blue sky. It was just that all of this was accompanied by a howling gale, striking fear into people. On the Thunder Dragon squad side, the enemy leader couldn't believe the scene before his eyes. Impossible. There's no reason for you to be this strong. Listen to him talk. This is the fruit of our sweat. And at this moment, the enemy's forces had been completely wiped out. They had no strength to resist, only able to scream in terror. A faint smile touched the corner of Sure Hui's mouth as he looked over. A bunch of idiots. After that, Sure Hui gathered all his strength and swung an even more ferocious slash forward. The other guy was hit by this blow, crying out in panic pain. Like a victor looking down from on high, Sure Hui arrogantly said to the man on the ground, while you were living leisurely and carefree, we were undergoing life and death training. Idong stood there and said cheerfully, I thought dealing with this bunch would be hard. I didn't expect it to be this easy. Zhang Xiong beside him also agreed. Well, we've gotten stronger anyway. But their captain's expression was extremely stern. Now is not the time for chatter. Hurry inside and find the young master. The battle inside was still raging fiercely. A man was completely defeated. Another was taken down with ease. Another man was sent flying by a slash, letting out a few tragic screams. And the great elder, seeing this, couldn't contain his anger. You rebels, you will pay the price. But another elder appeared beside him, his face cheerful. It's not that easy. From behind, another person holding a sword rushed over for a surprise attack. Before the attack could be completed, a wooden staff flew over at an astonishing speed. The other guy had no time to react at all and was struck squarely in the face by the staff, sent flying. Xiahou Dun's expression was stern. Others are fighting an honorable duel. Why do you flies keep buzzing around? As soon as they saw Xiahou Dun appear, they immediately rushed forward, preparing to attack. It's the second young master. Get him. As long as we capture the family head's son, we will surely win. A smile touched the corner of Xiahou Dun's mouth, showing no fear, because he easily leaned aside, dodging all the attacks. The other guy, on the contrary, was brutally taught a lesson a few times by the wooden staff in his hand and could only groan loudly. Xiahou Dun's gaze was ice cold as he looked straight ahead, preparing to attack. One of them thrust forward with a long spear. Bastard! He effortlessly used his strength to block all attacks. He easily used the wooden staff in his hand to strike the man over there. Another person was attacked in the same way, but they were completely unable to resist, only able to accept their fate, screaming in pain. Xiahou Dun at this moment was like a god of slaughter, easily felling everyone with just a small wooden staff. Those men could only groan in pain, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. This was followed by countless sounds of violent impacts, accompanied by their piercing screams. Fresh blood also slowly dripped from the wooden staff. The youth looked at them with an arrogant gaze. Is this the level of the main family's strongest guard squad? I can't believe what I'm seeing. Have all our high-level warriors been taken down? The second young master is that strong? Those men, filled with fear, shouted a few times to try and calm themselves. Forget taking him alive. We have to kill him at all costs. Get him. Xiahou Dun gave them no chance to act, directly leaping high into the air, preparing to attack again. Just as they looked up, they saw Xiahou Dun hovering in the air, ready to dive down and attack. Flames even erupted in his eyes, his killing intent surging. The explosive power even spread to his weapon, the small wooden staff in his hand. The second young master quickly landed on the ground, standing before them with a majestic and imposing posture, completely fearless. Because those men were immediately and completely crushed by his power. Huge and intense torrents of energy appeared all over the courtyard, causing the ground and rocks here to quickly shatter. Those men couldn't believe what they were seeing. I really have no chance of beating him. Unless the captain of the Sangqiong squad shows up, it will be very difficult to win. At this moment, Xiahou Dun also noticed the wooden staff in his hand and sighed helplessly. I really have wasted quite a bit of wood. And you, standing off to the side, you try to stall for time, waiting for reinforcements, aren't you? Xiahou Dun broke into a smile, his gaze shifting in that direction. You want to stall for time? The moment the man heard this, an expression of utter disbelief appeared in his eyes. But before he could even react, Xiahou Dun had already sent him flying with the wooden staff in his hand. The man fell without direction. Xiahou Dun's gaze followed him as he mused inwardly. The Tianfeng squad is almost dealt with. The key point is the Sangqiong squad. The Tianfeng squad is still divided into two opposing factions, but the Sangqiong squad is a unified body from top to bottom. At this moment, a strong light suddenly appeared behind Xiahou Dun, shooting several strange beams of power towards him. Very quickly, Xiahou Dun's entire body was enveloped by that mysterious golden light. Xiahou Dun's gaze was extremely resolute as he stared straight ahead. Tried to use the weapon in his hand to block everything. Xiahou Dun had no other choice but to do his best to dodge. However, at this moment, he noticed something was wrong. Xiahou Dun looked at the wooden staff in his hand with some disgust. Damn it, Kim Tai Thuong is definitely going to nag me again for ruining this expensive set of clothes. This is driving me crazy. Suddenly, Xiahou Dun noticed that a tall figure had appeared in the distance at some unknown point, holding a weapon, with a scar on his face, walking this way. Xiahou Dun, of course, also recognized who this person was. The captain of its Sangqiong squad. The captain stood in place, pondering to himself. Although he's just a scrawny kid, he managed to defeat the Tianfeng squad and even dodge my sword. Has the second young master already reached this level? I understand now why Elder Nam Kung Ba is so determined to eliminate this second young master. He looked at Xiahou Dun and made an offer. If you surrender, I will spare your life. After all, you are of the bloodline of the man I once served, so I will show you some minimal respect. Xiahou Dun paid him no mind, looking at the wooden staff in his hand and thinking, thank you for saving me the trouble of searching. However, this staff is no longer usable. Quickly, Xiahou Dun moved to the side, picked up his sword, and prepared to attack. To me, the thing I hate most is treacherous bastards. Xiahou Dun's gaze was incredibly stern as he stared directly at his opponent. Seeing this, the man standing there erupted with a strange black murderous aura that enveloped his entire body. You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Then don't blame me for being ruthless. Xiahou Dun suddenly realized that the man seemed to have some real strength. The 9 heavens, 7 swords, a sword style modified from the Tsang Qiong sword style. That's it. The corner of Xiahou Dun's mouth curled into a smile. In the past, when I was bored, I often discussed and sparred with the Sword King, so I've already seen through all the moves. At times like this, that Sword King kid is actually quite useful. The man on the other side rushed forward at an extremely fast speed, roaring in anger. How dare you act so leisurely in front of me? Xiahou Dun looked at him, the corner of his mouth curving into a satisfied smile. And seeing this, the other man was incredibly shocked, because in an instant, a loud noise erupted. He clenched his fists, completely shocked that he couldn't keep up with Xiahou Dun's speed. He wore an expression of disbelief, wondering to himself if he was knocked back by the rebound force. But when he saw the young man standing there, smiling cheerfully, he immediately dismissed the thought. No, it wasn't a rebound. It's the difference in the destructive power of our swords. Such a powerful sword move, it's definitely not the 13 Thunders of the Divine Palace, nor is it the 9 Jade Divine Sword, because this sword is too fast. This sword style is both similar to and completely different from the Nam Kung family sword school. Could it be that a kid barely in his 20s like him could create a new sword style of his own? Xiahou Dun then quickly appeared in front of him, a cheerful smile on his face. I mixed various sword styles together, so it seems strange to you, doesn't it? Are you scared out of your wits? Hearing this provocation, the other man immediately attacked in anger. You're already getting cocky after just one move? However, Xiahou Dun quickly and easily turned to dodge, a cheerful smile on his lips as he looked at his opponent. Xiahou Dun leaped into the air, unleashing countless strange moves with the sword in his hand. And the other man, seeing this, was completely stunned and astonished. Xiahou Dun's feet slowly landed on the ground, and then he lunged forward again. He couldn't keep up with Xiahou Dun's speed at all. On the other side, Xiahou Dun, with a cheerful smile on his lips, delivered a fatal slash. Although the man in front of him was terrified, he still stubbornly shouted, "Arrogant brat, I'll sever your arm." Xiahou Dun looked at him and just snorted coldly in annoyance, quickly turning to dodge all of his opponent's attacks, swiftly moving to one side, ready to counterattack at any moment. The man stood there, his eyes wide in shock, unable to react, his whole body beginning to tremble. A man like me, who once dreamed of becoming the future overlord of the martial world, could actually lose to a kid who can't even hold a sword properly? Hearing this, Xiahou Dun's lips curled into a faint smile. There are all sorts of kids. Compared to the Sword King, you're nothing but a snot-nosed brat. The people behind them saw this, and in a state of panic, shouted in disbelief. The Tsang Qiong squad captain has been killed. The guests present also let out cries of astonishment. What happened? What on earth is going on? Was someone killed? Besides the elders, is there someone who can kill the captain of the Tsang Qiong squad, the highest-ranking disciple of our Nam Kung family? A man pointed his sword high, as if wanting to declare something. He quickly announced loudly to everyone, "The second young master has defeated the captain of the Tsang Qiong squad." Those nearby heard this and cheered with great excitement. The Tsang Qiong squad captain is dead. But the traitors on the opposing side heard this and felt a bit doubtful. It seems the situation has turned against us. What should we do? At this moment, someone standing there spoke up slowly. As long as we capture the second young master, the situation can be reversed. Everyone quickly rushed in that direction, hoping to use their numbers to overwhelm Xiahou Dun, who was standing in place. Kill that young master. Xiahou Dun, seeing this scene, let out a faint smile. Want to be moths drawn to a flame? I'll grant your wish. But that group of people realized something was wrong. From behind, screams of agony and groans echoed continuously. What's going on? Is something blocking the way from behind? The Thunder Dragon squad has arrived. Leading them was Yi Dong, with an extremely furious expression, pointing his weapon straight ahead. Seeing this, that group of people shouted in alarm. Everyone, don't panic. Deal with him quickly. Our opponent is just one person. However, before the words were even finished, Zhang Xiong was already poised to dive down from above. In an instant, he used his strength to easily subdue the opponent. That man was slashed to pieces, and before he could even react, his body vanished into thin air in a flash. Shi Hui and the others also quickly ran over, asking worriedly, "Young master, are you alright?" Xiahou Dun smiled at them. "You guys, your entrance is just like a main character's. Alright then, go clean up all the traitors for me." As he said this, his eyes were terrifyingly cold. The squad members heard the order and quickly carried it out, shouting loudly, "Yes, sir." And as soon as they joined the battle, the other group completely lost their will to resist. It's the Thunder Dragon squad? I didn't expect them to be this strong. On the other side, the two brothers, heads of the family, were still fighting fiercely. The two middle-aged men heard this and were both incredibly shocked. What? Nam Kung Ba, hearing that, was utterly astonished. Xiahou Dun killed the captain of the Tsang Cheong squad, but that was the ace I trusted the most. Nam Kung Jong Tru felt incredibly proud of his silly son. Hui Hung always brings me surprises. He is truly a praiseworthy child. He turned to his older brother and said, "Elder brother, the tide of battle has turned. Lay down your weapon and surrender. You no longer have a chance to win." Nam Kung Ba, of course, would not admit defeat so easily. He sneered faintly. "No chance to win? My ace in the hole isn't just the Tsang Cheong squad." Only then did Nam Kung Jong Tru realize with a shock that something seemed to be wrong. Because on his side, a squad captain had also been completely defeated and was lying on the ground. Captain Kwong. Nam Kung Jiang Tu Sao Tet In Dietz Balai. Even Captain Kwong has been defeated? At this moment, the sound of someone's footsteps slowly approached from a distance. Seeing the person who appeared, Nam Kung Ba's lips curled into a faint smile. It's too late. That man stomped his foot on the corpse lying there and said with some disgust, "They resisted more fiercely than expected. But in any case, I've kept my promise." Behind him now was a group of men in black who had been waiting for a long time, ready to attack at any moment. "Stop complaining." Nam Kung Jong Tru stood there witnessing this scene, his heart shaking uncontrollably. The aura they're emitting is extraordinary. Are they masters? Where did such a group of people come from? Nam Kung Ba continued, a smile playing on his lips. "It's still too early to be surprised. This is a plan I've spent 10 years of effort on. I still have aces I haven't revealed." Nam Kung Jong Tru looked over with a cold gaze, thinking to himself that this was not good. On the other side, countless more people appeared. The Huangshan sword generals, a force loyal to us. Whether in quality or quantity of warriors, I am not lacking. If you don't want to die, then surrender. I don't want the family to suffer any more losses. Nam Kung Jong Tru was now furious to the extreme and let out a roar. "You're insane." His hand, gripping the hilt of his sword, also tightened. "Your ambition is so great that you would collude with outside forces. I will absolutely not forgive you. You are the traitor who has betrayed our family." Nam Kung Ba asked with a cold smile in his eyes. "You see the current situation clearly, and you still dare to shout so loudly? Truly an incompetent fool." In the distance, Nam Kung Jong Tru roared in anger. "Nam Kung Ba." However, at this moment, countless people were standing in front of him, protecting him. Nam Kung Jong Tru had no choice but to use his sword to push back the human wall. "Get out of the way, you bastards! Get out of the way!" The family head roared furiously several times. Damn it! He gritted his teeth, pointed his sword straight ahead, and launched another attack, pushing everyone back. The sound of someone's footsteps approached from a distance. Even for a supreme master, there is no chance of victory. It's time to end this. Nam Kung Ba appeared behind him, raised his sword high, and swung down with a powerful slash. Just then, something suddenly rushed straight towards them from behind. Nam Kung Ba had no choice but to turn and block the attack with his sword. His sword was quickly knocked to the side. That man roared in anger. "Who is it?" Xiahou Dun slowly appeared, standing there with a faint smile on his lips. "What a pity." That sword quickly plunged into the ground nearby. The man's hands holding the sword trembled slightly. But at this moment, he still had to try to remain calm, looking ahead and roaring furiously. "It's you again, you brat." Xiahou Dun looked at him with a cold gaze. "Uncle, why must you resort to such a cowardly sneak attack from behind? Are you truly my father's blood brother?" The opponent felt no sense of wrongdoing at all and replied sternly, "For the sake of the great cause, it doesn't matter what methods or means are used." Xiahou Dun replied with a faint smile on his lips. Yes, I understand my uncle very well. To achieve his goals, he will stop at no means or methods." His expression gradually turned solemn as he looked straight ahead. "I often do the same, but it's fine when I do it. I absolutely cannot stand by and watch others do it. You bastard. As he said this, his face was even filled with a look of grim determination. Hearing these words, Nam Kung Ba, who was standing in front of him, roared in anger. What? What did you just say? You bastard. Xiahou Dun smirked faintly and said calmly, Are you senile or deaf? Do you need me to repeat it one more time? You've lost today, you bastard, Nam Kung Ba. The old man was truly driven mad by this brat's words. Useless brat. Then, he loudly ordered the men behind him, Kill him for me first. After he spoke, they let out several loud shouts and charged straight forward. Arrogant brat, I'll make you regret this. At that moment, the one who had just rushed forward was sent flying far away. Next, the others were also taken down one by one. They only had time to let out a few miserable cries of pain. In the blink of an eye, a whole group of people had been completely crushed by Xiahou Dun. What? Where did he come from? The masked man in the back was also utterly astonished to see this scene. Nam Kung Ba screamed a few times in pain. At this moment, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. What is that? A group of people from above drew their bows and knocked their arrows, aiming straight in this direction, ready to attack at any moment. On the opposite side, there were also people preparing to attack. Countless banners of other sects appeared. The Bak Lin sect, Thiat Van Peak, and even the Huinvu sect. Everyone was in disbelief. Why have the 10 great sects of Hefei appeared here? The old man in the lead shouted loudly. Hearing that the Nam Kung family has fallen into chaos, we, the 10 great sects, have come specially to assist the family head. Hearing this, Nam Kung Ba roared in anger. What? On this side, Xiahou Dun showed a satisfied smile. Getting that letter of commitment was really worth it. The masked man in the back, seeing this scene, was a little annoyed. There are too many reinforcements. Nam Kung Ba's eyes were icy. Why are the 10 great sects getting involved in this? But that masked man was still trying to remain calm. The current situation is beyond our calculations. Their conversation began. Thanks to the 10 great sects of Hefei leading their troops here, our family is like having 1,000 troops and 10,000 horses. On behalf of the family, I thank you all. The affairs of the Nam Kung family are also our affairs. The family head can rest assured now. Nam Kung Zhongtru's face lit up with joy. Hearing you say that, I am truly very happy. You are all a great blessing to the family. The men in front bowed their heads, their hearts in turmoil. They would rather die than say it was related to the letter of commitment with that brat. At this moment, the masked man in the back asked uneasily, The situation is very unfavorable now. What do you plan to do? Nam Kung Ba looked coldly at the man behind him. If you want to run, then run. I no longer have a way out. Even if I'm just a pile of bones, I must settle the score with them here. However, that person smiled and replied, Very good. This is the answer I wanted to hear. If I see you turn your back and run for your life, I will kill you immediately. Nam Kung Ba asked with a stern gaze, Do you think we have a chance to win? The man thought for a moment, then answered, The disparity in military strength makes it very difficult to win. But my men can buy some time. During the chaotic battle, the archers won't be able to shoot their arrows. Long swords were raised, ready to attack. Shi Hui stood there, shouting loudly, The reinforcements have arrived. The advantage is ours. Give it your all and crush them. The tide of the battle quickly turned once again. Deal with those rebels. Kill them all. Nam Kung Chuan Kwa also appeared there with a serious expression. I must leave here as soon as possible. Quickly join forces to support my father. It was just at this moment that he realized something was wrong, because someone was already waiting for him. Nam Kung Yi Siong. His eyes were icy, looking in this direction as if to confirm. Could it be that you were waiting for me? The person in front did not give him the answer he wanted. The opponent roared in anger. Are you looking down on me just because I was once defeated by that brat Nam Kung Hui Xiong? Nam Kung Yixiong tightened his grip on his sword, unleashing his power, preparing to attack. The killing intent around him formed a blue aura that enveloped his entire body. The man on the other side tightened his grip on his sword's body, preparing to counter. Nam Kung Chuan Kwa leaped high into the air, roaring furiously. I'll give you a taste of pain, so you'll know why I'm called the Sword Tiger. Nam Kung Yixiong's cold eyes stared straight ahead. They charged at each other again, attacking fiercely, erupting in a dazzling light. The group of men in black in the distance now charged straight forward, without a trace of fear. No one is to leave this place. Shi Hui stood there, speaking with a hint of contempt. Are black masks in fashion these days? Well, a bunch of people with no personality, no style. Send them flying. Then, their entire group quickly rushed into the battle. Shi Hui was now observing the entire situation. On the other side, Yidong also successfully sent a few guys flying. Seeing this, the Great Elder also roared a few times. You bastards, one of them, with flames erupting from his hand, calculated in his heart. The spotlight is on, isn't it? The masked man quickly grasped that stream of power, attacking straight towards the family head in the distance. Now, I just need to kill you, the leader, and the situation will be reversed. Nam Kung Jong Tru's cold eyes stared straight ahead as he unleashed a counterattack. Where did you come from? But that person was completely unaffected, continuing to charge straight ahead. Seeing this, Nam Kung Jong Tru's eyes were filled with astonishment. The man then used his other hand, creating a strange orange light. The thing attacked straight down at the people below. Nam Kung Jong Tru cursed inwardly. What kind of monster is this? His eyes glanced coldly to one side, because at this moment, Nam Kung Ba at his side had also charged over. Seeing that his younger brother could dodge, he laughed contemptuously. Your skills have improved quite a bit. I deliberately concealed my aura to launch a surprise attack, but I didn't expect you to dodge it. But compared to me, you're still far behind. The masked man in the back was about to join the fight again. However, a flying kick shot straight towards him. The man was attacked and could only retreat to dodge. He used both his hands and his power to counter. Xiahou Dun quickly dodged this blow. He retreated again, a look of amusement on his face. 2 against 1. Don't you guys find that strange? Fine, I was looking for a fight with you anyway. The masked man on the other side began to get serious. Xiahou Dun's cold eyes stared straight ahead. Where on earth are you from? Every time you appear, it's with that kind of mask. From the tacky mask to the martial arts of a dead sect, don't you find yourselves too outdated? Hearing this, the man on the other side was utterly terrified. He knows the blood in Dragon Claw hand. This is a martial art that very few people know. He paused for a moment and asked, Who on earth are you? Xiahou Dun put a hand to his forehead and sighed, looking a bit helpless, always asking about other people's identities. It's obvious, just by looking, I'm the second young master of the Nam Kung family. The man continued, Nonsense. This is not a martial art that a mere mortal can see through. Let me take your head off and see if you're in disguise. You could try. Xiahou Dun loudly signaled to his father behind him. I'll handle this guy. Nam Kung Jong Tru asked with cold eyes. Can you? He is very strong. Xiahou Dun looked coldly in that direction. If his body could move freely, it probably wouldn't be difficult. Seeing his son's attitude, Nam Kung Jong Tru couldn't help but feel a little pleased. You seem confident. Xiahou Dun shrugged, smiling cheerfully. Perhaps. I'll take this guy. You go deal with the other one. Nam Kung Jang Tu Ziplit Solemni Anzai. I trust you. I'll leave him to you. Nam Kung Ba's eyes were stern as he looked straight ahead. What a pity. Today will be the anniversary of your death. I will no longer be swayed by sentiment. Hearing this, his opponent charged forward in anger. How arrogant. You talk as if you were holding back against me just now. The battle on the other side quickly began. The man used his sharp claws to attack Xiahou Dun. Xiahou Dun's eyes were icy as he calmly blocked those attacks. The man even offered some strange words of praise. You got some skill. Try to block this. Then, countless ferocious slashes were swung forward. Xiahou Dun smirked without a trace of fear. Bring it on. He easily attacked with his power, blocking that strange technique. Seeing that the formation created by it was growing stronger, Xiahou Dun, on the contrary, became even more interested. Seeing this, the masked man was stunned for a few seconds. Sword, energy? He can actually break the binding technique of the bloody Dragon Claw hand so easily? Xiahou Dun closed his eyes, opening his middle dantian. There are 3 types of dantians in the human body. The lower dantian stores internal energy. The middle dantian stores innate qi, and the upper dantian represents the soul. If one wants to become a master, one must open these dantians and control the power they generate. The middle dantian is a place that stores innate qi. Innate qi is the flow of energy that everyone possesses from birth. Innate qi is both life itself and a person's latent power. It holds a huge, unprecedented, and inexhaustible source of power. This is a type of power completely different from the internal energy accumulated in the lower dantian through cultivation. By cultivating to open the middle dantian, innate qi will flow unceasingly. The heart in his chest couldn't help but beat wildly. His gaze gradually became sharper. That stream of power seemed to merge with his body, ready to attack at any moment. The man opposite him, seeing this scene, was still confident and resolute. I will crush you to pieces. But very quickly, the power he unleashed tore his outer clothes apart. The powerful life force spread around, terrifying the other man so much that he didn't dare to look directly. What is this? He became vigilant and quickly retreated. What the hell is he up to? At this moment, he thought of something he had never expected. Could it be that you've been hiding your true strength all this time? Xiahou Dun held out his hand to the side, summoning his sword. The sword lying on the ground suddenly began to vibrate violently, and in the blink of an eye, it was back in Xiahou Dun's hand. His eyes were as cold as ice, and an astonishing power erupted from his body. He shouted loudly behind him, "Let's settle this." The man on the other side saw this, his heart filled with terror. Impossible. His whole body trembled in fear. I feel scared, but he quickly regained his senses. No imposible. I was just temporarily intimidated by his aura. The opponent's power rushed towards him. However, Xiahou Dun simply spun around lightly a few times and dodged all the attacks. Seeing this, the other man was utterly shocked. Before the attack could even reach him, he had coldly dodged it all. A crazed look flashed in his eyes as he swung a fierce sword strike towards the masked man. The man on the other side saw this and was utterly astonished. His body was quickly sent flying. He had no choice but to let himself be thrown away. The aftershock of this blow was extremely powerful. He crashed through countless high walls one after another, dust filling the air. In the end, the other man could only lie on the ground in pain, letting out a few groans. The mask on his face also shattered into pieces. He screamed in disbelief, "You? What in the world are you? No imposible. How could I?" Just then, Xiahou Dun, looking extremely arrogant, placed a foot on the man. The other man clutched his chest and cried out in pain a few times. Xiahou Dun continued with a cold gaze. "That's right, you should stay right there." The other man asked doubtfully, "Did you defeat that person?" Hearing this form of address, Xiahou Dun felt a bit of interest. That person? He was a little curious about the man's words. That person? That person will not spare you. Xiahou Dun hesitated for a moment at this statement, then looked forward contemptuously. "Nonsense. Do you know what happened to all the people who said the words, 'that person' to me?" The other man quickly took another blow, his body trembling in fear as he received that surge of power. They all end up like this. Xiahou Dun glanced at the crater he had created, turned, and walked away in annoyance. There had been a dozen guys who shared your fate, kid. His hands, which had wielded the power, slowly clenched. Energy erupted from his entire body, and even he found it a bit strange. The innate chi that was so hard to accumulate is now all gone. So tiring. He felt extremely tired and slumped down against a large wall. This body is really something. At this moment, bloodstains were everywhere. Nam Kung Ba clutched one of his arms in disbelief. "How could I be defeated by you? It's all over. Put down your sword." But facing these words, he paid them no heed at all. Over? Not yet. As long as that guy comes back, the situation will be reversed. But immediately after, he realized his current predicament. On the other side was a large crater, just created by a monstrous power. Nam Kung Ba's eyes were filled with horror, completely in disbelief. What on earth happened? How could it be? How could Nam Kung Hui Hung defeat an expert like him? He clutched his injured ear, completely unable to believe it. My 10-year plan, ruined in an instant? Impossible. All because of that brat? He charged madly towards Xiahou Dun, who was resting over there. "It's you. As long as I can kill you, I can die in peace." At this moment, the sword in his hand was quickly raised. In just an instant, the hand holding the sword was severed at the wrist. Nam Kung Jong Tru rushed in from behind, delivering a powerful slash. "My hand!" The man's pressure points were quickly struck. Nam Kung Ba knelt on the ground, unwilling to accept defeat, and roared a few times. "You people, I'll kill all of you. All of you." Nam Kung Jiang Chu So No PT. Xiahou Dun sat there with a dazed look, unable to understand. "What was that? You scared me." Nam Kung Jong Tru also quickly ran over, extremely worried. "Are you alright, son? Are you hurt?" "I'm Fine. But then again, you're pretty impressive yourself. The position of family head isn't just for show, after all." Nam Kung Jong Tru angrily raised his fist again. "Is that how you talk to your father?" Xiahou Dun instinctively raised his hand to block. "Are you going to hit me?" However, while he was still dazed, his dear father patted his head. He gave him a satisfied smile. "Thank you, son. Thanks to your incredible help, our family has escaped this disaster. You truly are my good son." Xiahou Dun felt a bit confused. "A kid a dozen years younger than me dares to pat my head? Stop patting. We need to clean up this mess." Nam Kung Jiang Chu finally zilit dis? "Yes, you're right." He tightened his grip on his raised sword and shouted with great presence. "Nam Kung Ba has been captured. Everyone, lay down your weapons and surrender." The next day, the traitors were quickly tied up and gathered in front of the main hall. Nam Kung Chuan Kwa stood there, his expression resolute. The people kneeling below cried out anxiously, "Great Elder." This was all Nam Kung Ba's scheme. We were only thinking of the family's future. But hearing these words, the Great Elder became even more furious. "All of you shut up. This was all caused by your greed. Don't use the family as an excuse. After the investigation is complete, I will punish you according to the family rules." Hearing this, their hearts were filled with misery. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from behind. "Young master." Xiahou Dun turned around and saw the Lei Long squad standing there. "Looks like you guys aren't dead yet." Hearing this, they couldn't help but feel emotional. They still weren't used to the young master's way of speaking, but there was nothing they could do but smile flatteringly. It's all thanks to the young master's special guidance. Xiahou Dun then asked seriously, "What about the other guys' remaining subordinates?" Zhang Xiong thought for a moment and replied, "Their leader is dead, so they're like a snake without a head. Some even committed suicide. Sure, we also sighed at the same time. Regardless, it was truly terrifying." But now, Xiahou Dun's attention was drawn to something else. Nam Kung Xiong was walking towards him from distance. He waved his hand as if wanting to say something. Xiahou Dun looked at the young man and asked, full of doubt, "Big brother, were you locked up that you're only showing up now?" You look quite relaxed. Zhang Xiong, standing beside him, quickly interjected, "Young master, don't misunderstand." The eldest young master was holding back Nam Kung Chuan Kwa. Xiahou Dun scrutinized him with a doubtful gaze. "Really?" Seeing the other person nod slightly, he became even angrier. "Then you should have at least said something. Why are your words as precious as gold? This is infuriating." At this moment, he suddenly opened his arms. Xiahou Dun had a strange look in his eyes, not quite understanding. The other person quickly hugged him, showing his concern. "What are you doing? What is this?" The person in front of him looked at Xiahou Dun, a satisfied smile on his face. "You work hard." Seeing this, Xiahou Dun looked disgusted. "I know, let go." "Big brother, you knew I was exhausted, so you did this on purpose, right? I'm dead tired. Lei Long squad, come over here and give me a hand." But seeing this scene, they had no idea what to do. Oh my, such deep brotherly love. What a beautiful sight. It's best to stay out of it. Getting involved would be troublesome. Then pitiful cries were heard. "Hey, Lei Long squad, where are you going? Lei Long squad, Lei Long squad." Afterwards, a voice was quickly heard in the room. "Young master, I've brought your meal." Kim Tai Thuong brought in a tray of sumptuous food and placed it on the table. But as soon as she entered the room, she was stunned by the sight before her. Her young master was still lying in bed, sleeping very soundly. She walked to the bedside, feeling a bit helpless. To think someone could sleep soundly for 3 days and 3 nights. She even carefully touched him, thinking to herself, "He's not dead, is he?" He reflexively opened his eyes and grabbed her soft hand, startling her as well. Xiahou Dun then tightened his grip on the girl's hand, twisted it sharply, and roared angrily, "You dare sneak attack me while I'm sleeping?" Hearing this, Kim Tai Thuong truly couldn't understand. "What sneak attack? I was just worried about you, young master, so I checked on you." She looked at the person before her, feeling secretly angry. Xiahou Dun wrapped himself in the blanket and mumbled a few words. Even as a joke, "Don't do this." When a martial artist is disturbed while sleeping, their reaction will be very intense. Hearing these words, Kim Tai Thuong really couldn't understand. What kind of weird martial artist is this? She felt utterly astonished. Not long ago, he couldn't even hold a sword steady. Xiahou Dun then loudly and angrily criticized, "Are you cursing me in your head? That look on your face looks exactly like you're bad-mouthing me." Seeing the stern gaze over there, Kim Tai Thuong felt a bit guilty and looked away. But Xiahou Dun paid her no mind and turned away. Just a little excitement, and now it's come to this. How am I supposed to walk like this? So pitiful, so very pitiful. The girl stood by his side for a moment, then gathered her courage to ask, "Who are you talking about?" Xiahou Dun then, as if provoked, roared furiously, "I'm talking about me. Me, the owner of this damn body." Finally, he quickly grabbed the chicken leg in front of him and stuffed it into his mouth. Although he didn't really want to eat, he just clicked his tongue and went with it. "Why do I have a feeling something is going on?" Kim Tai Thuong pointed in a direction and said, "You don't know? The family is holding a conference to judge the traitors who participated in that rebellion." The scene shifts to outside the mansion. At this time, someone walked in quickly to report. "Family head, the execution of the ringleaders, including the 3 elders, is complete." Nam Kung Jong Tru ordered with a cold gaze. "Among the rebels, cut off the limbs of those from the band chamber and expel those from the war division. Disband the war division and exile them to the iron mines for hard labor." The person quickly bowed and left. "As you command." He quickly fell back into thought. Meanwhile, in the dark dungeon, there were only a few faint lamps. Nam Kung Ba was imprisoned in a cell, looking disheveled and utterly miserable. A voice suddenly sounded in front of him. "Why did you do this?" He looked up and saw his younger brother standing there. Nam Kung Ba's eyes were cold as he stared straight ahead. "Do I still need to say it? We've come this far, and you still don't understand? Are you that stupid?" Hearing these words, Nam Kung Jong Tru's face filled with anger, and he roared, "Do you feel no shame? Countless people have died because of your misguided ambition." Nam Kung Ba, however, was extremely composed. He answered decisively. "Humiliation? No, no. The failure of the plan only causes me pain and hatred." This statement left the family head stunned, unable to believe it. He looked at the other's severed hand and thought to himself, "That's right, this man is no longer my elder brother." Finally, he spoke with a resolute expression. "Who are those strangers?" The other man showed no fear from beginning to end, replying, "Do you think I would tell you?" Nam Kung Jong Tru answered grimly, "If you are willing to talk, I will grant you a painless death." Upon hearing this, the other man flew into a thunderous rage, roaring, "Enough with these useless games. Kill me now. I don't want to see your smug face any longer." Nam Kung Jong Tru had no other choice but to turn and leave. "Then, I will grant your wish. Where are you going? If you have the guts, behead me." The man's hoarse screams still echoed from behind. "Kill me. Kill me with your own hands." The sight of the blue sky and white clouds made everything seem incredibly peaceful. At this moment, Xiahou Dun opened the brocade box containing the pills and immediately flew into a rage. He looked inside, shouting a few times, "What is this? There are only two. If the quality is poor, you should at least compensate with quantity." Then, he very reluctantly consumed all the pills. Just one trip to the latrine and my feet are already chilled to the bone. But no matter what, my whole body remains freezing cold. Why won't this coldness ever go away? What kind of side effect lasts this long? If I just wait for this kind of spirit pill, I'm afraid I'll have ascended to the heavens long ago. I must think of a way to get some high-grade spirit pills. Or perhaps refine them myself? Suddenly, Xiahou Dun thought of something and promptly kicked off the blanket covering him. The young man burst into his usual excited laughter again. "I found another way. Why didn't I think of it?" The sky gradually took on the pale yellow hue of sunset. Within that luxurious estate, everything was as usual, except that at this moment, they were having a small meeting. The great elder spoke first. "Family head, after this matter, the Council of Elders will support you unconditionally. After all, the fact that things have come to this is the fault of all of us elders." Nam Kung Jong Tru sat there, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Thank you, everyone. I will take this opportunity to work hard to elevate our family status." The great elder smiled in reply. "That is as it should be. This incident was also thanks to Hui Hong." As soon as his precious son was mentioned, this great family head replied with great excitement, "Thank you for the praise. He has changed so much in just half a year. What will he be like in a few more years? This is truly a great blessing for our family." That's right. Whenever we mention Hui Hong, the smiles on our faces never seem to fade. Nam Kung Jong Tru's expression gradually softened. "I hope this period will become a new golden age for the Nam Kung family, even surpassing the era of the Sword King." Just then, a voice suddenly echoed from outside. "Family head, the second young master has arrived. Quickly invite him in. That is the future of our family." The young man leisurely walked in. The few elders nearby quickly turned to look. Even his beloved father and the great elder could not help but be astonished. They only saw Xiahou Dun wrapped in a thick blanket, stepping in timidly. "You summoned me?" They looked at the young man before them, finding it truly hard to believe. Is this really the second young master? Why does he suddenly give off such a frail feeling? The great elder looked at him, his face breaking into a smile. "We called you here to reward your merits in the recent battle. What reward would you like?" It was just that at this moment, Xiahou Dun couldn't stop sneezing, which made the great elder feel it was a bit strange. "You seem a bit tired. Perhaps we should talk about this another time?" Xiahou Dun replied very seriously. "There's no need. Since I'm here, I'll be blunt. I want to travel." Hearing this, Nam Kung Jong Tru exclaimed in astonishment. "Travel?" The other elders also quickly gathered around, asking, "You want to go traveling? Staying cooped up in the house all the time? I'm about to die of suffocation." Xiahou Dun looked aggrieved originally. "Because of my health issues, I was never able to go out and have fun. So I want to take this opportunity to try it once." Nam Kung Jong Tru was so shocked his mouth hung open in disbelief. The young man with that pitiful appearance slowly walked out. How'd it go? The moment he stepped outside, the blanket wrapped around him was immediately tossed aside. How else could it have gone? Of course it was a success. As he said this, a very exaggerated smile spread across his lips. Kim Tai Thuong shrugged, saying, "Seeing the state of your health, young master, those inside must have had their reservations. I didn't expect them to actually agree to let you travel." Xiahou Dun walked past her, slowly moving forward, and said with a smile, "I just had to cough a few times, and the elders all rose to support me. All the elders are on my side." The woman had no choice but to smile and say, "Yes, yes, as long as you're happy." She changed the subject with a strange expression. "By the way, where do you plan to go, young master? I heard the birthday of the Pang family's young lady is approaching. Hebei. It's said to be the last place the great alchemy master Gong Mu ever visited. If I search thoroughly in Hebei, perhaps I'll find something he left behind about the art of alchemy. As long as I learn the art of alchemy, everything will be easily resolved." That night, it seemed something special happened again. The young man set down the large blanket that was on him, letting out a cheerful sigh of relief. It's not so cold now. Then, he slowly opened the door and stepped outside. Before leaving, I should take care of a few things. Soon enough, the sound of footsteps echoed in the dungeon where Nam Kung Ba was imprisoned. A voice suddenly came from overhead. "The entire war band was annihilated, yet you're still alive." The man inside heard this and was startled in terror. As soon as he looked up, he saw Xiahou Dun standing there with a cheerful smile on his face. "I thought you would have committed suicide, but looking at this resilient appearance of yours, it seems you still have many attachments to this world." The moment he saw Xiahou Dun, he flew into a rage, wanting to charge out for a fight. "You little whelp." Xiahou Dun simply took a light step back, a faint smile playing on his lips. Still full of energy, "I see." At this time, he roared with irrepressible anger. "I should have killed you sooner." Xiahou Dun was not at all afraid, and instead replied leisurely, "If you want to talk nonsense, wait until you're asleep. I have a few things I don't understand, which is why I came to ask you. The Blood-Ean Dragon Claw Hand and the Ghost Soul General. How did you all restore these two martial arts of the Blood Dragon sect? That sect clearly vanished several hundred years ago. What exactly are you all plotting?" As he said these words, his expression was extremely serious. The older man heard this, so angry he gnashed his teeth. "Do you think I would tell you?" Xiahou Dun hadn't expected to get any information in the first place, so he calmly shrugged. "If you don't want to talk, then fine. Although I'm a little curious, I don't care that much." He quickly turned as if to leave. "If you had been willing to cooperate, I was originally going to save your children. But oh well." A voice quickly echoed from behind. "Wait," he asked loudly with a glimmer of hope. "You'll really save Chuan Quan Shaoa?" "That depends." Nam Kung Ba finally reined in his frantic demeanor and said fearfully, "Actually, I don't know the specific details myself. They call themselves the Yingzi. One day, they sought me out themselves and asked for my assistance. Everything started from there. That's all I know." Xiahou Dun heard these words and began to ponder. Then, he spoke cheerfully. "This isn't the information I was hoping for. It turns out you were just being used by them. What a fool." Hearing such a taunt, the man immediately roared. "It's not the place of a weakling like you to mock me." Xiahou Dun had no intention of paying him any mind and turned to leave. "I've learned what I needed to. I'm off." Nam Kung Ba, trapped in the cell, fearfully called after him. "What about my children? You'll save them, won't you?" Xiahou Dun thought for a moment, then smiled calmly and replied, "There's no need to kill those pests. I'll save them." At this, the man in the cell spat on the ground and let out a few roars. Before stepping out of the dungeon, the other's hoarse screams still echoed in Xiahou Dun's ears. The next morning, news that he wanted to travel spread quickly throughout the estate. Xiahou Dun sighed, a little weary. "My health has improved. It's the perfect time to go traveling." Then, he shouted towards the other side, "Is everything ready yet?" Before he could finish his words, he himself was startled by the person before him. Nam Kung Yixiong was standing there, waving cheerfully. Xiahou Dun exclaimed in astonishment, "Where did you come from, brother?" Nam Kung Zhang Tru stood behind, saying with a cheerful smile, "Yixiong will be going with you as well." "What?" He flew into a thunderous rage, roaring, "I even have to have someone tagging along when I travel." Nam Kung Zhang Tru paid it no mind, and instead replied with a smile, "Yixiong is capable enough to protect you. Besides, I don't feel at ease letting you go alone. We must prepare for all contingencies." Hearing this, Xiahou Dun was at a loss for words. Nam Kung Zhang Tru acted as if he was about to leave, and the one behind him had no choice but to accept his fate. "If you don't want anyone to accompany you, then just cancel this trip." "Ah, no, It's because I get to go with my elder brother that I'm so overjoyed. Hearing his foolish son agree, a happy smile also appeared on the family head's face. That's good, you've thought it through, haven't you? Xiahou Dun, behind him, was naturally not so cheerful. As his footsteps moved away, cheerful laughter still echoed from behind. However, the moment his father turned away, Xiahou Dun quickly struck the man beside him. When the family head turned back to look, the two brothers began to act out a scene of cheerful conversation. Elder brother's shoulders are so broad. Thanks to this, his father finally left, feeling reassured. Thank goodness, the relationship between the two brothers is still good. A new journey began once more. They boarded a luxurious ship.